I'm your host, Stephen Vanover.
Drink.
You look confused, man.
I'm your host, Stephen Vanover, here on the SportsTalkLine Network, where we talk sports 24/7, 365. This is the 2020 NFL Draft, and we are here with the whole crew. Let's go around the room and meet them one by one. First up, from down under, the man who's always paying attention, Spinksy. Hey, man, thanks for being here.
G'day, guys. Thanks for having me. This should be great. I'm so excited. It's draft day. It's finally here.
Oh, man, total. And, of course, the man with no remorse, Nate Dowdy. Nate, it's a pleasure, sir.
Hi, man. The same is to you.
All right. And here, holding down the East Coast all by himself from New York City, Tom McAllister.
Thanks for having me, Van.
All right, you look well prepared. And here, especially for the pre-show, a very busy man, a very busy man today. All right, and we certainly appreciate you being here. Connor Livesay. Connor.
What's going on, guys? Happy to be on with you for a little bit before the big day kicks off.
All right, yeah, you're going to be quite a few places today, aren't you?
Yeah, I got a few radio things to do tonight and in the morning, so it's going to be a busy few couple of 12 hours, I guess you could say, but it's exciting time. So I'm glad people want my opinion on things.
All right. Well, hey, let's jump right to it, man. Who's the first pick going to be?
That's our, unlike most years, that's already come out. Cincinnati's taken Joe Burrow, the general manager and vice president of the Bengals sent him a text message 3 weeks ago. They said that they were going to take him and they were excited to win a Super Bowl for the franchise. So unless something absolutely crazy happens and they just wanted to see how he would react to that, Joe Burrow is going to be a Cincinnati Bengal. So,
all right. So, and that really is a no-brainer here. I mean, He is the best QB with he doesn't have the flags hanging on him, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
but Tua could still be better, right?
Right. I mean, there's always that chance, but I just think that what you saw from Joe Burrow from the back end of 2018 into what he did in 2019 shows you glimpses of a quarterback, the guy we were just talking about in the green room, like Drew Brees, like doesn't have absolutely insane arm strength, but he's just deadly accurate. He's deadly poised. He's got confidence. His ball placement's miraculous. He can throw in all three levels of the field. His pocket awareness and pocket poise is incredible. He's able to excel off structure. That's kind of the best thing he did at LSU. So just you're getting a great quarterback in my opinion. And there hasn't been many of those guys that come through the draft. We talk about your Carson Wentz's and Jared Goff's, and those guys always have that question mark. Small school or production. It's just never a guy that you feel great about. But for Joe Burrow, I feel absolutely just phenomenal about his potential.
Is he Andrew Luck level?
I think so. I mean, you only have 1 year to go. You have 1.5 years to go off of. So that's really your only question with Joe Burrow is why wasn't he able to win the job at Ohio State? And then why wasn't this there in 2018? But as soon as Joe Brady got there in 2019, that offense just took off. I mean, he had out NFL talent all on his offense. So that's something as well. But
and of course, there's your answer, isn't it? As soon as Joe Brady got there. There's the why.
Yeah, and I mean, that helps for sure. But I thought you saw glimpses of greatness in 2018 as well. Towards the end of the year, you saw a guy who was thrown with some anticipation. He was more confident. I mean, again, and I understand you transfer to a new school. It always takes a little bit of time for you to get into the swing of things. And that's kind of what I think happened. I think it just took him half of a season to really adjust to LSU's game plan, LSU's football team, LSU's culture. And then it took off. And the end of 2018, you saw it. And then 2019, he just didn't miss a beat. He had the best quarterback season out of any college player ever, in my opinion. And just the potential's there. He does, like I said, he doesn't have that elite arm strength, but it's definitely that baseline average arm strength. But everything else about his game, you like the athleticism, the out of structure ability to, make throws from different bases, different arm slots, the ball placement, the accuracy, everything you look for in a franchise quarterback he has. And then he's got that confidence factor that just stands out. You love the energy that he brings to the football field, locker room, and franchise.
After him, all right, that's a done deal. Who are the best talents in the draft? And of course, QBs are going to go higher than their quote unquote talent level due to position scarcity, right?
Sure. Yeah. The next best player in this draft to me is Chase Young, Ohio State defensive end. He's my number one graded player for me, and then Joe Burrow's too. So technically, I have Young graded one spot ahead with a very fractional difference in grade. So they're right on the same tier as blue chip talents for me. But Chase Young's a freak. He's an athletic freak, a physical freak. He's got insane length. He plays with power. He plays with speed. He plays with technique. You know, he's probably the most, like I just said with Burrow, the most talented quarterback I've evaluated. Chase Young's probably the talented defensive end I've evaluated. Myles Garrett was a similar grade, but Chase Young just hasn't beat out there. I just think he's a total package. He plays with power, plays with speed. He's got multiple ways he can win off the edge. You know, even in his worst games, quote unquote worst games, people want to question his games against Clemson, and they want to question his games against LSU. But I think that you see those games and you see him win. You see him make plays. It might not have resulted in sacks, but he was making Trevor Lawrence drop his eyes and run out of the pocket and throw the football away. So that's what you want to see when they're not producing sacks and tackles for loss. How disruptive can they be, making quarterbacks drop their eyes and get off their mark?
All right. Now, after those, a lot of people go to cornerback for the next guy up and their board. Not you, right?
No, I'm at Isaiah Simmons at number 3, the Clemson defender. That's kind of what he is. He can play strong safety. He can play free safety. He can play nickel corner. He can play linebacker. He can play inside linebacker. He can play boundary corner. He played literally every position on defense at Clemson except interior defensive line. Again, I think what you're working with Isaiah Simmons is you're getting a defender that you're going to like. The dream for Isaiah Simmons would go to the Patriots with Bill Belichick.
That makes so much sense because, here's obviously a kid who can see the game and has football knowledge off the charts, right?
Yeah, his football IQ's, off the charts. His tackling's off the charts. His athleticism's off the charts. His physical traits are off the charts. Everything is just like he graded out as a perfect prospect as an outside cornerback, but he's going to play probably strong safety or inside linebacker in the next level. His RAS score was 100, which doesn't ever happen when you take into all his athleticism traits. So you're just talking about a freak athlete. And, I think that he's either going to go to the Giants at 4 if they don't go at tackle. But the thing that I kind of worry about is that the NFL is going to view him as a guy that doesn't have a cemented position. And he could fall, to 7. He could fall to 9. And if he falls past 9, I don't really know where he ends up going because those teams that are picking from 12 to 15 to 16 aren't really looking to add a player like that. So I'm really interested to see, he could have that Derwin James fall that we had 2 years ago where everybody had him as a top 7 or 8 player and ended up going to 15 to the Chargers. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, but that's a guy that I want to take a chance on and have him on my defense because I can do so many different things, disguise many looks, and he can just be an absolute force for a defense.
All right. Well, we still got a little time here. I want to actually take this question and swing it around the room. But you first, Connor. Who's the best sleeper and or ideally a guy that could creep into the top 15 that a lot of people aren't really seeing him as that?
Yeah, I think that guy's Ezra Cleveland, the offensive tackle out of Boise State. I'm actually hearing a little bit right now that he's, could be the 5th offensive tackle taken, probably the 5th offensive lineman taken too, because I don't see Cesar Ruiz or Matt Hennessy going that high. I think they could sneak into the back end of the first, but Ezra Cleveland out of Boise State's probably that guy, I think. The other, I don't want to take anybody else's answer, but A.J. Terrell out of Clemson, the cornerback, he's probably another name that not a lot of people are seeing as a top 15, not really even a top, 25 or so guy. But I know the Cowboys really like him. I know the Falcons really like him. Those teams that are going to miss out on C.J. Henderson at cornerback might be looking at A.J. Terrell as their number 2 corner and might try to target him in that area.
Oh, man. Nice. Okay, man. Well, let's work this around the room. Spinksy, do you have a favorite sleeper for the draft or one ideally that's going to sneak into the top 15 maybe?
Don't make me go after Connor. Thanks for that. Cheers.
That's why I let him go first, man. Okay.
I actually like Colorado wide receiver Laviska Shenault. I think he probably won't go first round, but I definitely that kid's got so much talent. He's got a big frame, agility. He's athletic. He's a hard man to tackle. He's lanky. He runs with purpose. He's got great speed. If you give him an inch, the guy's gone. I can see him. He can play virtually anywhere across the park. He runs exceptional routes, and I just really like him. He's done excellent things with Colorado, and I think going forward he'll be fantastic. I think he might land at the Packers, but we'll see how that goes going forward.
All right. Two to look for. Sorry you had to go to your second choice there, man. What can I say? All right, Nate, I'm gonna give you a chance to pick Tom's pocket here. Okay.
Yeah, up yours, Tom. Anyway, yeah, I think a guy who's going to easily go in the top 15 and a guy you see consistently rising is CJ Henderson. He's the consensus number 2 amongst most people's mock drafts. And I know some teams in the league actually prefer him over Okudah. So I could easily see him going as high as Jacksonville at 9. Or who knows, maybe a team like Atlanta gets ahead of him at 8 to draft him. Or a guy I really like who could possibly sneak in the first round is a guy, Jalen Reagor. I can see it a run on receivers fairly early, and then I think teams like even the Patriots, Minnesota, or even New Orleans looking for speed could be up his alley. I mean, he could also contribute immediately as a punt returner. So that's a guy I'm really looking forward to. I think they'd get a steal in the late first.
All right, Tom, hopefully between all of them, they didn't steal your thunder. What do you got, man?
I think this one's all going to depend on whether there's a rush at quarterbacks. So we kind of seem like Burrow is going to be pick number 1, but if Tua goes 2 or 3, I see Jordan Love maybe creeping up to the top 15 because it seems like teams will just freak out and try to move up and get their guy, which puts Jordan Love at a premium at quarterback. So that's kind of one thing, this is a very interesting draft to say the least. It's, once that second quarterback goes and where that second quarterback goes, that will dictate, I think, how many trades are made tonight.
All right, Connor, that actually is a great lead into my next question that I had for you. Break down the top few quarterbacks that you have, and then also answer the question, how many quarterbacks do you think are going to go in the first round? Not how many are rated first round material, because I think Tom is spot on. I mean, if the panic hits, you know how they are about their QBs.
If you're asking me to bet on it, I'm going to bet on 4, and that's Joe Burrow, Tua T.
All right. How much would you bet using somebody else's money, not yours? Okay.
How much?
It wouldn't surprise me to see Jalen Hurts go with the back end of the first if a team like the Saints, a team like the Patriots don't get a Jordan Love and they don't, their receiver board's wiped and they're just kind of maybe not panicking, but they see the opportunity to take a guy that they like and can develop. Green Bay really likes Jalen Hurts as well. So that wouldn't surprise me if the receiver board gets washed, if they look to add the hair to Aaron Rodgers. So that could be an interesting one to look on, but I think it's a safe bet for 4. You got Tua T, you got Joe Burrow, you got Justin Herbert, and the Jordan Love, I think is a very safe number to go with. But it wouldn't surprise me if Hurts goes at the back end of the first round, just because these teams that are picking late in the second, they don't want to have to trade up to get him. Then they might just say, hey, you know what, let's take this guy now. If they like him that much and that he's a quarterback, then they're going to go ahead and do that. They're not going to try to wait. But we broke down Joe Burrow a lot already. If Tua Tagovailoa,
well, how would you set them up in tiers before you describe their traits? I mean, are they similar? Is there a big talent drop off? We know they're going to go in the first round, but why and what?
Joe Burrow's he's in a tier by himself, in my opinion. If Tua didn't have the medicals, I think you could consider him in that same tier with him. But the medicals are there and they're legit. He's got an ankle, he's got a knee, he's got a back, he's got a hip. So there's too many things there. He's missed a ton of games. Yeah. He's other than that, there's a lot to like. So there's a step down, and then Tua T is my 8th ranked prospect in this draft. So he's still up there really high with that injury history. It just tells you how talented he is. And then you got 3 or 4 drop-offs, and Justin Herbert is my quarterback 3. He's my 25th ranked prospect in this draft. Right. So he's on the lower end, 22nd, sorry. And then Jordan Love is my 34th ranked prospect. So you got I think Justin Herbert and Jordan Love, or their tiers are touching. You got a pretty steep drop off to Tua T, and then you have just a minimal drop off to Joe Burrow. But with the drop off there from the number 2 overall prospect, the number 8 overall prospect is enough to where, if you're picking inside the top 5 and you have questions about his medicals, then that could steer you away from it. But Jordan Love is like, I'll go from the back up, but Jordan Love's that. I'm not comparing him to Patrick Mahomes, but when Patrick Mahomes was coming out of Texas Tech, he had a massive arm. He had the size. He was able to make plays with his legs, but it just wasn't all put together. The ball placement, the accuracy, the awareness, the anticipation as a passer wasn't really there coming out of college. Right. And it's the same thing with Jordan Love. In 2018, if Jordan Love would have came out in 2018, I think he would have been a lock for the top 15, but he went back to school for his redshirt junior year, and he had a fall off. He fell off statistically. His accuracy took a hit. His ball placement took a hit. The arm was still there. The athleticism was still there. He didn't have that poise in the pocket that we saw in 2018. So those are kind of the strengths and weaknesses of Jordan Love. Justin Herbert is a lot of the same things, prototypical size. He's a great athlete. He has an absolute cannon for an arm, but the ball placement, the consistent accuracy, the game-to-game production, like you just never really know what you're going to get with Justin Herbert. But he's a guy that if he puts it all together, then you're talking about, he has a high ceiling. He has that Tua Tagovailoa ceiling to him, but he just hasn't put it all together yet.
All right. That's pretty exciting in that regard. Now, the other position that I want to hit you up, because we're getting pretty close here, about 15 minutes away. This is exciting time. And I'd like to work this around the room also and ask each one of you, which do you think is the most exciting and deepest position group for this draft? I remember back in the day, Connor, you were predicting wide receiver for this draft as being very exciting. Are you still standing by that?
Yep, absolutely. I think that I don't even think it's really a question in it. There's some corners that you like, but you have 3 studs at receiver at the top of the draft.
Right.
You have 3 or 4 really, really great receivers that are probably going to go from, I'd say 20 to 30-ish, where you're talking about your Denzel Mims, your Michael Pittman Jr.'s, Laviska Shenaults. Those guys could go at that back end of the first round. Justin Jefferson's probably going to be the second receiver go after the big 3 go. I think the first round's deep, the second round deep, the third round is deep. I think when you get to that 4th round, you kind of have a little bit of a gap there where you kind of, questioning your value in that middle round, in that 4th round. But I think once you get back into the 6th and 7th rounds, you have some really good smaller school guys. Isaiah Coulter out of Rhode Island, he's a very fun player. Joe Reed out of UVA, he's a fun player. Antonio Gandy-Golden out of Liberty, he's fun. Isaiah Hodgins. There's so many names that I feel comfortable taking from like the midpoint of the 5th round to the 7th round. It's just like that middle of the 4th round where you're kind of like, man, the value doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But from rounds 1 through 3, right there inside the top 100, I think there's probably 20 receivers that could go inside the top 100 with good value. And then I think you kind of have a little bit of a break. And then from that 5th round on, I think there's a bunch of guys too that the teams are going to look to add for special teams value and also athletic value. And there's just, like I said, you could go up and down the board. We didn't even mention names like Brandon Ayuk, who's Arizona State big play. Jalen Reagor, didn't even mention him. That's a 1st round talent. KJ Hamler is a kid who can play. There's just so many guys in this draft class that you're going to draft that have that high end wide receiver 2, and then maybe even that middle to low end wide receiver 1 potential that you can grab on day 1 and day 2.
2023 is going to be exciting insofar as grading this class, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be, like I said, there's so many guys. Like KJ Hamler's a guy that I like more than a lot of people because he reminds me of what Tyreek Hill was coming out of school. Like he's just,
wow. He
would have ran the fastest 40-yard dash. He would have beat Henry Ruggs in the 40-yard dash. He's a smaller guy. He's going to live in the slot, but he is just so quick, so explosive. He's able to make 5 yards turn into 50 yards all the time. And
what if the Chiefs nab him?
It would. I mean, if they miss out on Jalen Reagor or Henry Ruggs, like it wouldn't surprise me one bit if he was that pick because they love speed.
All right. Spinksy. All right. He probably stole your first pick on wide receiver, so I don't want to hear the whining. Okay. All right. Other than wide receiver, which position group do you think is the deepest and or is going to have the biggest impact?
I think probably running back. I think NFL franchises are starting to work out these days that you don't need to take your running back in the first round, and you also don't need to pay them at all. You can find guys in the 5th, 6th, 7th, or even undrafted. So I think running back is a position we're more likely to see on Saturday in those later rounds, and it's deep. There's heaps of guys on this list, and we know what the 49ers did last year with an undrafted free agent. There's so many of them out there. And I just think running back is a position that we're probably not going to see too many of today and maybe later tomorrow. But yeah, running back, definitely.
All right. I definitely see that. I mean, I'll be curious to see if there's one that goes in the first round. There's only one that I even see sneaking up. And actually, I think he's going to go in the second, but you never know. You never know. Nate, what do you think, man? Which position group is going to have the biggest impact or is deeper that we haven't mentioned yet?
Well, first and foremost, I want to point out that I mentioned Jalen Reagor, but fuck all that, right? Fuck Nate. Anyway,
does anybody remember that? I don't remember that.
Yeah. Fuck off.
Tom? No.
Tom disappeared. Anyway, another position that's really top heavy is offensive tackle. I mean, we could see up to 6 offensive tackles taken in the first round.
Right.
And get some quality maybe in the mid rounds, but I mean, especially on top. I mean, that's a position you can see a lot of trade around. I mean, you're already hearing rumors. I don't believe it to be true that Miami could be trading up for an offensive tackle 5-3.
Right.
So,
they need one, because they got to do something to protect this quarterback that they're not going to be able to draft because they didn't trade up high enough. But we're going to find out. All right, Tom, what do you think? Same question, sir.
Well, since Nate stole mine, thanks, Nate.
All right, Nate, way to go, man.
Yeah. You know what? I'm just going to state the obvious. I'll go with quarterback. Because if you pick the right quarterback here, if you got someone who can set up, be your signal caller for 10 years, you can call it a day. So that's kind of something that, Burrow's going to come in. He's going to play right away. Tua, depending on where he goes, he could, if he goes to Miami, we'll see if he plays behind someone for maybe a year, but he's going to get a shot, because the one guarantee you get, if you're a first round quarterback, you're going to get your opportunity to start.
All right. True enough. All right, Connor, I know this is not necessarily a player position group question, but other than the Giants, okay, which team do you think is going to make the first reach / creative choice, shall we say?
Oh, that's a good question. Man.
Yeah, other than the Lions, that doesn't count because they have the ghost of Matt Millen that can always step in there and do something. So they,
Yeah, I mean that's a great question because really, I mean, going through it, Joe Burrow's going 1 to Cincinnati, Chase Young's going 2 to Washington. It's likely going to be Jeff Okudah at 3 to the Lions.
Right.
One of the tackles are Isaiah Simmons at 4 to the Giants. Tua, Herbert to 5. I don't know. There's really not any. There's not the Cleveland Farrell this year that the Raiders took with the 3rd overall pick last year. I don't see that happening this year.
Well, I have a theory that basically it's based on the number of blue chippers. All right. Once you get past the guys that, okay, this is the guy you take,
right.
The first 2 to 5 guys on any year. I think at that point, the probability of a big reach or a screw up definitely increases. So basically I look at a team in this draft that's probably picking number 7 or later that has the biggest chance, to bone it.
Yeah. And I think with number 7, I think Derrick Brown's going to fall into the Panthers' lap or Isaiah Simmons.
Oh, wow.
And it's just it's hard to mess these first 7 picks up. Arizona picks at 8.
Right.
Even then, I still think it's going to come down to it's going to come down to the best receiver in this class or the 2nd or 3rd best offensive tackle, which is still a top 10 player in my opinion. But to answer your question, I think Cleveland at 10, there's been some rumblings that they really like Ezra Cleveland. And I don't see Ezra Cleveland as being a first and not even close to really being a true 2nd round player. He's like a late 2nd round player for me. And they really like him. I think they like him more in a trade back scenario than taking him at 10. But I think to answer your question, Cleveland at 10 is probably the first spot where you could kind of, be like, what were they thinking there?
All right. Yeah. And Cleveland has the draft history. I think that's a thing that a lot of people forget is you have to look at the draft history of a team because, I mean, it's a history for a reason. They tend to repeat their activities, right?
Right. And I've really never felt as good about the first 9 or so picks that I do in this class because of the top end talent. You got 13 or 14 just absolute first round locks, in my opinion. So it's hard to, even if Jacksonville takes CJ Henderson at 9, who's my 15th overall player, like that's not bad value. You're still you're getting a position of need, but also a really good player at that position. So even that's not what I would consider a, bad pick. So I think 10 at Cleveland is probably the first spot. If you see them take a Ezra Cleveland or maybe even like a Josh Jones, if they go offensive line and it's not Jedrick Wills, Mekhi Becton, Tristan Wirfs, that could be an issue.
All right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. All right. Real quick around the room, because we're 6 minutes away from finding out who that first pick is. Oh my goodness. Right. Yeah. Nate, what do you got, man? Who do you think?
Who do I think is the first pick?
No. Yeah, Nate. Welcome to the show. Okay.
No, one of the things I love about this draft is the fact that there's a lot of groupthink amongst scouts. So it's really a test to see who really does their homework and who's a bunch of followers at the end.
Right.
That's really
who actually scouts and who just looks at everybody else. That goes on so much where they just bandwagon. The bandwagon scouting is insane, in my opinion.
So that's at least taking a big chunk of that out.
I've actually watched some of these scouts that come to games and stuff and are setting up preseason games, and some that were watching the XFL, for instance. And you could tell such a difference. There would be some scouts there that are taking either direct notes or shorthand on what's going on and things they're looking for, maybe even drawing a diagram or two. And some of them, by the way, can't draw for shit. But then you'll have other ones that are just sitting there eating some popcorn, talking on the phone, stuff like that. Just not doing jack, just being social, getting around. And those are the guys that go around, find out what everybody else is saying and doing. Then they just regurgitate back up the line. And then these other guys that are down there, they're using their eyes, really watching what's going on. You know the kind I'm talking about, Connor. You see them at training camp, right?
Yeah. No, that definitely happens. And a lot of people they go to the games to see these guys in person, but they don't really change their evaluations. So I've talked to some scouts who they come to games, they come to Senior Bowls, they come to all these different all-star games and games and XFL games, but they're not really changing anything about their evaluation there. It's more to just see them in person and making sure what they see on a screen.
They're validating certain aspects. It's
right.
That they're not going through a fresh process at any time. And I think there's so much more you can get from seeing something live than seeing it on film.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So, there's that. All right. Tom, man, what do you think? We're getting ready to start here in just a few short minutes. All right. As it comes up, what's going to be the team that makes the biggest goose the quickest?
Just out of Cleveland, just because they're Cleveland.
Everybody wants to pick on Cleveland. I see how it is. You're in New York. Cleveland's right down the road. Okay, yeah.
It could be one of those things where it's, they'll trade Odell Beckham Jr. and their number 10th pick for, Bobby Boucher from South Central Louisiana State University or something.
Is that a bad trade? And for who? Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of, I would say
Boucher can ball, man. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I've seen the videotape.
All right.
But I would say the key factor would be, Cleveland, or I could see Miami, because Miami might have too many picks.
I can see Miami panicking. I can definitely see them panicking, going, "Oh, I've got plenty of picks. I'll just spend them." Instead of gaining the value. Well,
he makes a great point, because in my opinion, if the Dolphins take an offensive tackle at 5, that's a terrible pick. With how deep this class is, even if it's the best one, if they are going to take an offensive tackle at 5 and bank on Jordan Love turning into a player that's even worth putting out on the field, like that's just a terrible use of resources inside the top 5. So I agree with Tom there. I think that if the Dolphins do end up doing what we've heard some whispers of them drafting an offensive tackle at 5, that's just a terrible use of resources because you can get a very good offensive tackle at 18. It's probably not far off from the player that you're going to take at 5. So that's a good point that I didn't think of.
You could probably get a tackle in the second round too.
Yeah, I mean, again, you could take Tua or Justin Herbert and then get a Josh Jones or Austin Jackson or one of those guys at 18 and still feel good about your tackle there.
But you also got to think too, with the Dolphins still want to invest in Rosen. I think that's kind of the thing. If you want to give Rosen a chance, be like, you know what? We might be able to wait a little bit on a quarterback and stick with what we got.
That's another terrible decision, though, in my opinion. And that's coming from someone who
Don't hold back, Connor. Tell us how you really feel about this.
Okay. That's someone who had Josh Rosen as their best quarterback in the class when he came out. So,
oh, exactly. Okay, Arizona is always available. Okay.
It's the Dolphins, though, so it wouldn't surprise. I mean, like Tom said, like they might be like, yeah, Josh Rosen's our guy after not being able to beat Ryan Fitzpatrick out last year. So.
It's the curse of Dan Marino. The curse of Dan Marino. It's just biting them, man. Once you have a great player, it's tough replacing that player, which I think the Patriots are going to find out. Would you want to be the guy that follows Brady? No. That's got to be harsh. Hey, Connor, before we lose you here, the draft is just getting ready to start. One last question. I want you to give me a breakdown on your favorite player of the draft, if you've not already. Okay. If so, just mention him real quick. And then please tell us about how we can follow you on social media, because I want everybody to really do that. You're such a great follow. We love your knowledge. Thank you so much for being here.
I got a lot of guys in this class I love. But for today, I haven't mentioned him enough, but Javon Kinlaw's story is absolutely incredible. He was homeless. He was pretty much homeless, living on the street, unable to eat, unable to feed himself or anything. So he was living in a car for a while, and then he got into a homeless shelter. His personal story is tremendous. He started off at junior college. He gets to South Carolina and turns into pretty much a big freak of nature with his size and length and explosiveness. He's a guy that I'm just absolutely banging on the table for. Didn't have the college production that a lot of people look for, but he was playing as a nose tackle, straight up aligned over the center. So he didn't get in those one-on-one pass rush situations a lot, faced a lot of double, triple teams, has a little bit of injury concern with his knees and his back. But I just think that a guy with that story, like I said, just a kid who really had to overcome something that not a lot of people have had as adults when he was just kind of waking his way through high school and junior college to get where he's at today. He's just, I really love his story, and I think he's going to be a heck of an NFL player.
You're on mute, Vin.
All right, yeah. I had to cough earlier. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was me complimenting you, Connor. That just choked in my throat right there. I'm like, I can barely get this out. Okay. No, again, thanks so much, man. It's always a pleasure hanging out with you. You take it easy out there. And after you hang out with the big alphabet guys for a bit, if you get a chance to log in later, do so. If not, we'll see you later this draft week for sure.
Sure thing. Appreciate it, guys. And have a good one tonight.
Later.
All right. And everybody, look, you can follow him on Twitter at Connor Livesay. He's a great follow, man. Please do it. And, excuse me, that's Connor NFL Draft, I believe. Excuse me. All right, guys, it's just us four holding it down. We got the NFL Draft coming up. I'm going to sign off my video for a second while I actually dial up the television here so I can follow it that way as well. And, hey, Nate, it's yours, babe.
All right, handing the baton over. All right. Hey, as I was saying right before this, put one bet on a team you think is going to trade up or down, one team that you're positive is going to make a trade.
It'll be the Seahawks, definitely. I think the Seahawks trade out of the first round. Yeah, they usually do every year. So a safe bet would say the Seahawks. Yeah.
That's a good one. What about you, Tom?
49ers.
49ers. Mine is going to be
Cleveland.
Mine's going to be Cleveland. I just think because when they've embraced analytics before, they've gotten so obsessive with the money ball approach. just maneuvering. So I'm almost positive they're going to move out of 10, and I don't think they're going to be moving up.
I'm actually excited to see what the Cowboys do. I think this is the first year we haven't had Garrett as a head coach for 8 to 10 years. So to have McCarthy there, I'd be very interested to see what he does. I think we're picking at 17, so it'd be very interesting to see. He spent a lot of his time out of the game watching tape, as he said. So it'd be good to see who he takes.
Yeah, I mean, so are you, Tom? Are you convinced the Giants are going to go offensive tackle?
I definitely think, I'll be very surprised if they don't go offensive tackle. And the reason why, if you look at the moves that they made in free agency, they focus on the defensive side of the ball. They signed the linebacker Martinez from Green Bay. They signed a cornerback from Carolina. So they addressed those two needs. The one need that they didn't address was tackle. So they felt with the number 4 pick, probably like we can get our tackle in the first round or at most second round. So that's kind of something I see them going forward to. But I also would not be surprised if they do trade down. And I think the last time the Giants drafted a linebacker in the first round was Carl Banks in 1984. So it's been about almost 30 plus years since they've done, almost 40 years since they've actually drafted a linebacker in the first round. So we'll see if that keeps on going forward.
Yeah, it's, I'm really interested to see how the receivers stack, because there's a lot of teams like kind of at 10 or maybe 11 or 12 that could easily go offensive tackle, or they can go wide receiver, like the Jets. They could easily go at either position.
I think with the Jets, it all depends if there's a rush on tackles, because I think foremost they need an offensive tackle. If all 4 of those tackles are gone, then I see them potentially going with wide receiver and CeCe Lamb or Jerry Jeudy or one of those guys.
Hey guys, I got a quick question. Again, I want to work this around the room. Starting with, we did our mock draft, and of course, thanks to the weasel in the room, the Redskins were able to make a landslide on the draft option that they did with Miami. So, Nate, do you think that there is a chance that that trade will go down today, and or specifically that Washington will make a move?
No, I think they're pretty much set on Chase Young. And hey, I know you're trying to pat yourself on the back, but let's not forget for 1 second who the trade master in this room is.
Not me. No, I mean, again, I'm
right.
not worthy. I'm not worthy. All right. Speaks, what do you think? Do you think the Redskins are going to make a move here? And by the way, the commissioner is up here and he's giving everyone the COVID-19 speech.
Look, I
prevents COVID-19.
It's hard to say. I don't think they will. I can't see them moving around too much. I think the Lions will, if it hasn't happened already. But yeah,
they are the Lions.
They're the Lions, yeah. Surely the Redskins just take their pick. Chase Young is a fantastic athlete. I can't see him going elsewhere. So you need to take a talent like that.
You know, there was a certain player back in the day, and everybody said, oh, well, you should have drafted this guy instead of this guy. And I'm talking about with the Houston Texans. And his metrics were off the chart. And nobody doubts Clowney's ability to this day. But he hasn't really worked out, has he?
I think Clowney was living off that one play he made against Michigan in the Outback Bowl.
Well, and a combine where he looked like a Greek god. Okay, there was that.
I mean, the warning signs were coming up because he went back to college. I think it was for his junior year because he didn't declare, and there were some signs there that some red flags, maybe like, he doesn't have the work ethic or anything like that. Yeah. And I think the ironic thing is the next pass rusher that came out was Khalil Mack.
Right.
And which one would you rather have on your team now, Khalil Mack or Javion Clowney?
Hands down.
Apparently right now, no one wants Clowney.
Not at the rates that he wants. He wants to get paid like J.J. Watt, but he's not J.J. Watt.
Yeah, well, he had to have microfracture surgery, and so that's been a degenerative problem.
Ooh, well, yeah, that means your career is ending. Yeah,
And,
you're right.
I know with Seattle last year, he wasn't practicing most of the week, and would just show up on game day. So teams know this by now that hey, we can't pay you $20 million. We know you're not going to be an every down player. You're basically you're not fooling anybody.
You're 13 mil, dude. Come on, that's it. And that's a lot of money, but he wants the 20. I mean, hey, I don't blame him. Get as much as you can. I've always said that for any of the players. Get as much as you can. You deserve it. But at the same time, I don't blame the teams for saying no, thank you. So, I mean, that's business.
Coming out.
All right, guys.
I'm a little pissed off.
The national anthem.
And all of a sudden, I have this jerk off on the TV instead of pick number 1. I mean,
oh yeah, Harry Connick Jr. Yeah,
he was great in Will and Grace. You would like it, Nate.
Well, the NFL is going to, put as much. They actually have a contract with the government to show troops, to show love of the nation. That's actually a contract that they get money from the government to do these kind of things. So they're going to be waving a lot of flag. Plus, I mean, in the COVID-19 experience era, the epidemic that we're going through right now, I really don't mind a little flag waving and getting people together and saying, hey, let's go on. But hey, as we get started here, Spinks, I'm going to drive this question home to you. All right. This is the first sports we have had in a long time. How do you feel about it?
Mate, I'm so excited. I've woken up the last 3 days. I'm just pumped. My hands are shaking. I'm so excited. This is so good. It's like it's draft Christmas all over.
Oh,
again.
It is NFL Christmas.
Yesterday, I was
Connor's
singing.
really fond of that term. Yeah,
NFL Christmas. Mate, you saw me yesterday. I was singing. I was happy, and this is great. I'm so excited.
And that was before you were drinking.
Exactly. I can't wait for the first 2 or 3 picks, and then the Giants come in and the Giants take a kicker. It's going to be fantastic. So good. I can't wait.
Hey, I want everyone to follow along the drinking game that I'm going to be playing. I don't know about these wusses, but anyway, make a prediction before the pick goes in. If you get that pick wrong, you take a big old swig of that drink, and with your knowledge of the people probably watching, you're probably going to be blacked out by pick 5.
And actually, I'm going to ask for the long game predictions right now. That's when the long game is when you're picking at the top of the draft. You're trying to predict your team's pick. And now we have guys, 2 guys here that follow the Cowboys, 1 for the New York Giants. I want to work it around the room. Spinksy, this time you get to go first. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, finally. So, and what do you think the Dallas Cowboys are going to do? They only have 1 pick.
Yeah, I think we need a cornerback. I think we'll be taking CJ Henderson if he's available. Whereas when we did our mock draft the other day, some arsehole came and took him earlier. Thanks, Nate.
Who is that, Nate?
That'd be Nate for sure. I think we need. I think having let Byron Jones go to the Dolphins, we definitely need a cornerback. CJ Henderson is perfect. They might look at safety, but Mike McCarthy is his first draft with the Cowboys. I think he'll go safe. So I think CJ Henderson.
I like that a lot. A lot of people have Cowboys going edge rusher, and I see the love for that. They could use it. Who couldn't use an edge rusher? I think all but 1 team or something like that. So, I mean, that's there, but they need a cornerback.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Nate, I'm going to flip this to you, man, as they're, going down. The cupboard is not bare there. They had some cornerbacks that weren't really getting the love. I'm talking about you, Jordan Lewis, because they weren't 6'2". All right. But now that coach is gone. Are they really looking for cornerback?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's been no mistake that they've been linked to CJ Henderson, first and foremost. And with him not there, there's been guys like AJ Terrell and Trayvon Diggs. Both those guys are over 6 feet tall. So they're following a similar model. Both guys about 6'1", about 195 to 200 pounds. So they're looking for that longer athletic cornerback for sure. but I don't think CJ Henderson's going to be there. So that truth that I spoke the other day is reality. I'm sorry, Spinksy. We're wrong once again. So I think the Cowboys are pretty much going to be linked to CJ Henderson, or they're going to be linked to Caleb on Chasen. And without Chasen, if he gets swooped up, I think they're going to be desperate and probably reaching for a corner on someone like an AJ Terrell or Stephon Diggs. Not Stephon, but Trayvon Diggs.
All right. Now those are all very interesting. You talked about some top flight players, but Tom, I understand that there is a potential Hall of Fame long snapper that
they haven't decided whether they should go with Hall of Fame long snapper or gunner for
a gunner, special teams. I mean, there's a history of special teams. Yeah. Okay.
I think the best special teams player the Giants had was some guy named Tyree. I don't know if he ever came up in a big game though.
Oh yeah, Tyree. I seem to remember something about that.
Yeah. He used his head, I think. Something
I can't remember. I can't. It's not coming to me. It's not coming to me.
Yeah. He used his head.
So, who do you think that they might take, Tom? I mean, let's say that basically because long snappers are in great demand. Let's say that went early, like maybe Cincinnati does that, or Washington.
Someone might trade up to get that long snapper.
Yeah. So with that in mind, what do you think the Giants are going to do? Are they looking to trade down, or are they going to go for, the talent that's going to be available?
If they don't trade down, I see them going tackle and Tristan Wirfs.
All right. Well, a lot of people agree with you. I looked at a lot of mock drafts coming across, and Wirfs' name was coming up a lot. I know that's where you went on the mock drafts. The NFL draft's official now. They're putting up Cincinnati's name and going around. And while they do that, before we get to the official picks, please do not forget, if you've not done so already, go down and hit that subscribe and hit that little bell so you're notified when we put up something new. We do a lot of original content. You're going to get player breakdowns from Spinksy, and then the roundtable progressions, and then the original content videos, long play videos we put up, as well as the most banging highlights on the web. We outdo some of the leagues with our highlights. I mean, we have the best highlights, so enjoy the heck out of those. So remember, hit that subscribe button. Thank you very much. And I believe that the commissioner has done the words without further ado and officially opens the NFL draft. The Bengals have said it's official that pick is already made. There will be no big man bro hug from the commissioner. Maybe they're going to do some virtual calls. What do you guys think about this Joe Burrow pick? Spinksy, break it down.
Joe Burrow is a sensational talent, mate. What did he throw? He had 60 touchdown passes last year. He broke the college single season passing record, broke the touchdown record. The kid won the Heisman. He is a superstar. He was fairly good at the end of 2018, but it was as soon as Joe Brady turned up, the offensive coordinator from the Saints, that he really took off. And I know it's only one awesome season on tape, but that season was so good. It was probably the best college season anyone's ever had. And I've got a few friends of mine who are Alabama fans, and they don't think so, but stuff them. LSU won it, and they won 15 games and went on to win the national championship. And he won the Heisman, and he will go number one.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, Spinksy. Nate, what was the over under on before he worked in an LSU reference? I forgot. Okay, but I'm sure he came in on the under. I mean. He was phenomenal. I mean, dude.
Well, he is awesome, down under.
Spinksy, what was the over under on a bad joke from Nate? I mean,
obviously when you fucking dick.
What was the over? Okay. All right.
Still going.
All right. So, Tom, what do you think about this pick? I mean, it's an awesome deal. Up on the screen right now, they've got Nate waiting for the call. It's not official yet, even though the Bengals have said it's official. Burrow said it's official. He is the quote unquote presumptive pick. They seem to have a pretty good quarterback there. This might be the best one they've had in a while. Yeah.
I think so. This might go back to when the Bengals made to Super Bowls with good old Boomer Esiason.
Oh man.
You got to think though too. Here's a kid coming back to Ohio, playing for Cincinnati. So you got to wonder, would that be maybe a little bit too much pressure for him being so close to home? Because he went to Ohio State first and he transferred out of it. You also got to see too, with the quarterback, number one pick, you're going to be starting right away, and you're not going to be playing for a good team.
No.
So you got to hope the team puts the right weapons around you. I think we've gone from the day where, the triplets formula that the Cowboys use, where they have a running back, wide receiver, quarterback. I think that formula is kind of gone, where like you don't have that superstar wide receiver, but you have a very good wide receiver core. And you'd also, of course, you need people on the other side of the ball, and you need an offensive line to keep you standing up. But Cincinnati is in the same division as, what do they got? Are they in the same Baltimore and Pittsburgh?
Right.
Am I correct? Yeah. So those are two probably of the more well-established franchises in the NFL right now. So that's going to be tough competition. You got to play those teams twice a year, but also Big Ben is getting old. Ravens.
He's old.
Yeah.
He's
not older than Big Ben.
He's not getting old. He's not getting old. No,
he's old, and you got to, if you're in the division with the Baltimore Ravens, you got to look at yourself and be like, all right, we got to go up against Lamar Jackson twice a year. So right now, you have to scheme up a strategy to take him down and slow him down. So that's kind of something you got to look at. But I
have to interrupt for a minute just to tell Nate that Mel Kiper just used the word fantastic. I'm just saying. Okay. I'm just saying.
All right. Who's it? Obviously, everyone's pick is Joe Burrow for pick number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For those of you cocksuckers playing along, get ready.
They're still waiting for the phone.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so the talking heads are going. The pick is in, Nate. What do you think about Burrow? I'm sorry to cut you off there at the end, Tom, but that was important. I mean, that was quick that he got that in. All right. So Nate, yeah, Burrow.
Yeah, Burrow, I think is a
big guy. Plays QB, Cincinnati.
What college did he go to?
Referencing you calling him Burrows before, so I was waiting for that round.
Oh, okay.
Anyway,
you sucked in for that. I said that on purpose, man.
Okay. Anyway, I think he's a great prospect, but at the end of the day, I don't have him as quite as high as someone like an Andrew Luck or Patrick Mahomes or someone of that nature. So I think I don't think he's a guy who can necessarily transcend maybe such a bad culture. So.
Well, that's my point, Nate. I'm going to flip this back to you because mine is after I listened to all of you about, and including Connor about, hey, he's a good quarterback, and all this kind of stuff. I'm going like, that's just great. He doesn't have anybody to throw to, doesn't have an offensive line, doesn't have anybody to hand off to, has a shitty defense, special teams suck, the front office is suspect, the owner has a horrible reputation, and the coaching staff is like whatever. Okay. So other than that, he's the man, right?
Well, no, actually, he does with AJ Green coming back. He does have some whistle, and then Joe Mixon.
Okay, another guy that's old
as well.
Yeah.
I got all the respect in the world for AJ Green, an incredible talent, but he's definitely on the downside of his career.
Well, he's been hurt. I mean, if they get him healthy, he has something to. It's not as bad as it could be. That's what I'm saying. And there is other talent, but the Browns are such a cheap ownership, and I say the Browns because they're the ones who own the team, not the actual Cleveland Browns.
Right.
Those are retards following along. But with that being said, anyway, they're such a cheap franchise. I just can't see them rallying around a quarterback all in, like you would see in a different franchise.
All right. I hear what you say. He's the best guy available. He's the pick they need to make. I have no problems with them taking it. They need to take him, not Chase Young. They need to take him, not trade down. I agree. This is the guy. But man, they got to do something. They got to surround him with some talent. When you get a guy like this, they should be calling Washington saying, hey man, what do you want for that offensive tackle? That's what they should be doing.
Or maybe make the trade with Miami and get all 3 of those first round picks.
There you go. But here's the other question. There's 2 players that it's talking about like they could move really quick. One was the 49ers with Godwin. And then the other one was thank you. Was basically Miami trying really hard to move up number 3 or number 5, whichever. Out of those 3 scenarios, which do you guys think the chance has of happening of any of them?
I think the Lions trade back. I think from 3, I think they trade back, whether it's with the Dolphins or with the Chargers. Both of those teams need a quarterback, and one of them is going to panic and overpay, and it's going to be funny as.
But do you see them trading before it's their pick, or do you see them waiting just in case they get a chance at Chase Young? Okay.
I don't know about you guys, but it seems to be taking an awfully long time to make one pick. So
yeah.
Oh, so the phones are ringing. The phones are ringing.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but they're showing like the Bengals front office, and none of the guys are talking. They're just texting everyone. So I wonder if that's like a protocol, like don't talk, don't do anything.
Texting is secure.
Texting is secure. Yeah. Are they allowed a longer time frame? Because I haven't actually got the TV on. So
it's supposed to be, it's 15 minutes for the first round. And each pick gets 15. It doesn't change.
Yeah, cool. Right.
All right. Unless you're in Madden, then
Yeah. That takes all the fun out of it.
Yeah. Don't involve trades unless you're going to consult me first.
You are the commissioner, dude. I mean, there it is.
Well, did you see the way I wheeled and dealed around? I mean, I could have saved a franchise within 3 years.
All right. Well, it's coming up.
Here it is.
Let's say
that'd be worse than Jerry.
It is time. It's time to make the pick. All right, look, this pick's going to be made. Pat on the back. Next team up. What's going to be happening? Nate, Spinksy, Tom, talk it out. I'll be right back.
I see Washington. I see the Redskins holding the pick.
We fucked around the other week, and we were messing around with Tua at 2. But we all know that's not the case. We think it's going to be Chase Young all the way. I think even if they got a gluttony of picks, they still would stay with Chase Young.
The pick is officially in. Joe Burrow is now the Tiger King.
Oh my God!
Watch out for Carol Baskin.
Good old Carol.
Yeah. No, I haven't seen Tiger King, and I'm going to try to make sure that I don't.
What? How have you not seen it? Oh my God!
No, I haven't seen it either.
I haven't seen Tiger King.
All right. Well, it's obvious now, just like in our mock, Tua is going to be going next, right? That's what you were talking about, right? While I was gone, right, Nate?
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. In our mock, we had Tua, but we know it's going to be Chase Young here. As much as they
actually, I disagree. If a trade happens where they trade up, it's for a QB.
Yeah, but the thing is, he can't negotiate like me, man. I'm a different
which is why they're going to take the QB, because they don't have you, man.
Exactly. They're a different breed. If they were going to trade, they would ask for way too much. Like me, I ask for a lot, but not too much.
Okay. Hold on. Can we all just take a moment of silence here, because they're showing LSU highlights, and I know that Spinksy really wants to watch. So,
you have pants on?
Keep your hands where we can see them. There we go. Both hands. Okay. Not one at a time. We know what that is.
Tiger sock puppet down there.
Tom's going, God, I can't unsee this. My head. It's there.
No wonder you got so excited about Tigers.
Oh no. All right. Okay, guys, this really is a good pick for the Bengals. He fits their downtown James Brown philosophy of throwing the ball. They have AJ Green, who's one of the best ever at catching the long ball. I mean, and come on, chicks do dig the long ball, right, Nate?
Yeah, something like that. I would have gone with the Seabiscuit reference, but go ahead.
Oh, well, don't let me get in your way. All right. Obviously, everybody's real excited, but now let's move on. Washington is on the clock here. All right. We beat the Joe Burrow bandwagon to death. He even has a Bengal hat. That's how long he's known this was going to go down. All right. They had time to FedEx that crap to him. That tells you what's going on there. Or maybe his mother sewed one. I mean,
maybe.
All right. Yeah. This is COVID-19 era. And actually it's hilarious because we see so many people not getting on the bandwagon, but moving on again, the Washington Redskins here, they're on the clock and I think they're holding a lot of cards. All right. And I think Tua is the big draw here.
Well, pick is in.
All right. It's in. All right. Well, then they're making their pick and there really is no mystery. There is no mystery.
Chase Young, 100%.
Yeah. If they make the pick, it's Chase Young.
Okay. I'm just saying for drinking purposes, those of you following along at home.
All right. Yeah, you got to be keeping score, correct?
Whatever. We're going to lose score by like 4.
All right. Spinksy, what's the number of LSU picks that go in the first round today?
The line
Two?
was 5.
Two?
No, the line was 5.5. I think it's 5. I think it's 5. I can't see Edwards-Helaire getting in, but definitely 5.
Okay. All right. 5. I mean, that's a lot, Spinksy.
Oh, it's huge. Yeah. I think the record was 6 the year Jamal Adams was drafted. I want to say 2009, but 2010 or something. Yeah. And we had 6 that year. That was their record. So.
Yeah. Cowboys fans remember that year. That was the year at number 2. They did what?
Oh no, it was 2.
Was that
I don't want to talk about that.
Okay.
Who did the Cowboys get in that draft?
All of a sudden, Tom's all interested. He wants details. He wants details. Well, you're the LSU expert, so why don't you explain what went down there?
Well, that was the year.
Claiborne, right?
Okay, yeah, and he went
that was
second overall. Did he go second overall?
Yeah, and Cowboys traded up to 2 to grab him. Wasn't that year?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
traded it for 6 overall.
6 overall. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, 6. My bad. Not 2. I'm sorry.
He was okay for a year or 2, but yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, that wasn't when he was with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
But, no, actually, he was okay. I mean, he's not a bad player. It's just Jerry Jones made a reach there. He wanted him for some reason. He
wanted him bad, didn't he?
He did what he did. Well, obviously, the Redskins are working the phone, but it's the player that they're going to take. We're pretty darn sure is an exciting guy, generational. He's the number 1 talent on most guys' board, right? As far as not the guy that's going to go first, of course, but the number 1 talent. But
I sat and watched a Buckeyes game with my mum, and she knows nothing about the game at all. And my mum saw him and went, "Who the hell is that guy?" She said, "It's not fair. He's an adult against children." He was just everywhere. And if my mum can see it, the Redskins can see it, and everyone else can too.
But I think the one knock on Chase Young was how he performed against the more elite competition. Granted, he's playing against double teams, so that's kind of something you got to wonder going forward. It looks like, what do we got? Chase Young looks like he's on the phone. He has his posse around him.
Not 6 feet apart.
No. So. Is he from Washington?
People under the couch.
Yeah, the NFL Network still got a Joe Burrows interview going on.
Yeah,
I'm on NFL Network and as Chase Young.
I think ESPN and NFL Network are the same exact.
Actually, never mind. I forgot I switched it.
Okay, there he is. Yeah, now finally we're getting to see Chase Young. He's on the phone. All right, so I mean, this is obviously the pick, and it's the pick that should be happening. I don't think there's any question about that. He is, man, a generational talent. There you go. And he's going to end up in the NFC East. We got, Cowboys guys here. We got Giants guys here. This means this guy is going to be getting after Jones. He's going to be getting after Prescott. He's going to be getting after Wentz. The only team that comes out, the only QB in the NFC East that comes out of this looking good is Haskins, right?
Yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, people don't bring up is the fact that the Redskins now, with Chase Young, they're going to have a good 4 players that they've invested first-round picks in that front seven. So they had the 2 picks on the Alabama on the line,
right,
and they have now Chase Young, and then on the other side they also had a second rounder with Murphy, and then they have who's the pass rusher, the white dude.
Oh yeah, and he's been there a while too.
Yeah. They have him, who is a 10 sack guy. So they paired that together with the penetration on the line. They look at the Niners. They think they could be building something.
I don't disagree with that at all. But hey, right now the pick is in. It's official. It is announced as Chase Young. Spinksy, break this guy down. All right. I mean, let's talk about him. All right.
In 2018, Chase Young was on the Ohio State Buckeyes with a guy you guys might have heard of named Nick Bosa. And Nick Bosa was injured for a couple of weeks. Bosa comes back into the side, and they kept Nick Bosa on the bench because Chase Young was that awesome. At the time, he was a junior. So he spent 3 years with them, and he's just been a freak ever since. He had 16 and a half sacks in 2019. He had 12 and a half sacks in 2018. I think 200 total tackles over the 3 years. The kid's a freak. He sees the ball better than anyone I've ever witnessed. Quarterbacks in the NFC East should be terrified. He's coming after every single one of them. Dak should be scared. I'd be scared. I'm scared now.
Dak will smack him with his dick. That will KO his ass.
Now, let me ask you this, though. Like, did Chase Young's play take a little bit of a dip last year? Was 2018 better than 2019?
I think he was more productive in 2019, with sack-wise. But I think overall, it probably did a bit. But as Nate was just saying, he's going into a Redskins outfit that are on the way up. They've got a new coach. They've got a new setup there now. He's got a good defenders around him. So I think the Redskins are my dark horse. I like it.
All right, Nate. I mean, come on. This is a hell of a pick for the Redskins. Wow. I think that they made the right call here. A lot of us, I thought they would trade out. They made the right call here. Will this put their defense on the map, or are they still going to be lost because they got Snyder there and he's going to, blow it?
Again, you have to look at the comparison with the Niners. The Niners are picking second overall, this exact same spot a year ago, adding Nick Bosa with a position that they invested in big time was the biggest reason why they went to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Now the Redskins are looking at that shit and they're saying, I could replicate that stuff. But here's the thing. They have a quarterback who apparently can't read, which even the fact that was even leaked goes to show you that there's at least people in the building that don't believe him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. True or not is not the case.
Exactly.
All right. You guys go ahead. I actually have to go replace the battery in my camera. I'll be right back.
The pick is in for the Lions by the looks of it. Are we taking Isaiah Simmons? Are we taking Jeffrey Okudah?
I think it's Okudah, man. I think that's the direction they're going.
Yeah.
They lost Darius Slay. I don't think you're going to get, in my opinion, this is something that someone pointed out. Whether you add Okudah or not, that's not going to change necessarily the direction of your franchise.
That's not.
Maybe a Derrick Brown or someone else, like maybe Isaiah Simmons.
I'm not sure whether it's because of the technology that we're having at the moment, but it seems to be that there's not a lot of trades around.
No.
And I sort of thought some of this would have happened earlier, especially at this spot here with the Lions. We always knew pick 1 and 2 were going to go that way, but I thought the Lions could have sold this pick and got a lot for it. So
Jesus Christ, Patricia's huge.
He's a big unit, isn't he?
Yeah, good Lord. They got a hog on that line.
And the Lions select. I'll probably go with Okudah.
Yeah, same here. I'm saying Okudah.
Yeah, we'll go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep,
Still
it's in. All right, Tommy. What do you have on the line here? What are you doing? Gun to your head. You have the draft to yourself. Are you looking for a trade, or you have a guy?
I would say this. I would have a pretty good idea what trades are available now. I would want at least a first and maybe a second to go, because I think the Giants have their first and second, and then I think their next pick is 99, which is the beginning of the fourth. So I would want to see what offers are available. I also wouldn't want to drop down too much because I want to get at least one of the 4 tackles.
Right.
If none of those trades are available, even though I think Simmons has the most upside, the Giants need an offensive tackle. So I would get their offensive tackle of choice, which would be, I would think, Tristan Wirfs from Iowa going forward.
Even if he's a right tackle, does that bother you at all?
Who?
Wirfs, him being a right tackle, does that bother you at all?
Well, I think the plan is Nate Solder can play left tackle. Wirfs can play right tackle. So, you can slowly build up. And I see them drafting. I see them by the end of day 2, by tomorrow, their third pick would most likely be an interior offensive lineman, which I think is a smart way to go because you can get a very productive center or guard in the third round. But they need to at least solidify one of those tackle spots. Solder's a high-priced free agent. He played good his first season. Last year he didn't play so good. There was also his son had cancer, so that might have played on him. I think the Giants as a whole regressed in 2019, which is something that's kind of sad to say because it makes you wonder where the bottom is.
Well, I mean, it explains a lot of the changes, though. I mean, they did regress, but there's a reason for it.
This is going to be so good. The picks 1, 2, and 3 have gone off without a hitch, and now we get to the Giants and Dave Gettleman. It's going to be so good. He's going to fuck this up. Can't wait.
No, actually, I agree. I think that the reach at offensive tackle is there.
Yeah, I see them. I mean, I could see them dropping down no later than 11 or 12, because I would still want a top quality pick and an additional pick going forward. All 3 of the top picks were teammates at Ohio State in 2017.
Yeah, they were too. That's right.
Did Haskins force Burrow to transfer?
Yeah, it was the fact. Yeah, Haskins started over him.
Yeah, and yeah.
Wouldn't that have been hysterical if Washington somehow got him?
Yeah.
And Burrow forced Haskins out, be like, "Ha, I got you."
Yeah.
Well, double twist.
Yes. This is going to be.
All right. I still like my horse the way this is going. I still like my horse that the fact Cleveland will be the first team to trade.
I think the reason the Giants haven't made their pick yet is because they're entertaining offers from either the or Dolphins.
Yeah, I say this: if the Dolphins make an offer, Dolphins got plenty of ammo. If they're able somehow to get like the 5th and 15th off them, or even the 5th and 26th, that could be something where they could end up getting. They can still get their tackle at 5. If they get 26, they could get an edge rusher. And then at 35 or 36, they can pick up their interior offensive lineman. And I would call that a win already right there.
Home, hooch your mama. You got love for the fat boys.
But and also they could trade Evan Engram. So that's an interesting name that's been floating around.
Man, we don't want to touch that guy with the crack pipe.
If I if the Giants draft Tua, I'm done. I'm just gonna hang up and go. Okay. That's right. I'm just done here.
You know what? I think in my instant reaction, I think I told Van last year, my prediction was that the Giants will draft a quarterback again in the first round in 2020.
I was there. I remember that.
So yeah, there's a part of me like sometimes you're better off being wrong. You want to know what? Just imagine if they draft Herbert. Because they were high on Herbert
more likely
in 2018. They're checking him out. They're kind of ready to make him. They ended up going with Daniel Jones. I mean, if they do go with two quarterbacks in back-to-back first rounds, that's scary. Now I'm getting to the point. Do the Giants know their drafts tonight? Like, someone picking him? Now it's not funny. Now it's kind of getting to the fear. Like, shouldn't something being done?
Actually,
following.
They don't have a bad way to go as far as talent. They're going to get a talented player, but they haven't made their pick right now because they're on the phones. They're on the text. They're trying to thumb up a trade there, aren't they, Nate?
Yeah. Well, here's another thing. I mean, just because you get a highly talented player doesn't mean you're necessarily going to be able to develop. There's a lot of talent. I mean, people are drafted in the first round, obviously, because they're talented. Some might need more better outcome from teams into developing. So it's you see the same teams drafting in the top 10 year after year after year for a reason.
Right.
It's a shit.
The Cowboys drafted pick 16 to 18 every year. So we're just right.
Yeah,
all right. Yeah. Now I'm getting a little what the hell's going on, guys? Come on.
You're getting that elite punter.
That long snapper.
Yeah.
Out there.
We're getting that gunner.
Use a special teams coach, Tom. They wanted to focus on special teams. Come on, Tom. You're smiling. You know it's true.
They're like, what are they going to do here? They're like, they just found out Dave Gettleman does not have wireless at his house. He's
calling it in. He's calling it in, man.
He's making the pick using AOL Instant Messenger.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, the pick is in.
All right, look, guys, let's go over it again. The first picks: Joe Burrow, Chase Young. All right, Jeff Okudah. These are thumbs up picks, each one. All right, let's put up our emoji. I'm saying thumbs up.
There's no way. This is going to be so good. It's going to be Tua. Watch this. The Giants are going to draft Tua, and they're going to laugh.
So, and we talked about the first team to make a reach. All right. And we talked about, it's going to be once the obvious blue chippers are off the board. And really that's the case now. Now there's a drop off in talent. We're not saying that the guys that come after this are bad by any means, but they're not like this generational stud player, right?
No.
No, I mean, it's funny because if you were, it'd be interesting. I have a feeling a lot of teams have this like a lowly graded first round. What I mean by that is every team gives first round grades or a round grade to every prospect.
Right.
A lot of teams only have maybe 18 players on the given first round grades. So it wouldn't surprise me if some team, whether they're right or wrong, have it valued at like a 13-player first-round draft or something.
Yeah. And I don't think a lot of people understand that. The board, first-round grade does not mean that's where they get drafted. That's where this team is looking at for their group of players that they think is going to be available usually, around there. A lot of boards don't even have players on them that they're not going to get. Like if they're drafting towards the end of the draft, they don't have the number 1, 2, and 3 player, on their board.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think you're going to see a lot of reaches in cornerback this year, particularly for my taste. I think there's only a select 2 cornerbacks that are worthy of the first round grade, but you're going to see there's such a big drop off from the beginning talent to the later prospects that you're going to be seeing teams reaching for corners in the first round.
Well, the pick is in for the New York Giants. Tom, I'm going to let you take over at this point, sir. All right.
I'm so excited. Oh, yes.
So, like,
What do you think, Tom?
All right, Tom.
Andrew Thomas, offensive tackle from Georgia.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, well, he's the guy of the group who actually played left tackle. So he's a kind of a plug and play guy.
He's a solid guy. He's a guy they needed. Ideally, they didn't want to draft him there at number 4, but they did. I'm sure they tried to trade down just, later into the top 10, ideally, maybe 11 or 12, and nobody was biting. Okay. Nobody was biting.
Yeah. And you heard that by some people leaking out that Andrew Thomas would have been the first tackle taken, because if you looked at mock drafts several weeks ago, he was not named.
Najee Harris flanked to his left.
All right, well, why don't we break him down here?
Tagovailoa set to throw, rips it across the middle, completes a first down.
3 running backs that he's had in the first 2 games.
Tied already in Gamecock territory. The RPO and the throws complete. Devontae Smith again, and Smith's all the way down inside the 3 wideouts to the near side and 1 to the top of the screen. And now Waddle in motion. Tua looks his way.
Stall. Okay, yeah.
Can you get Tua to try to spread the ball and make some mistakes? 5 of our eligible players.
Steve's second stint as offensive coordinator for Alabama after being able to
or a long snapper.
I heard Gunner.
Needed to play well. They said Javon Kinlaw, Ernest Jones at linebacker, and J.C. Horn in the second.
All right, well, hey, Nate, while he's waiting for that, what do you think about this?
Yeah, it's interesting because he played both tackles. And primarily, I knew a lot of teams valued him as the most pro-ready left tackle. Because the other guy you have, Wills, who's primarily a right tackle, only had 1 year of production, and Wirfs, a lot of teams value him as a guard.
Right.
I think,
and I see that as well. I mean, I do too. I think he's much better suited for guard.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that's what they went with, the guy who can contribute now.
All right. So Spinksy, are you? Do you have your info up there? Okay.
Look, we all know Georgia had a strong run game in 2018 and 2019, and he is the reason. He started at right tackle as a freshman and moved to left tackle the last couple of seasons. He's explosive. He's got great footwork. He uses his hands extremely well. I'm actually happy for them to have actually taken him. I think he's going to do wonders. He will be in front of Saquon the next 5 years. He'll just be handling guys out of the way, and Saquon will be up the guts. The Giants are looking dangerous. So I could see the Giants and the Redskins trying to compete for who's second behind the Cowboys.
Well, I think if you pair them up.
Have you had time to process it, Tom? It's not like Daniel Jones where you were just in shock. Okay, this is actually an okay pick, I think.
Yeah, it addresses their need. It might not have been the best available, but it's their biggest need. And if he is a plug and play left tackle, they can pair him up against Will Hernandez at left guard.
Give him a power left side, which I think is insane.
And then you get a mobile quarterback. You could probably run the read option off that. And this is something I think Saquon Barkley would be happy. You could get Daniel Jones is happy, and if they're able to just become that smash mouth team, all of a sudden, if Jones gets time and Barkley gets holes, that's going to be something that can be really scary going forward.
Well, let me ask you this. Isn't this the Daniel Jones pick all over again? And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean the way that everybody was down on it. But I remember when you and I talked, we said, hey, after the shock wears off, this guy, we just don't know. The possibility is there. You have to believe that Gettleman saw something, but it was a shock. Here, the shock factor is not as big, but it's still a reach. It's still a pick that everybody says, man, should be happening down around, 9, 10, 11, 12, something like that. And Gettleman doesn't give a fuck. He just says, hey, this is my guy. I want him. I'm taking him.
I think the shock was the people felt the Giants could have got Daniel Jones because the Giants ended up getting 3 first-round picks. They felt like they could have gotten Daniel Jones at number 15. And I think at 15, they got Dexter Lawrence. So who's someone who, if he develops, Dexter Lawrence could be a top force to be reckoned with, pushing up the middle.
Right.
And also, I think when you look at the Giants defense, they're still very young. Lorenzo Carter's a third-year player. Dexter Lawrence is a second-year player. They just the guy Leonard Williams just signed the 10-year. So he's playing for a contract. So if Leonard Williams plays up to his what he's supposed to play up to, and also Dexter Lawrence develops, you could have 2 potential elite pass rushers coming up the middle after you on the 3-4. And if Lorenzo Carter uses that speed going forward, and also they had a linebacker Connolly from Wisconsin who had a great 2 games, but he tore his ACL. He was showing a lot of promise. So
all right. Well, again, that power left side, if that comes up, man, I think you nailed it. It's worth everything. It doesn't matter. Nate, the pick is in for the Miami Dolphins. I'm going to let you take and drive this pump.
Enough of the gay-ass Giants here.
Yeah, enough of this Giants stuff. Who cares about that? I mean, it would have been more interesting if they would have taken a QB. I'm just saying.
Yeah, this is where the draft is going to get interesting because people there was rumors that they were going to go up for a tackle. I believe that to be bullshit, and I think they're going to go quarterback, but it depends on how much they value durability, because that's really the only thing you could see on tape that would put Herbert above Tua.
I'm taking Herbert. Like, if you had the choice right now, you'd be taking Herbert over Tua. The difference between them is not worth what can potentially be a career-ending injury. I can't see them taking Tua. I think Tua falls.
They took Tua.
They did.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I win.
Big C.
I win. That's it. That's it. That was mine all along. That I said they were going to trade up to pick him. It doesn't matter. They went with Tua. That my sources said they were going with Tua. All right. I had them do it in the mod. All right. Tua, it is where they're going.
Okay.
And this is where we find out that Tom is just pulling our leg and he just pranked the hell out of us. Okay.
Hey, wait, but do you think the Chargers go with Herbert?
Spinksy, break Tua down. He's the pick.
Look, Tua
I mean, break him down the other way.
Oh, it's hard to say, man. Look, Tua came into everyone's eyes in 2018 when he led Alabama to the college football national championship game with an overtime win over Clemson. He spent most of last year with the team. He had a hip injury late in the season and came back to get destroyed by LSU. But that injury is an issue going forward. It seems to be an old man's injury. So the fact he has it at such a young age, he's going to have issues going forward. He does. Like to a firm.
3rd and 11 all day. Zone.
So
touchdown. Guess who?
Score
the bottom of your screen.
The guy
looked that way. Nothing was open. He stopped again. And what the hell?
He's a superstar. However, he is left-handed.
25 yards.
FaceTime with Matt Ryan this morning.
So
college kids, you're a punter.
Really good.
Here's Tagovailoa throwing wide open.
Yeah, so having a left-handed
touchdown. Devontae Smith for the score.
Keep him close, but in front. Just like that.
And races goes Devontae Smith. He will cruise to the end zone. 4 yards, touchdown Alabama.
That's incorrect. Hold on. When he gets hit, what?
When he gets hit again, yeah.
Because he's going to get hammered. Because I guarantee you that at 31 teams in the NFL will have just as good a medical information on this guy. Yep. And just like in the movie The Longest Yard, they're going to pass that shit around the room and they're going to know exactly where to hit this guy, aren't they?
Yeah, so look, I think I had a mock draft going earlier in the week. I had Tua there. I had him taking DeAndre Swift, the running back, with the next pick, I think, and they had a tackle as well. So it'd be nice to have someone in front of him to protect him, but it's going to be a bit of a system switch, having to protect the right side rather than the left side.
True.
We'll see how they go. Yeah.
So you need to get that right tackle, and most of these tackles played right tackle.
Well, not only is it a system switch on, like, all right, you're on a different hand. Okay. So now all of a sudden you're a little bit slower. Not only you're a little bit slower, you're going up against a faster guy, a quicker guy normally, right?
Yeah. It seems to be every pick so far has seemed to have fallen the way we all expected. Like the Giants reached a 20 bit, but that's exactly what they're after. I see Herbert going here to the Chargers, and probably Isaiah Simmons going to the Panthers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because they were hyping up trades all over the place this morning, and so far 1 through 5 have been bang, bang, bang. Like really, really no shockers.
A good friend of
What's
mine.
What's that say, Nate? I mean, basically, his word is out that, hey, after Nate went, that why even try? Okay.
Fake news.
A good friend of mine, Dan, is a Chargers fan, and I'm sure he's at home on the couch at the moment. Hi, Dan. I'm sure he hopes that the
Herbert,
Chargers,
right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
They've got to be doing backflips that Miami went Tua.
Exactly right. Yeah, I'd be so happy. So
I feel like Tua is high risk, high reward. Herbert might not have as much upside, but Herbert's a safer pick.
Well, here's the question: if you knew Tua was going to have the career of Andrew Luck, is he worth the pick right there? I mean, play where you knew he was going to have a limited career under 10 years. Would you do it?
For Andrew Luck? Yeah.
Yeah, for Andrew Luck's production in about 7 years. Is that?
I'm saying for Andrew Luck, yes, but for anybody lower than Andrew Luck, no.
That's what I'm saying. So you're betting on extremely high production for limited amount of years.
Yeah. I would have still done it for like 7 years. Yeah. I would have done it, but because at Andrew Luck's level, I mean, he's that generational talent,
Yeah, I mean that's the hope, because Tua, I mean, he has been injured.
But the Colts already had that pick. They didn't have to like trade 3 number 1s for him. I would not have done that. Okay, but let me ask you this. Right now, there is going to be another QB going off the board, right, Nate?
I think so. I think it's going to be Justin Herbert, but you could see a run on tackles. That's the thing. What would you do? Do you think Herbert's a good enough of a prospect to where if you didn't just say, fuck it, I'm going to go offensive tackle, I'm going to go Mekhi Becton here and sign Cam Newton?
No, here's why. Okay. You can't get him later in the draft. You can't get someone like him later in the draft. He's not the number 1 guy in the draft, but he's definitely a top 10 guy in the draft because of position scarcity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where you're going to draft him, but I don't have him as a first-round talent.
I have him. Well, you see, it's hard to separate the two, but I definitely don't think he's anywhere near the tier of like even Tua is, but Tua is so injury prone, it knocks him so far down. So, but the Chargers they really have no choice.
I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. If you're asking me, I'm so low, I'm not high enough on Herbert where I say I'm going to take an elite left tackle prospect right now, and I'll take the risk of having someone like Cam Newton or Jameis Winston come in.
But the top offensive tackles in this draft are not considered like the top offensive tackles that are normally available in a good offensive tackle draft. They're just really good guys.
To you, but I'm saying if they believe they have a great offensive
true.
I think I would go that direction. I would lean that direction. Give me a banged up Cam Newton over Justin Herbert is what I say.
Or
I could see that, but I don't agree.
You do both. You bring, would Newton want to come in for a 1-year deal and you have Herbert develop under him, but it's also the Chargers ownership. They're not going to go out breaking the bank. They would probably.
I just don't see them doing, because I think it could be taken as a slight to Herbert if they go and get someone like Cam Newton.
Well, I mean, this actually is going pretty much, if you follow,
Herbert, it's official.
It is official, Justin Herbert. And, it's really no surprise again. I'm right. You're wrong, Nate. I mean, that's pretty much, how people figured that was going to come out. But
that wasn't a prediction, you dickhead.
All right. But then, speaking of Cam Newton, all right, I mean, that his old team is up next, but let's talk about Justin Herbert. Let's talk about what he does bring to the party. He's the guy that's number 3 on Connor Livesay's chart as quarterbacks. He also put Tua up. Spinksy, do you have the info up on Justin Herbert that you can throw in at this time?
I sure do. I love Herbert. Before the start of the 2019 season, I had Herbert above Tua and Joe Burrow. Herbert's a freak. He throws the ball downfield like no one else we've ever seen. Really enjoy watching him. He's been fantastic with Oregon. We always thought he was going to go to the Chargers, so this is a very good choice. I'm sure my friends who are Chargers fans are extremely happy. So this will be good. Yeah, they had Philip Rivers was their quarterback for 16 years or something. Was there
for about 15 years? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think having the stability of Herbert, who rarely gets hurt, he's always there. He's a good team man as well. They're going to do things this year. The Chargers can't wait. So he should start straight away, I'd say.
Yeah, my big issue with Justin Herbert is the fact he reminds me a lot of Josh Allen, and that's a prospect guy, not really a guy who really achieves what his talents. I mean, he's a huge guy, athletic, big cannon for an arm. I just see a less athletic Josh Allen.
Yeah. Now, do you think going forward that mobility is such a key factor in that quarterbacks need to have in the modern day NFL in 2020?
Okay, hold on. Anything is a step up from Rivers in mobility, isn't it? Come on.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he's right. I mean, the coaches have less and less time with these players to really coach them up. So I think, more than ever, it's more important that a quarterback can create his own plays.
All right. I
mean, too, that's, that's a similar system that they run in college, and it's kind of, there's less teaching off that.
Yeah,
it's like the read option is replacing the play action pass.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way the league's going. You can just take a look at the list of players that have, if this was 1993, would have been laughed at as pro prospects being in the first round. Deshaun Watson, you would have laughed at that idea. You would have laughed at someone like Lamar Jackson. You would have, you'd laugh.
All right. Well, the pick for the Panthers is in. Nate, why don't you announce it when it comes across? And I'm going to ask you before it comes in, are we in Derrick Brown territory here?
I think it could be, or they could be Isaiah Simmons. I think it depends
Simmons,
on how they view Simmons. I mean, if you're going to make a change, change the culture of the team.
Well, look at the linebacker that they lost. Aren't you?
I think they're different players.
Aren't you looking to replace that?
You're assuming they view him as a lineman. I mean, I don't know how the Panthers view new coaching staff and everything. They could view him as a safety, and because of position value, they value him less.
Right.
So,
we're going to find out here in a moment. All right.
I say it's Simmons.
Yeah, I reckon it is too. Yes, Simmons. Yeah.
I think he's the best player on the board by far, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think with this too, like if you're the Panthers, you could be like, no, the one position that's set is running back with Christian McCaffrey. Quarterback, I don't see them reaching if you let Cam Newton walk. So I see them going with Simmons. Get that Swiss Army knife on defense.
Hey, let's roll this back around real quick before the Panthers pick comes in. And rolling back to Justin Herbert, Spinks, look at what he's got to work with in LA. They got a pretty decent receiving core. They got an offensive line that's been getting better, and a defense that's on the upswing. So, I mean, it's not like he's walking into a really bad situation, is it?
No, he's not. No. Well, I'm just going over my notes here. He's extremely accurate passer as well. So I think having speed on the outside to burn, he is going to hit those guys every single time. He throws less interceptions than the top three quarterbacks that have already gone. So big things are happening with the Chargers. I really like Herbert going there. It's a great pick up.
Yeah, I think it's a good match. I mean, it's is Herbert as good as X, Y, or Z other quarterbacks? I don't think that's the question. I think is what is the talent available on the board? Does he fit our team? And I think the answer is yeah, he's the best one on the board. And yeah, you know what? He does fit our team.
Yeah, he sure does.
So who do you think's the next quarterback off the board?
That is an interesting question.
Love or Hurts, or Love Hurts?
Yeah, exactly.
I definitely think it's Love. I don't think too many teams are high on first to where we're going to see him in the first, despite what we might hear.
Yeah,
yeah. I don't think a team's going to reach for Love or Hurts going forward.
I don't think so.
Oh, no, I do. QBs towards the end, especially if there's a trade to get back into the first towards the bottom. Oh yeah. I can definitely see that happening.
Yeah, you could see a team like Green Bay move up for him. They would be a perfect prospect for someone like that who maybe don't see Aaron Rodgers being around sometime in the next 3 years. Snatch up a great talent, or you could see. Who the fuck knows? Maybe you could see a team like Minnesota. Maybe you see a team like New Orleans. Especially New Orleans. They have a 1-year Super Bowl window.
Yeah, I think New Orleans, they got to be looking, when Drew Brees got hurt, they didn't lose a game.
Yeah, that was incredible. But that QB's gone now.
Yeah, so you got to wonder, was that the time to be like, all right, Drew Brees, Hall of Fame player, 40 years old, do we need to cut bait?
One GM already walked away from Drew Brees. Would you want to be the second one that walked away too early?
A 40-year-old Drew Brees, yes.
You look at the quality of play between the two quarterbacks, and there's no way you can make the comparison that Teddy Bridgewater played better quarterback than Drew Brees.
What he said. Oh my God, I just agreed with
got a selection.
All right, selection is in. Well, yeah,
Derrick
it's been in for a while,
We got Derrick Brown.
Derrick Brown. It was time. Okay. Wow.
Now, I think this is where you can see the first trade.
Well, this I thought was the best fit for them right now. I thought, all right, Derrick Brown would serve the biggest need for them. And I think that you probably saw it why. I think that you called it, they probably see Simmons maybe more as not the linebacker that they would need, but somebody further back. Spinksy, what do you got? Break him down for us.
I love Derrick Brown. Spent many years at Auburn. The kid is an absolute weapon. He's probably my top defensive player on the board. I'm just going through to have a look at that actually now. But yeah, spent a good couple of years there. Derrick Brown is an absolute freak. Him and Raekwon Davis were my top two. And my bad. Hang on. Just talk amongst yourselves.
No, I definitely think Simmons goes next to Arizona.
Surely.
I mean, he is a talent, but that was something that Connor had warned about, is because of his tweener status.
Yeah.
That, he could be a guy that slides down the board. The other position, I think that it's a bad year to be a wide receiver, because I think the wide receiver position is going to slide down the board because of how deep it is.
Yeah.
It's going to be, okay, I can get a guy similar talent later, so I'm not going to draft this guy now. And so that wide receiver talent, guys that talent-wise should be going in the top 5, top 10 for sure, are actually going to go in top 15, maybe top 20 even. So,
Yeah.
I found with sorry, mate.
And I don't think a running back will go first round either this year.
There's only one I think that could possibly go, and you're right. I don't see it.
Yeah, I can't see. I think Derrick Brown has been so good with Auburn the last couple of years. The kid is explosive off the line. He's got solid hands. He knows what he's doing in the field. The Panthers needed him, but I think they could have taken Simmons as well. But as you guys were saying, the in-between factor, they're not really sure exactly what Simmons is. But I think Derrick Brown is a safe choice here. I had him going about pick 10 or 11. So the fact he went, that's all right. It's okay.
Now, could he also line up as an edge, or is he primarily defensive tackle?
He's defensive tackle all the way.
Yeah.
I mean, he's either going to be a one technique or a nose tackle, depending on the front he plays. Who do you guys think Arizona's going to take? Because they could easily go. They wanted offensive tackle. They have that available. Or do you take someone like Isaiah Simmons, who you didn't think was going to be there? But remember, they drafted Hassan Reddick a few years ago, and he hasn't lived up to par. And they're very similar players.
Well, I mean,
Simmons. Yeah.
No, just imagine if Arizona drafts a quarterback again. That would be
30 years in a row.
Actually, I could see them going for a wide receiver right here.
Maybe to pair, because you got to think too, if they want to invest in Kyler Murray, you either protect him or give him a weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you guys do? Come on, stop beating around the bush. What do you do?
All right. Wide receiver any of a handful at the top.
Okay. Spencer.
I'd be taking Isaiah Simmons here. A guy like that falls to you. You need to take him, even if you don't have an exact spot to use him. He's just that good. So.
I got Isaiah Simmons, and I love how on camera you're not hearing anyone making phone calls. They're just texting with each other.
Yeah,
which I think is absolutely hysterical.
The pick is in. I think
via voice, you might be able to catch something. You got to be careful.
Let's see. Isaiah Simmons.
Isaiah Simmons.
Right.
Well done, gentlemen. Well done. That means Nate was correct, and I was wrong.
Well, eat a dick, Van. All right. What do you guys think Jacksonville does here? Do you think they?
Well, let's talk about Isaiah Simmons for a second. Break it down. Look at the review and how he fits in with the team. All right.
This kid can play strong safety, free safety, linebacker on the edge, hand in the dirt. He is fast as fuck. 104 tackles, I think, last year. A couple of sacks as well. I think 8 sacks. This kid is phenomenal. He's, as we all spoke about, he doesn't really have one spot as such. He can do virtually everything. So that might be his downside in the NFL. You need 2 or 3 of them on your team. If you had 2 guys like him, you wouldn't need anyone else. But the fact is that they need to find the spot for him. So it'll be interesting to see how they actually use him going forward. But he is an exceptional talent, and he should be.
I might see him as like maybe I think outside linebacker might be better. You could be someone who you could go into a nickel package and have him as a linebacker out there, or you can just go a traditional, have 2 corners out there, and he just moves out from outside linebacker to pick up the 3rd wide receiver because he has the speed for it. So this is something that is going to be unique, and it is going to be interesting to see how they use him. I think the smart move, would be linebacker, because what, give him on a weight program, have him bulk up a little bit, and just be like, no, just go for the ball, just be a ball hawk,
Well, uber versatile players like that. The Cowboys had Byron Jones and couldn't decide where to play him. They moved him around a bit. Then they put him at safety. Then they moved him to cornerback, and he seems to have settled in quite well there. That didn't really work out so well for where they drafted him and what they were hoping for. Still a really good player, and I think he's going to, do well at his next team. But then you look at what the Chargers did with Derwin James, another guy that was a tweener guy. And wow, he just blew up. So I think this guy is more like a Derwin James than a Byron Jones.
Yeah, I see the same thing. I definitely see him more of like a Jamal Adams. I think you line him up more at safety. I think he's actually faster, more athletic than a Derwin James.
Wow, that's freaking scary, man.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't think immediately he's going to be a ball chasing linebacker or a weak side linebacker immediately. I think if you're going to get the most value out of his play initially, it's going to be at a safety, box safety role.
Well, you know, the Chargers found ways to put him in situations as a rookie and use his skills to where he had a really, really good year. And they moved him around in between safety and then, you know, you call it linebacker, but it was a passing situation. He was actually, you know, a DB replacement where they would put him up on the line and stuff like that. I think they did pretty much what you just described, right?
Yeah, basically what you said. Anyway, it's interesting because we talk about these flexible players and or these freak athletes, and you see a team like Jacksonville could go maybe 4 or 5 different directions. There's holes everywhere.
Mm-hmm. They got 2 picks though.
Yeah, but I mean, I think because they draft at 20, the depth at cornerback suffers big time, in that they could. I believe this would be a reach to get DJ Henderson.
All right, and with that in mind, Tom, why don't you take the Jaguars pick and walk it in, set it up for us?
All right. I think after this pick, you're going to see a rush on tackles with the Cleveland Browns and New York Jets.
Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. That's what they need.
Yeah. I think they both need that. I think.
But what will the Jaguars do? We predicted that they would go safety one way or the other, right? In our mock.
Thanks. You got your hands up.
I think they take CJ Henderson. I think they reach and take a cornerback in CJ Henderson, which is not a bad pick, but 9th overall is probably too early. But I think they need him. So CJ.
I mean, we picked, you know, a DB, a safety, or whatever, and each time that we predicted that they would reach. So, and every mock that we've done, it would be interesting to see if they took a value guy here.
Well, when was the last time they, besides last year, how many of their first round picks have they hit on?
They hit on a lot of picks. They just couldn't handle them. They just,
I mean,
as a team, like they lose them. I mean, they hit on to, but they, good Ramsey, you know, immediately comes to mind.
What about Fournette? They were trying to shop Fournette too.
Yeah, well, Fournette has no value. He can only run out of a two back formation.
And then what's his name that went to the Rams and then moved on? I mean, he's been increasing his value.
You also had their premier defensive player talking trash with the owner's son on Twitter.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the way to roll. They need to help that defense, but I could also see them moving and starting the rush on offensive line protectors.
Yeah, because I would say now that there's no edge rusher available at this pick for good value.
They could. Well, we're not talking about good value. We're talking about who the Jaguars might take.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're either going to go offensive tackle here, Christian Wirfs, or they can go Jedrick Wills, or they're going to go C.J. Henderson, or they could go someone like Javon Kinlaw.
How many guys do you want to fucking pick? Oh, they could take this guy.
Yeah, they have that many holes.
Okay, Spinksy, which LSU player are they going to take?
Hopefully, because the last LSU guy they took was Fournette, and he turned out shit. So, hopefully.
Well, he had one good year.
So that means they do it again, right?
Yeah, he was all right the first year, wasn't he? And but he just, I think he's got attitude issues. I think on the field he's okay, but I think off the field he's a fuckwit. So. Yeah.
What about Delpit here? It's way early, but I mean, man, can the kid do everything but one thing?
He can't tackle.
Well, that's the thing. In his sophomore year, his tackling was much better, and it almost looked like he was taking a year off because he knew he was a high prospect and didn't want to blow his chances of.
I think he could even drop into the second round.
I think he could actually too. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I don't think.
I think he should.
But here's the thing: we talk about safeties, and you hear a name that comes out of players that are on the trading block from the team guys that went high, like a Malik Hooker. If I'm a team like the Cowboys, I seriously consider that with that kind of talent.
Oh yeah. And scheme fit. You know, you really want to, when you're doing something like that, when you're taking a player that high at that position, you want not only the talent, but you want scheme fit. You want his talents to fit your scheme. And so, I mean, and man, that would have been, I would have loved to pick up there, but you know, there's only so many first ones.
All right. Pick is in.
And drum roll. May we have a drum roll? We need some sound effects here, guys.
DJ Henderson.
Yep.
There it is.
For cornerback.
All right. You know, I actually like this pick.
No.
All right. I mean, I didn't expect them to, you know, to actually stick with talent level. You know, I don't know, man. Break it down for us, Spinksy. What do you got on TJ?
I enjoy TJ Henderson. There's a few issues though with him. I think they've definitely reached here. It's way too early. He can play corner like no one else. The problem is there's so many good corners around. So I think it's hard to sort of take him so early. That's obviously what they need, and I predicted it myself. He's athletic, he's explosive, shows good long speed and great recovery speed. He had 38 tackles in 2018 and 42 tackles, I think it was, in 2019. He's really good with pass breakups and interceptions. I just don't know whether they've reached too far here. I suppose only time would tell. But going forward, I think this is a good pick. So,
Tom, what do you think? Is this a typical Gettleman type pick where he just goes, you know what, screw it, this is our guy, we're taking him?
Well, Gettleman still thinks people don't use the forward pass.
Okay.
But I think with this one too, you know, I think it is a reach. You know, when you get a cornerback with the number 9 pick, the expectations are even higher. It also makes you wonder, what are the Jaguars going to do with the 20th pick? So, you know, the Jaguars, they're going over a culture shift, to say the least.
Get bookend cornerbacks. Okay.
Yeah. So it's, you know, they want to bring in a new regime. They were very close to making it to a Super Bowl. And then things went very bad very quickly. You know, Nick Foles, that didn't pan out. They're more prolific players. All of them want to get traded.
And did.
They pretty much did as of now. Their owner is also getting into professional wrestling. So that makes you wonder about a few things too.
And that's where his skill set lies, if you ask me. I don't think he's a good owner. All right. You know, before I pass it up to you, Nate, I want to ask you to me, and I was curious if anybody would bring it up. So hopefully you will. This thing just stinks. It screams of an organization saying, see, we can replace Jalen Ramsey. No problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I look at it too. I mean, I knew some teams were higher on, not Jalen Ramsey, but they were higher on Henderson than they were Okudah. I think those teams are retarded, but I'm just,
but, you know, don't hold back. Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah,
okay.
But I mean, I am not that high on CJ Henderson. I think they could have gone they could have gone almost any direction. Honestly, they could have gone offensive tackle. I would have gone wide receiver here because it looks like the way they're going, they're trying to tank for Trevor.
All right. Well, my sarcasm aside on my earlier description, it's a typical Jaguars pick. I don't think there's any surprise here. Do you, Tom?
Well, I think too, you know, you mentioned the one thing, if you thought going wide receiver, I think they're going to have their choice of wide, or, you know, they'll have at least a decent choice at number 20, you know, and this is where, if you have 2 first-round picks, you're going to have, for right now, you're going to have a different
Tom, Jedrick Wills just got drafted.
So,
all right, well, why don't you go ahead and finish the intro on him?
Yeah, Jedrick Wills, a guy who played mostly right tackle, thought he had the biggest attitude. It's funny that we haven't seen a trade yet. We were talking about teams that were most likely to move in and out. No one's budged so far, and we're starting to.
But now they're setting Willis up to, you know, supposedly to move to the left side, or is that just a maybe?
That's possibly. I mean, that's the hope. I know they think he's a good enough of an athlete to do so. So that's probably the hope in a few years. But it wouldn't shock me if you have an immediate starter, at least on the right side, even though they won't do that because they signed Jack Conklin. So they're going to probably give him the opportunity to start day one at left tackle.
All right, that makes sense. Spinksy, what do you got on Wills, man? Break it down for us.
Unfortunately, I've spent a lot of time watching Alabama games over the last few years, which really annoys me. But Jedrick Wills is a freak.
The look of pain on your face, man.
It sucks, man. Yeah, he's a freak. He is strong on and off the field. He's always in the weight room. I actually, before the start of last year, I had him ranked a lot lower, but a huge year in 2019 saw him really jump up the board. 6'4", 312 pounds. There's a video.
Nice size.
Yeah, he's huge, man. There's a video getting around that he bench pressed 250 pounds over and over again. So, and I believe at the combine, he ran a 5.1 40-yard dash. So,
what about the length of his arms, man?
He's huge, yeah. So a guy that size, he uses his hands really well when he's fast too. So I expect him to be blocking for many years to come.
All right. Tom, what do you think? You know, you predicted that the offensive tackle run would start right here. I think it's a good value picking at this. This is where these tackles were predicted, you know, talent level to be going. What do you think?
I think this is one where the talent level also meets the need of the team. You just got to wonder, would you want to be going into Cleveland right now? But still, this could be this, you know, Joe Thomas had a great career in Cleveland as an offensive tackle. So Willis could solidify the offensive line going forward and give Baker Mayfield a little more protection because Lord knows Baker Mayfield needs a lot more protection.
Yeah, I mean, a lot more. That this definitely is a need pick, but it's also a value pick. It's really rare when they come together, and even more rare when those two things come together when you're talking about the Cleveland Browns. Wouldn't you agree with that, Nate?
Yeah, I mean, they made the right choice. They're trying to build around Baker Mayfield. It's interesting because we take a team like the New York Jets. They're in a situation, how do you help out your quarterback the most? Do you take the offensive tackle to protect your quarterback, or do you get him the weapon right here? They're in that predicament right now.
Yeah. Well, they have OJ, you know, so, I mean, what's the problem? I mean, he's the best wide receiver in the NFL, right?
OJ Simpson?
Are they gonna trade Orange Shoe's head and, you know, during the draft and get some second round value for him maybe?
Hey, this ain't no Bill O'Brien here. I'm the trade master.
That's why I'm asking you, man.
Okay.
I didn't want to ask somebody else and have you get all upset and interrupt.
Yeah,
okay.
Some fucking
So, you know,
appreciation would be nice, man.
all right. So what do you think, Spinksy? You know, New York Jets are on the clock. The Cleveland Browns, though, let's answer that question. Do you think they're going to trade the wide receiver and try to get some value for him? Supposedly he is on the board.
Yeah, apparently he's had enough. I'd be trying to keep him. OBJ, to be honest with you, I think he's a fantastic talent, and he just needs the right coaches around him. Sometimes he can be a bit wayward, which we found with the Giants. But I think he's an exceptional talent. So I think
the coaching, you know, admittedly, the coaching last year in Cleveland was a joke. The whole staff was just a mishmash. I mean, I don't blame him for looking around and go, "Hey, this is a bunch of clowns in here," you know. So, you know, I can definitely see that. All right. Well, as we move up, the Jets are on the clock. Tom, it's a New York thing going on there. There's no way I'm going to ask anybody else but you to dial this up, set this up. You've already kind of made a prediction. Go with it.
Yeah, I mean, my prediction, I think they'll go with offensive tackle. That's what they need most.
I'm sorry, Tom, I'm hearing an echo in here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a New York football team needs an offensive tackle. I haven't heard that in a while.
All right.
But, you know, even though they can get their choosing at wide receiver, it's just wide receiver, like you mentioned, is so deep. and I think worse is the safer bet than Becton. Even though Becton put up a great 40 time and he's a monster, his technique wasn't as good. And you kind of got to always be a little maybe cautious of like the people that have the phenomenal athletic numbers, but also do not look great on tape.
But
here's the thing. What if you view someone like view someone like Wirfs as a guard? Do you think his talent overrides someone who's definitely going to play left tackle like Becton?
I would say in this situation, if you're going to switch, if you're drafting someone in the first round, they shouldn't have to switch positions. And if they do have to switch positions, you really got to do your homework and be like, has this person, swung?
Well, now that happens all the time on the defensive line and the offensive line, I think, in the first round. Especially out on the edge where guys played, linebacker, but in the pros, they're going to be, hand down defensive end, or vice versa, where they're going to move them out and stuff. It happens in those. And it also happens with some of these versatile guys that get moved from linebacker to safety. And then, there's a few guys from offensive guard, offensive center, especially, that I find towards the end of the first, they get moved around.
Well, the thing is you can play either tackle or center. It's easier to switch positions to guard. That's the thing. If you're good enough of an athlete, they can convert you to guard, vice versa. So
yeah, because as a center, you actually have to think. So
yeah.
Well, actually, all along the offensive line, that has the reputation of being a thinking man's position, and there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, these are generally your more intelligent athletes on the team. Is the offensive line room?
Well, according to the Wonder Lake, it's all a bunch of quarterbacks and offensive linemen. But then again, why take it if you're a wide receiver?
Not all the quarterbacks.
No, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I heard it described to me one time, and I think this is quite accurate. I mean, sometimes football makes sense to people.
All right. Well, the pick is in for the Jets. The Jets have, I hate to say it, have been on a little bit of a roll here lately. They've made some nice picks. Are they actually going to keep their eyes focused on the prize here and not screw this up?
They're going to draft Kyle Brady.
I think they're going to go wide receiver, even though I think they should go tackle.
I could see them going wide receiver.
Okay, they went with the offensive tackle.
Boy, Mekhi Becton. Well, he's a hog molly, all right. I can tell you that much.
Imagine that dude on the shitter after a buffet.
All right, we'll make the official announcement here. All right, have they done it, or are they talking about it?
Official.
They made it. Mekhi Becton to the New York Jets. They're going for upside on this one.
All right. Well, so they put a New York Jets spin on it, but they still went with offensive line.
Yeah, I think what.
All right. Well, break him down for us, Spinksy. What do we got here?
Mekhi Becton is an animal of an offensive tackle. I've seen him ragdoll guys like they're about 5 years old. He's rarely beaten on the inside. He's the kind of guy you want to protect your quarterback. He uses his hands very well. He's got a solid base and great footwork. He's surprisingly athletic for someone so big, which we saw at the combine when he ran a 5-second flat 40, I think it was.
5.1.
By one, yeah. So he's going to do really well going forward. Really like this choice. They probably reached a 20 bit for him, but if you want your man and he's there, you go and get him.
Yeah, and it's funny. You just saw the clips of him dunking a basketball at well over 300 pounds. So I mean, the dude's an athlete.
He's unreal, yeah. And so he's always been talented. So obviously wasn't going to be a basketball star being so big and so fat, but.
All right, there is that. Let's say, endowed. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
So they did what they, again, they put the New York Jets spin on it. They went for upside. They really think this guy has a lot more to the table than the other guys on the board. That's an interesting look, if you will. But this does fit their team need in a big way, doesn't it?
Oh, it sure does, man. So he's going to be protecting Sam Darnold for the next couple of years. He rarely gets beaten on the inside, so I expect they might even draft a running back. Oh, no, they've still got Le'Veon Bell. So I expect Bell to be up, making more darts up the inside these days, especially with Becton now to protect him. They're going to be a good 1-2 combination.
All right. I see it as a good fit. We'll see if the pick works out. I mean, that's just the way that it goes. Nate, why don't you set up the pick that is in right now? I understand there's a team in Las Vegas, even if there are no players.
Yeah, the draft fell to them as perfectly as possible. John Gruden loves wide receivers. He has all of them on the board right now for his disposal. And it doesn't come to the make or break decision had CJ Henderson fell to them, because that would have been the position to either decide either CJ Henderson or any of the wide receivers. That's been taken off the board now. So they're definitely going wide receiver. I think they go CeeDee Lamb.
I think they go Henry Ruggs.
Either one of those makes sense all the way. What do you think, Tom? Are they onto something here, or this is the Raiders? Are they going to go ahead, and is this where Love comes off the board at QB?
Oh, that'd be great.
I would say this with the Raiders, they also too have 2 first-round picks. So your drafting strategy is totally different with number 12. So I would see, if they want wide receiver, they got their choice. CeeDee Lamb is probably the number 1 available, so they could go with him.
All right. Well, let me ask you this, Spinksy. Which one of those 2 receivers is the fastest? Is there a big difference in quickness?
Henry Ruggs is the fastest. Yeah.
Then that's who they take. It's the Raiders.
Yeah.
I mean, the ghost of Al Davis would come down, and just the team would fold.
Did you see on TV? Was there a big board maybe for the Raiders in Gruden's house?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
He's doing the Jerry Jones impersonation, you mean? Okay, yeah. No, I see wide receiver as being a great fit for them. I could also see them going completely off the rails and doing a QB right here. I just really could. I don't think they're all in with their QB, but I think they haven't quite found, who they're looking for at the right pick yet.
They'd use the QB at 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely see that as well.
Henry Ruggs, fuck you, Spinksy. You were right.
All right, well, Spinksy, you go ahead and announce him and break it all down, my man.
Yeah, with the 12th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Raiders select Alabama wide receiver Henry Ruggs III. This kid is obviously fast. We saw him at the combine. He ran a 4.27 40. He doesn't score as many touchdowns as some of the other Alabama guys. Obviously, you got Jerry Jeudy there as well, and Devonta Smith,
right,
who stayed at school. He's definitely a first-round choice. It was a good pickup here with the Raiders. But as we've all said, John Gruden and Mayock, they like the flashy guys. So this guy will fit in there perfectly. He's got a huge motor. He drives his opponents out of the way. I've seen him pick up like cornerbackers and just carry them down the field. He's quick, he's explosive. He's hard to tackle. He's got thighs on him like Saquon. He's going to be a good pick with the Raiders. And hopefully he's got a better quarterback to throw him the football. Maybe.
All right. Yeah, one can hope. Nate, man, come on. This is the team. He's a total fit for it, regardless of, he might not have been the one that you picked. Tell us, man, what's the fit here? I see this as a win-win. I see him as like really a top 10 talent, and they got him at number 12.
I think it's kind of bang or bust with him. I think he's very similar to a Deshaun Jackson. Diamonds on my neck. So he'll be one of those. You want to be those fucking guys who has 150 yards with 3 catches and 2 touchdowns one game, and then he'll be 1 catch for 15 yards the next. I think it's really bang or bust with this guy. Still, you're going to probably see value from this guy, just not as highly rated as any of the other two receivers you see at this time.
Right. All right. Makes a lot of sense. Tom, thank goodness the Giants don't play in that division, because they're getting some talent on that team, aren't they?
Well, I think too, it seems like with Ruggs III, he's their home run hitter. He's going to be their big play guy.
He is now, yeah.
Where it's like, Nate said, he'll have 2 catches and one of them's for 79 yards and a touchdown. So, and also, the Raiders like to go vertical. They always have. You just got to wonder who's the quarterback going to be throwing them the ball.
Well, I wasn't surprised. Again, once, it's just a matter of who had the most speed, even if it was just by a microsecond. That was where they were going to go.
My question is, would the Raiders go wide receiver again with number 19?
I don't see that not happening if the right guy would be available there. What about you, Nate?
No, I think the depth at cornerback is going to fall way too far. So I think they're in a position right now where they're almost going to have to take a player at cornerback, because the depth is just going to get shit the fucking bed after pick in the early.
Yeah, we're getting to the drop off, the cliff zone at a few of these positions where, we're definitely going to have a talent drop off.
They don't have a second round pick.
Shift gears a little bit, my man. San Francisco, your team, right? Okay.
San Francisco tree.
All right. They're on the clock. They were in the Super Bowl last year, and they got a pick at 13. That is not a bad thing. That's John Lynch doing well with his job. But now they traded away a lot of talent in the offseason. Okay. I'm talking specifically DeForest Buckner, right? Okay. The Colts have got to be pretty happy with that. That was a salary cap move. Where are they sitting? What's going on as this pick comes up?
Well, we know that cocksucker Lynch is not running the room. It's Kyle Shanahan. He's a fucking make-believe.
I'm sorry, Nate, before you get started, by the way, don't hold back. Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah. Well, what I tell you mean what I know. That's what I know. There's a difference between what I feel and what I know.
My bad.
As I was saying, they could go replenish that position at defensive line with someone like a Javon Kinlaw. Right. I don't think that's where they're going to go. They're going to go some firepower. They're going to give Garoppolo the help so he can go overthrow them again in the Super Bowl.
Jerry Jeudy, right?
Yeah, I think they're going to go with the more pristine route runner here, and that's Jerry Jeudy.
I think so. Right. Yeah, I think so.
Who's the fastest guy left?
Rager,
for sure, yeah.
That's where they're going to go then, because they got, all right, my take is Godwin has already said, it's time for me to go. They've already said, okay, we're going to try and trade you. I think they're trying to include maybe him in a trade right now, maybe trade down a little bit. I don't think they need to pick right here at 13 with what's on the board.
Who's going to trade? No one's going to trade. I keep saying trade, and no one trades.
Especially right now with everybody, not having the extra scouting to get the inside information. They're going, no. We're looking at guys. These are on our board. We want to make safe picks. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm seeing.
Speaking of which, the Steelers just traded.
No way. Did they?
Yeah. The Steelers just traded.
Okay. Hold on. Never mind.
Steelers didn't have a first round pick here, so they're going to get it. They're going to at least get another first round next year, and probably the second round pick and a third.
All right, and they're also looking at salary cap and stacking these high pick salaries and stuff when they run out of the contract, so they don't have a bunch of them happening in 1 year. That's really a smart move. Again, I thought that's what they were doing, that they were on the clock, but had convinced myself listening to you, Spinksy. Okay.
But here's the thing. I think they're going quarterback.
When you trade up like this, there's a good chance that you're going QB, but also there's a very limited amount of guys on the inside that can help you here, right?
It was the 49ers who traded their pick to the Bucks.
It said Steelers on my end.
The Bucks are
The Buccaneers. Well, then they're going wide receiver here, man.
Yeah,
well, they didn't swap the trade. They must have given him actually, they did.
Back to back, they're probably going wide receiver, offensive tackle, perhaps.
Yeah, they're building around Tom Brady.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, they're going on the offensive side of the ball, almost assuredly.
Landlord is Derrick Jeter.
So the Bucks are going to have pick now at 13 and pick 14. So I'd say they're going to take a wide receiver and a tackle.
All right, nice. Yeah, so they swapped up there. And now, Nate, do you know exactly what they got in that swap?
No, not yet. I mean, but I can assure you this, man. It's not what I would have got.
All right, no. Or let's be more specific, or as good as you would have got.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. I can't wheel and deal like I can. The internet.
All right, the pick is in, and we're thinking offensive tackle or wide receiver. Either one is a build around Tom Brady, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just updated now. So it looks like they got pick 13 and the 49ers moved back to 14.
Okay.
So
Right.
WC
Yeah. They just swapped positions there.
Yeah.
But I wonder what the sweetener was. That's what I wonder.
It's got to be for a wide receiver. Surely they wouldn't just move up one spot to take a tackle. I reckon they're going after Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, I think this is made for wide receiver.
Yeah.
I think this is Wirfs.
I mean, great move by San Francisco to get him to leap.
Yeah, that one spot.
I mean, John Lynch. Well done.
Well done. Last time that was done, the first round was San Francisco with the Bears when they went up to get Trubisky.
Was too, yeah.
It was either pick 3 and 4 or 2 and 3 or something like that.
Very interesting. I'm not sure. Yeah, surely they're coming up to take Jerry Jeudy, I think. I know Wirfs is on there still.
Well, the thing is, I mean, they would have had Jerry Jeudy no matter what.
They would have, yeah.
I mean, they obviously have someone specific in mind, or they would not have traded up. All right. So, and the pick is in. So, they've made the call. The only way they do this, again, I think they're building for this year. They know that Brady's not going to be there too long. They know that, the guys that they have there, Gronkowski, not going to be there that long effectively. So wide receiver, generally that wide receiver isn't that effective the first year. An offensive tackle, he may start for you and be effective. A wide receiver, maybe not.
Tristan Wirfs, eat a dick, fellas.
Yes. Pick up.
Fucking told you.
All right. Tristan Wirfs, man. I mean, break it down for us there, Spinksy. What do you got on the guy?
I really like Tristan Wirfs. I didn't think he'd fall this far, to be honest with you. Definitely a guy that you want to be protecting Tom Brady going forward. It's going to be a lot easier on Brady to be throwing the football downfield. Tristan Wirfs there to protect him. Did really well with Iowa the last couple of seasons. I really enjoy this guy. Just bringing up my notes. Hang on. Yeah.
Well, he's a big guy, right?
He's huge, yeah. He's huge. They're showing footage of him in the lounge room right now. The dude is cut. He's ripped ass. So it's been a good choice. 6'5", 320 pounds. He's a massive human. So doing. And
now there's no talk of moving him inside. They're talking of him at offensive tackle, right?
Yeah, he played 22 games in the last 2 seasons and was a dominant force with the Hawkeyes. He's got. Right. Awesome hands, a solid anchor. He throws guys around. He's very young as well. I think he's only 21 or 20. Mm-hmm. So I think he went into college a year earlier. So, and he used to be a state wrestling champion. So there's your insider fact. The kid's awesome. So one of the hardest workers on and off the field. So he'll be a household name because he's going to protect Tom Brady.
Now, is he a right tackle or left tackle?
Played right in college, and a lot of people don't view him as a tackle. I don't think the Bucs fall in that situation, but obviously a good enough athlete to where I think they want him to play left. They have someone right now named Donovan Smith who could do an average job at left tackle. So it might be interesting if they play him originally at right tackle.
Yeah, I was going to say, give him the Tyrone Smith treatment, right?
Yeah, I mean, probably at least. But then again, with Tom Brady,
they suffered through a year with Doug Free over there at left tackle. Remember?
Yeah. Anyway, with Tom Brady, I think they think probably his learning curve is going to have to be expanded because they have a specific window in it.
2 years, man.
Yeah.
2 years. I mean, that's the window. Well, it's definitely a great pick. They traded up, so San Francisco baked them out into saying, we're thinking maybe offensive tackle here. Otherwise, that trade would not have happened. All right.
Yeah, you got to remember, what's his name? Joe Staley is 36 years old. They could be thinking of a tackle for the future, but I think they're thinking for next year. I think they're going to go receiver Jerry Jeudy.
All right. Well, again, we've already talked and predicted about what San Francisco will do. And I agree with what we talked about earlier. They did not win the Super Bowl because of their defense.
Well, they got to the Super Bowl because of their defense.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is their defense is not the problem here, but they did lose talent on defense. Yeah. So, I mean, I can see them trying to go there, especially along the defensive line here. There's some good talent along the defensive line, especially along the interior.
But here's the thing. I don't think they're that high on someone like Kinlaw. Otherwise, why do you make the trade with someone like, it would be that much more ballsy if you made the trade with Tampa, if you weren't all in with someone like Kinlaw. And I have heard some teams have flagged Kinlaw for an injury report with either his back or his knees.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually heard that yesterday too. I think Kinlaw has a few injury concerns and he's going to fall a bit. So it'll be interesting to see where he goes.
All right. Well, again, I think a lot of what's happening in this draft as they come down, I'll call it the Gettleman effect, from Jones, is guys playing it safe, saying, you know what, I'm going to take my guy.
Does anyone actually know what the 49ers got? What the 49ers got?
What the sweetener is?
At the 14th.
Yeah.
Probably a 4th round pick, I'm going to guess, because they got a 3rd round for a similar compensation within the first 5 picks. So I'm guessing from 13 to 14, they probably got something like a 4th rounder.
It wasn't for a free case of soda pop.
Probably
was for some hand sanitizer.
Now that I would believe at this point. Okay. You throw in some 950 mask, all right. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
go.
No matter, imagine how many cocks that John Lynch's hands have been on. He needs sanitizer.
All right. Again, the visual. I don't need this. I just don't
didn't
need
John
the visual.
Lynch? Didn't John Lynch play with the Buccaneers?
Yeah.
Maybe he knows where the bodies are buried.
Yeah.
All right. Well, guys, just figure it out. There's all of these offensive tackles that are going. They convinced the Buccaneers that maybe they were going to go offensive tackle. I think that that's a very real probability here that they go offensive line. They need to keep their quarterback on his feet. They need time. The team it changes every year. The offensive line was good last year, especially in the running game. But in the passing game, there were times when he was running around, really did not have the time. And like any quarterback, he definitely did not shine when under duress.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I think just in case of value, I think you have an elite prospect on the field in Jerry Jeudy or a CD Lamb. I think they're very much centered in the now. I think to get them over the hump, I think that as far as value, they believe an offensive player here is going to make them more value in the short term.
Hey, long time no see, Spinksy. Welcome back. Okay.
All right, guys.
Maybe the 49ers could go wide receiver at 14 and tackle at 31.
Hey, fuck off, Lynch. You ain't making any calls right now, you pink shirt wearing fucking pussy. Hey, I'm running the draft room, guys. No, we know that
it would be Jerry Judy for sure.
Thinking Jerry Judy?
Yeah, Alabama wide receiver Jerry Judy.
All right, pretty much like you had called out there, Nate.
Let's see. I think it's Judy Fruity.
Judy Fruity.
All right. That gives him more weapons. That's what he needs, especially with the wide receiver on the way out. Need has driven a lot of this draft. When you look up the board, you got teams going for need, not necessarily for best player on the board. I mean, starting with number 1 at QB, with the first pick of the draft. And on almost no one's board was he the best player in the draft. Yet, man, they went with need. It's nice when the talent level is there. The same thing here with San Francisco, regardless of some talent on the board. And actually at wide receiver right now, I think that's some of the highest rated talent available on the board, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's interesting with San Francisco. They do an interesting test for incoming prospects. They take a gigantic dildo and they sodomize themselves with it, and they see like how far they can penetrate it, and that's where they're going to make the selection.
Yes, okay. And we did put on the live feed that yes, this was not for children, so we're okay there. We're okay there.
Good idea.
All right. Yeah. We covered our base on that one. Okay. NSFW here, babe. Okay. Spinksy, San Francisco's sitting there. They're looking at wide receivers. I've gotten confirmation that they've been working the phones like crazy, which means they've been looking to trade down.
Kinlaw is the pick.
Yeah, that's shocked us all.
Yeah,
all right.
They want to replace what Buckner was giving them.
All right, so I mean, this is the Jacksonville Jaguars syndrome, where they said, "Okay, I've got to replace what's here," but I mean, this is a kid that can play. Spinksy, give us our, your breakdown on it.
He sure is. I really like Kinlaw. He sort of comes from the South Carolina system, but the kid works really hard. He's always been working hard, whether it's on the field or off the field. Just trying to find my notes on him, actually. You took me by surprise. I was all set up for Jerry Judy. So South Carolina kid, a lot of talent. He's tough. He wins in the contest. He's long. He's got powerful arms, a great spring in his step. He's handy when coming off the line and drives guys back with ease. I think the defense is really going to get a boost. I'm not sure why they wouldn't go wide receiver, but they don't have a great defense. They scored a lot of points last year, which took them to the Super Bowl. So I think having him is really going to help their defense. I like it.
All right. Well, there you go. He's right what we were talking about, at the top when I pointed out that they had to do something with that hole. The defense is, as Nate said, it's what got him there. All right, Nate, DeForest Buckner's gone. Can this guy fill his shoes? I'm not saying in year one. Can he fill them at all?
Got a lot of talent. Obviously, he's a guy who can have a similar impact if put in the right situation. Got a lot of talent around him. Obviously, I think it's going to be a tall order to take on Buckner's role, but I'm actually really surprised by this. It's basically they gave up one player for just like a cheaper version of a prospect of that. So,
I mean, that's what Lynch alluded to. He said straight up, I mean, this was a salary cap move, that he did not have a choice, that they looked out at how much money they're spending X, Y, Z, and they needed to make this type of move. So,
yeah,
I mean,
I'm curious about the injuries though, because that was he failed some teams for that. He was flagged for injuries. But again, I think he made up for it because I've heard he can take an 18-incher.
I was waiting for the shoe to drop. I was like, okay, it's coming. It's coming. The shoe's going to drop. Hold on. Wait for it. Wait for it. All right. Well, you look at the line. They have Eric Armstrong, Solomon, DJ Jones, Nick Bosa. So and they've also got D Ford. Okay, so at the beginning, he's part of a strong rotation. All right. He's not going to have to go in there and be a 3-down player off the bat, right?
No, he's gonna be able to find his feet, but that's a solid defensive unit. So I think he's got a lot to learn, but he's in a good system where he can learn, and they're going to be huge in the next couple of years. They keep that offense. They've got a second round. They've got a second pick in the first round. I think it's 31st maybe. So I think if they can take a wide receiver, a look out, they'll be going places.
All right. Makes a lot of sense. All right. Well, the Denver Broncos pick is in. Nate, why don't you set this one up for us? Insofar as Denver, who, hey, this just in, they're not looking for a quarterback in the first round this time.
No, well, I think it's obvious they're going to go Jerry Jeudy here. And this was the guy you heard rumors about them trading up for.
I'm sorry, Spinksy, did you hear that? I'm hearing an echo. Every time I call on Nate, he says Jerry Jeudy. I mean,
do I. I've been saying it for like 5 picks. It's going to be Jeudy.
All right, hold on. Spinksy, do you have Jerry Jeudy dialed up on your screen again? All right, is that?
You know what? If you turn the camera around, you would see I heart Jerry Jeudy.
All right, I apologize, Nate. Nate, go ahead here. I mean, the pick is in, set it up. Who do they need? And is Jeudy the guy, or is there someplace else? Again, defense. Every team needs defense. And I'm looking at them and I'm thinking like, okay, edge.
Well, as far as value, they don't need that. They have Von Miller on the team, and they have Bradley Chubb, who tore his ACL last year, but was a double-digit sack guy his rookie year. So they have him coming back. So I think they have their bookend set. They have a defensive-minded coach. They had Cortland Sutton, who was a big player for them last year, broke out, and they want to pair him up with someone so they could break the double teams. I think they're going to go all in on this little fruity fucker they have at quarterback named Drew Lock.
Okay, but now hold on. The magic number now for guys that can get after the QB, the 49ers have – oh, well, there you go. And I'm glad I didn't waste that argument. Okay.
Exactly.
All right, Jerry Jeudy and Spinks. Do you need to delay or can
I'm
you?
Ready. I'm set now. Look,
all right, man. Go ahead.
The tape on Jeudy is fantastic. He's one of the most explosive wide receivers we've seen since Odell Beckham, who we were talking about earlier. He's going to love catching passes from Drew Lock. This kid is lanky. He's got long strides. Helps him get away from his opponents with ease. If you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. He's so fast, but I think he scores more touchdowns overall than your Henry Ruggs does. But with a guy like Ruggs would be double teamed all the time, which left Jeudy open. So that was that Alabama way of doing it. Jeudy runs routes like no one else. He's very hard to tackle. He fights for every contest, and I really like him going to Denver. Denver sort of sat there and done nothing, and they've got one of the best wide receivers to just fall in their lap.
I think out of all the players in this year's draft, if you started in September to now, Jerry Jeudy was the one who probably made, I guess, the biggest dive, if you would want to call it, because he would probably be a top 5 pick at the beginning of the college football season. He didn't completely fall out of the first round, but he kind of went out of the number 1 player at his position. You could wonder if playing at Alabama hurt him at all. Where there's so many weapons, it's tougher to stand out. But
I think it had to, Tom. I mean, but let me ask you, Nate. I mean, from what I've seen, all right, when I was looking at Jeudy and I looked at the other wide receivers, of course, as Connor Livesey was saying, there's so much upside on a lot of the wide receivers this season. And I think a lot of the guys, especially of the one that was already drafted, have that. But Jeudy, I think, will do the best out of any of the wide receivers his first season. I think he's the most NFL ready. What do you think about that?
I couldn't agree more. For once in your life, God damn it, you did it. Despite you and your Karl Marx looking beard, but anyway, I couldn't agree more. He's the most polished route runner out of all of them. And to top that off, he's not even going to be expected to be the number one target. Remember, he's going to be in the same division as Patrick Mahomes. They got to match fire with fire.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. But you said they got Patrick Mahomes,
right?
So where's the fire on the other side? I'm not seeing Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, no, but we have someone they believe in, and we have two caliber receivers. Right. They signed Melvin Gordon as well. They have Philip Lindsay, so they have weapons, and they drafted Noah Fant in the top 10 the year before. So they've invested a lot in their offense, and matched that with the two bookends at pass rusher over there. They can wreak a lot of havoc for a team like Patrick Mahomes, and if they could put some points together, they might challenge a few teams.
But do you think signing someone like Melvin Gordon is more like a we need to win now move than like we're trying to build up for 3 or 4 years down the line?
Yeah, I mean, I think if he was the guy who was getting the sole portion of the carries, I'd agree. But he's going to be splitting with Philip Lindsay, so that's going to be split up right there. And normally, I'd agree.
I think the signing of Gordon is a lot more important than people realize. Gordon has a unique skill set. All right, in the NFL at running back. Number one at the top of the list, he is an excellent running back in pass protection. He really does a good job of picking up the blitzer, identifying what happens, and then he's got enough size on him to make the play. I mean, it's not always a leg cut on the guy. He can get in the way and make a difference. Then also he can catch passes out of the backfield. He's good in that. He does a nice release. He runs good routes in that regard, not down the field, but, running back routes. And then, of course, short yardage and working into that second level, he's deadly, a good red zone target. So he's not like a top level running back, such as, an Ezekiel Elliott, who is, or a Saquon Barkley, who is.
Can't block worth of shit, but we'll ignore that.
Yeah, we will ignore that. Okay. Yeah. But his skill set, I think, totally fits what they want to do over the next few years. So I think, he can fit in there for 2 to 4 years, depending upon, how he handles himself. Can he stay healthy? I think he's a great signing. And I think this is another plug when you add him, the tight end Noah Fant, who, as I recall, Nate, that guy had some wheels, didn't he?
Yeah, great athlete. Didn't produce right away, but that's the hope that they're going to produce. They're going to have an explosive offense. I mean, they do believe in Drew Lock enough, to where they're going to give him the unchallenged chance of being the starting quarterback, being the guy next year. What I'm curious is because Atlanta had similar needs to the Cowboys. I think this pick has Chasen written all over it. I think they're going to leapfrog Dallas. Not leapfrog, but they're going to take Dallas's guy one step ahead of him.
I've just set up for Caleb on Jason.
So we know it's not going to happen now.
It's not going to happen yet. He's all set up.
Not a chance. Not a chance, And actually, I think that the Falcons and the Cowboys are chasing a lot of the same talent.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were definitely both interested in C.J. Henderson, which went way too early in our opinion. Right now, I think they were definitely going to go Kinlaw or Chasen had it fallen to them, but it fell to them.
There's guys available on the board. There's good talent. I don't think it really matters who the Falcons take.
Check this out, Van. I don't think they're going to go wide receiver, and the Cowboys are going to have the chance to get CeeDee fucking Lamb.
I was just going to say that. Could we
get? Oh man, I was going to bring up. Okay,
yeah, I think they're going to
trade the Lamb to the slaughter.
You have to take him if you're the fucking Cowboys. I'm sorry.
You got to take him. Yeah.
You got to take him, but they're not going to. They're going to probably blow it and try to trade out of it.
Yeah, or they'll take that. But like, there's so much talent there. You got Chason, you got Kenneth Murray, you got CD Lamb. Like, they can't fuck this up. This is not Jason Garrett. This is Mike McCarthy.
I think they can fuck this up. I think they can for a corner in this situation.
Jerry Jones by himself in his own house, and he has a direct line to the NFL, and he can say whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah.
All right, that is a truth. But I tell you what,
Atlanta's trying to move out of this. You can tell.
No,
first ever draft.
The pick is in.
All right, so the pick is in for the Falcons, and I tell you what, again, they're looking at a lot of the same talent.
Man, never thought CD Lamb would fall to us. CD Lamb.
That'd be awesome.
CD Lamb. CD Lamb.
Let's ring him up, man.
Oh, AJ Terrell, motherfucker! They reached further than us.
That's such a reach. Oh my God, idiots!
Oh,
wow!
Thank God! Thank you, Atlanta. Thank you, Atlanta. Holy shit! Thank you.
What a waste of time.
All right, but I mean, all the talent was available there anyhow. It doesn't matter really. All right, but I mean,
just cannot fuck this up.
Hey, regardless whether it's a reach or not, we're going to deal with that in a moment. All right, okay, it is. All right, but Spinksy, break this guy down. Okay.
So in 2018, Lewis tore his ACL.
Okay, try not to smile so much, Spinksy.
He had a season-ending injury in 2017. He had a season-ending injury in 2018. The guy's always injured. They've reached really far here. He hasn't had a full season since his senior year of high school, so they've reached badly here. He's big, he's fast, he's got good change of direction speed. He's explosive off the line, and he's a very physical guy, but he just can't stay healthy. This is a bad choice. This is a bad choice.
No, this brings me as a flashback to like the Eli Apple pick, where people are like, "Who is this guy?"
CD Lamb. CD Lamb.
All right, let's take a quick show of hands. How many people think the Dallas Cowboys are going to go chase on here? Just raise your hand.
I don't know.
Jason?
I'm not really sure.
Jason, all right. How many people here want CD Lamb?
Me.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay. How many people here want Dallas to draft a long snapper?
My buddy just texted me.
All right.
Should have fell to the Raiders.
Yes.
All right, Tom, we're going to let you dial the pick in. All right, set this up for us, Tom.
Yeah, since I'm the most neutral, Jerry Jones is going to select point guard out of Duke, Tyrese Jones. No.
They're trying to trade this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, trading down is the smart move here, I think.
No,
it's not. The smart move is CD Lamb.
Wide receiver talent is available on the board. Edge is not really.
ECW.
I don't think they're, chasing edge as hard as everybody's thinking. I think trading down here is the smart move if they can get some value for it. Absolutely. 100%. I like trading down.
Oh, my God. Imagine CD Lamb on top of Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup, though.
Oh, awesome.
But still, eventually one of those guys.
Come on, Michael, talk him into it.
And I'm getting a report. Yeah, they're working the phones hard, is what I'm being told right now. So,
well, look, they only have 3 minutes left, so they're definitely.
Of course,
the
the guy that's telling me, is blind in one eye and sits on a street corner in New Orleans. So
you want to be the funny part though? If like you just don't make a pick.
All right.
Ah, boy. All right, let's get our drinks ready.
Mike McCarthy looks like he's ready to punch Jerry Jones in the face.
All right, I think I'll be announcing the pick while they'll be celebrating the pick. Okay.
No.
Or you all will get to watch on the screen two shocked, what we call Daniel Jones faces. Okay.
Wait. So since you're announcing that shit, you're gonna be the one held responsible.
Fair enough.
Listen, do you want me? I'm a neutral party.
No, bullshit. You're not neutral.
I like this.
I
like this, Tom. You're announcing the pick.
No, he is not.
Yes, he is. Oh, yeah, it's done. Tom, the baton has been passed. Here,
Bobby
Boucher,
linebacker.
17th overall pick.
Gunner from Southeast Central Alabama State.
All right, let's go, boys. C.D. Lamb.
Let's go.
You know, guys, as I look at it and where they can go, again, what I was getting ready to mention about edge rushers, they found out that the 49ers have proven it. You want 3 guys that can really bring the biscuit. You know, you don't want just 2 anymore. It's not a matter of having bookends. You want 3. That's when you can really get after the QB. They proved that. When Bosa was in, it was one thing. When he's out, it's another.
It's Derrick.
It's the same thing in wide receivers. Ideally, wide receivers, you want 3 wide receivers that can really bounce it around. They've got 2. They've got 2.
Looks like they made the pick.
All right. But on offensive line with Fredericks retiring, I can definitely see them going offensive line on the outside, moving one of their guys to the inside, you know, like McGovern, Connor McGovern, it's something like that, moving it into the inside, and then just drafting offensive tackle right here.
Oh, please go C.D. Lamb. They're not going to do it, but they're going to disappoint me. They're going to disappoint me, let me down for one last time.
Who's the fastest wide receiver out there?
Jalen
That would be the wide receiver they should take.
CD. Go C.D. Lamb. Come on.
CD. Jerry's living back in the 90s when CDs were popular, so he got to take C.D. Lamb.
He knows, man.
Yeah.
No, what? They're going to draft the gun that shot Plexico Burris in the leg in 2008.
Well, if there is a God, please, God, please.
Well, this is an unbiased show.
Give a C.D. Lamb, please.
So we're not going to be showing allegiances or anything like that.
All right. Oh, my God.
About the pick as it goes on. Okay.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, by the way, I traded
Tom, where's yours?
Sorry.
Look your dildo, Tom.
New York. Okay, fair enough. Show your colors, man. Show your colors. Okay. All right. This is an exciting time. I love this. I think trading down is the way to go, but it looks like they've made the pick.
The pick. They have to make C.D. Lamb here.
I love
offensive
Jerry Jones
line
right here. I think the smart pick is along the offensive line where they need the talent level. At wide receiver, even if they go C.D. Lamb, you know, how much of an impact is he going to make this year?
Huge. As a third receiver.
Oh, yeah,
Primarily out of the slot at Oklahoma. Hold on. C.D. Lamb! Oh, yeah!
Oh, my goodness. Go. I love it.
Yeah! Oh, my God. Oh. Overwood. Up yours.
That is awesome.
Up yours.
Well, Tom, go ahead and announce it officially when you can.
All right. So the Dallas Cowboys have drafted C.D. Lamb.
Yeah. Oh, man.
And be their number 3 wide receiver.
Yeah.
And you got to wonder if Amari Cooper will be leaving soon.
I tell you what, this pick has Jerry Jones written all over it in my eyes. I still love the pick.
I love the
sexy pick. Go ahead and break it down for us, Spinksy. And by the way, you can smile all you want. Okay.
C.D. Lamb is a touchdown machine. He's got top speed. He'll always find himself in space. He separates from his man so well. He usually lines up on the left side, which is perfect for the Cowboys. He's tough in the contest. He's dangerous in the air. Only has eyes for the football. Isn't afraid to get his hands dirty either. Oh, this is a great pick. I'm
Can
ecstatic.
he block? Does he block at all? Is that not of his thing?
Who cares?
He can do it all. Didn't I tell you? He can do it all. Okay.
I can't believe
lines up as a punt returner.
Oh, I'm excited, man. Look, folks. All right, Nate, you're lining up. Okay. And actually, I'm going to flip to you, Tom. This is what the Giants are looking at right now. Michael Gallup, Amari Cooper, and C.D. Lamb. Yeah. That's a handful, isn't it?
Fuck yeah.
Well, this is the counterpoint, though, is you got to wonder, you know, someone's going to be pushed out of those wide receivers. You know, is it going to be Gallup or is it going to be Cooper? They already put enough money in Cooper. You know, this brings up, too, what the Giants haven't been able to do.
Not if they're playing, in 3 wide receiver sets a lot, which, I mean, look at the coach right now.
We are winning the Super Bowl.
I mean, 3 wide receiver sets, you put it out there, and Witten's gone. Okay, so he's not going to be going, okay, I need, 50% of the snaps, whatever like that. Or actually the coach is looking and saying, look, I've got Witten. I've got to put him in there. Here you've got, and what I've said earlier, I mean, when you look at what's happening this year with the Dallas Cowboys, they have a new head coach. Okay. Dak Prescott is not signed yet. He may very well hold out to, game 10, but in all likelihood, he'll be there for the first game, but he's going to miss the virtual camp maybe, or whatever type of camp they had. It's going to be really hard to instill new things on the fly here with the new coach and everything like that. The Cowboys have to be thinking about 2021 as well. And I think that these 3 wide receivers in their pocket for this year and next year, I think that's a hell of an actual 3-year window for them to put that much talent on the field, looking down the field with the QB, Dak Prescott. He's got a strong arm.
Yeah, well, people say this was a Jerry pick. I do. Yeah. If you make it look at Mike McCarthy's tenure, he took wide receiver early and often in the second round and picked. Yeah, definitely have to think he likes to be deep at wide receiver. So definitely his stamp of approval on it.
What a pick. That is
okay.
Fantastic.
I watched you two guys when the pick went off. Tom, was that a Jerry pick?
I think with this, I mean, he didn't play college basketball as a power forward. He's not coming off a horrific knee injury. He didn't test positive for a drug test because usually Jerry Jones makes these high risk, high reward picks, but usually not in the first round.
Claiborne wasn't any of those things either. What Jerry does is he likes to make a pick that has sizzle. He loves sizzle. And I think that's what this pick is. I think CeeDee Lamb fell to them, and they looked at CeeDee Lamb and went, oh, my God. And I think Jerry Jones looks and goes, oh, my goodness, do you realize what the fans are going to be doing when I make this pick? Do you realize what Spinksy and Nate are going to do when I make this pick? They're doing a broadcast live right now. They're going to be so excited. Everybody in the world on YouTube is going to see it because the Sports Talk Line YouTube channel is blowing up. And so these two guys are going to be going nuts. And so I think that's why he made the pick.
Well, not only that, I think you might have to make a decision at wide receiver in a couple of years with Michael Gallup. He has 2 years left on his contract, or you get someone with a 5th-year option in CeeDee Lamb.
You have to rotate. You have to constantly prime the pump.
5-year option, man. It's good.
You don't have to re-sign him necessarily. You've got to
call.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
All right. So Spinksy, don't hold back. Tell us how you really feel about this pick.
Look, I was a bit shocked when we signed Mike McCarthy. I actually wanted a young coach. I wanted a Matt Rule or a Joe Brady or someone else. But the fact that we got Mike McCarthy wasn't the best option, I thought. And I sort of talked myself into it now. So I like him. And for him to come out and pick CeeDee Lamb with his first pick, I fucking love the man. What a choice. What a selection. How can you not? Like, it is so good. You got Zeke, you got Amari Cooper, you've got Michael Gallup. Like, what a team. If we could get a really good tight end in like the second or third round, oh my God, my head's going to explode.
Now, let me ask you this question, though. Weren't you saying the same thing last year?
Thaddeus Moss, LSU's Thaddeus Moss. If we get Thaddeus in like the second or third round, oh my God, it'll explode. Well, we're going to win the Super Bowl.
We had a fire crotch running the draft then. That's the only difference.
Yeah. We're going to win the Super Bowl. Woo-hoo-hoo.
CeeDee Lamb.
It is so good. So good. So the Dolphins are up next. Dolphins pick us in at 18.
Yeah,
I think the Dolphins go.
Lamb would have went to. Imagine if CeeDee Lamb fell to the Dolphins when they got Tua already.
Oh yeah, that'd be dangerous. I think the Dolphins reach a bit here and they take a running back in.
Swift.
I think they go tackle here. I think they could go Josh Jones or if they like Austin Jackson.
I still think it's too high for Jones or Jackson.
Me too, but I think they're going to go through a period where tackles are just going to be obliterated by the time they pick again at 26.
Yeah, because they've got 3 picks here, so surely they're up. They're up somewhere. Yeah, I can't. Yeah. I think they take a running back, to be honest with you. Yeah.
No, I don't see anyone right now. If they needed a tackle, they're not picking him in the first round. I think they'll wait for the second round. All right, Dolphins Steeler trade came. No, that one already happened.
Oh yeah, that's why they got the pick.
That's why they got it. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, look,
very interesting.
we all know
It goes to show you like how different teams develop a player, because Minka Fitzpatrick was originally a player with a lot of position flexibility for the Dolphins, who got traded, and almost instantly the Steelers put him in a position to where it was obviously a runaway trade. It looked like.
Yeah, agreed. All right, but with them now, they have so many different directions they can go here. Okay, but it's obvious to me. You got a QB with an injury history. What are you going to be drafting right now?
If they do two quarterbacks in the
Austin
same first
Jackson
round.
from a tackle from USC.
Wow.
Told you that's the spot they were gonna. And Austin Jackson's only 20 years old right now, so I mean he's a guy who could literally have 3 years in the league and he'd still be 23 years old, and it still wouldn't be as good of a pick as CD Lamb, but you get the pick.
Did you guys did I just wake up, or did we draft CD Lamb?
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Yes.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. I never thought that was going to happen. I thought it was
never, ever, man. That is unbelievable.
Welcome everyone to the CD Lamb Show.
Yeah, exactly. It gets your double dose.
Yeah. We're winning the Super Bowl.
You got to fill up a beer with that one, Tom. Oh my goodness. You're going to be drinking too much. How are you going to cover that? How are you going to? There is not a team in the league that has 3 efficient corners equipped enough to deal with the weaponry. The weaponry.
Jalen Hurts is going to have so many options when we draft him in the 3rd round.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. Holy shit.
CD.
Right. Well, the Dolphins did exactly what they needed to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, they went with the tackle that they thought was best, and a guy who's really young, who in 3 years from now, he could only be 23 years old and still fill into his body and still, it has a slighter, larger learning curve, most likely, than Josh Jones, but I still think he's the bigger. If each of them had a ceiling, Jackson's ceiling is much higher.
Compared to Josh Jones?
Compared to Josh Jones, yeah.
Yeah, this is a little too, now I think, Josh Jones is probably the next best available tackle. Then it's a significant fall off. So you got to wonder, I don't think Las Vegas – would Las Vegas go tackle? I can see Jackson.
They're going to go cornerback. You saw AJ Terrell already get reached for.
Or linebacker.
Jackson.
Linebacker as well.
They could go linebacker. They could go McKinney if they really like him.
Because they sent their linebackers out. They need to do something there. I really see them going linebacker. And Murray's still on the board, right?
But I will say this, Tom. CD Lamb. CD Lamb. CD Lamb.
Oh, God.
Did the Dolphins?
All right. Does anybody have an official count yet? Because I don't see this stopping anytime soon. I don't know. I was wondering, could we get a counter on the screen somewhere and then
Lamb to slaughter?
Yeah.
Did the Dolphins draft Austin Jackson?
Yeah, they did.
First round. Okay, I might need to retire. I had a 5th round draft grade on Austin Jackson.
Well, no,
it is the Dolphins.
You might be validated as a genius after this.
I couldn't find him. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? And I'm like, because I had him in the 5th round. Yeah, that's a stretch.
That slows it down a little bit on the breakdown.
Yeah,
right. Raiders pick is in.
As a matter of fact, hold on just a minute. Let me give the breakdown on him. We had him in the 5th round. Okay.
Yeah, I've got him as a very steady he's very steady at his job. He's consistent. He knows what his role is on the field. He's never gonna break any records, but as a guy, he is confident. He's consistent, and he's
as I recall, he also has a frame where he can put on some more weight. He's still growing. So he has that. He's definitely an upside guy, I believe.
Yeah, there was another prospect who had who could fill into a large frame as a third receiver.
Wait for it.
He was named in 2018. He was named as USC's most outstanding player. So he's got that going for him, but he's going to the Dolphins. I think there's so many better tackles ahead of him. I just don't know why they've reached down so far. Yeah, I find
but that's why everybody loves Miami, man. So be nice.
So they went for the quarterback who's coming off pretty much a hip injury, and then they reached for a tackle. We'll see what they do with their third pick.
They got 3 picks. Like they could have had Tua, a good running back, and then Andrew Thomas, like an awesome tackle. Thomas is off. So
I was going to say that would have been a good pick, but now it's all going to be good now because we have the Raiders followed up by the Jaguars, 2 teams that are really solid in the draft. No surprises.
Damon Arnett picked by the Raiders, cornerback, Ohio State.
Well, it was cornerback, so we had that going for us. Which round do you have him?
Hey, who was the pick?
I'll tell you in a second. Damon Arnett. Wow. Yeah, that's a
I'm aware of the kid, but I again did not have him in the first round.
Jesus Christ, my friend just committed suicide.
Wow. Okay, I'm shocked. I don't actually know what to say.
You have a friend?
All right. Spinksy's breakdown. I'm shocked. Okay. This is a quote.
So Arnett had a rough start to the 2018 season, but he improved a bit as the year went on. He can play outside or inside. He's a decent enough corner to make an impact in the NFL. He had 40 tackles and 6 pass breakups in 2019.
And he's a second cousin of which coach on the Raiders?
Is he really? Must be.
I don't know. I'm trying to come up with
something. I had him as my 15th cornerback going in the 5th round with a score of even on. Oh, wow.
Well, I am aware of him, and I'm also aware that he fits a mold. This is again what I call an upside player.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because Gruden always goes an unconventional route. Ever since he's been coach of the team, you've seen what he's done. He's traded Amari Cooper. He's traded Khalil Mack. He's reached for a guy like Clelin Ferrell.
Well, see, according to him, he's not going an unconventional route. He's just doing what he always done.
Right. I mean, if you look at his draft record when he was with the Raiders originally, and when he was with the Bucks. I mean, he had horrible production from his picks. I mean, he basically had it from free agency. The team that succeeded.
Well, one thing that he has not done.
What's that?
CD Lamb.
Yeah.
CD Lamb.
Damon Arnett has a draft grade of 3rd round, and they took him 19th. Overall, well, 3rd round grade. What the fuck are you thinking? You've got all these picks in the 1st round, and you go ahead and take a guy that should have gone in the 3rd round. There are so many better cornerbacks ahead of him. Like this is a dumb move.
Here's the Jaguars on the clock coming up, and are they going to do the Jaguar thing here and draft somebody from 6th round rating, or are they going to actually stick to the board? I mean, there's a lot of talent on the board right here.
I'm a bit upset. We're up to pick number 20, and we've only seen one guy out of LSU. I'm expecting about 5 or 6, so it'd be nice to see an LSU guy go here. Anyone really? Anyone?
Do they have a long snapper?
Yeah, well, they go take one here because they're trying to trade Ngakoue at the moment.
Yeah.
And if they double him up with Josh Allen right now, you have the beginnings of a double bookend if you have your ways.
Did you see did you see the Twitter exchange between Ngakwe and the general manager?
Yeah, well, not even that. It was the owner's son.
It's the owner's son. It's fantastic, man. It was great. Yeah.
Gotta love 2020.
Oh, you do. Yeah.
Well, they are still looking at linebacker for the Jaguars. That's not been addressed.
Do you think they're going to do the whole, you know what, let's get an edge rusher to kind of screw with Ndakwe?
But toss this at you, okay? Nate. Oh, no, actually, Tom. Is this where a running back gets drafted? They could use him. You know who I'm talking about.
They could. I would say,
it's way too early.
Yeah. I could see them waiting for running back. I mean, part of me, if they had a deal ready for Fournette, then I'd say pull.
But there's only one running back that's head and shoulders better than the rest.
Yeah, but I don't. Has a running back come off the board yet? I don't think so.
No. Please, no. We'd still be laughing about that.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's
we'd be talking about that instead of what? CD Lamb. That's right. I mean, come on. That was a straight line. All right. All right.
Lob us a softball. We're going to hit it.
All right. But I mean, and again, defensive backfield is always, you can go 2-3 deep there in the draft and nobody's going to think ill of you, especially when you let Ramsey walk, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, they could go. Do they go offensive tackle here and go Josh Jones, or do you value someone like?
I think Josh Jones would make a lot of sense, but I don't think they're going to do that.
Josh Jones here, or you can go edge rusher and chase on, book him in with the guy you have in.
I think edge rusher or again staying in the defensive back seven.
I see them going edge rusher. I see them being like, this is the FU draft where, the cornerback gave us a trouble, FU. The pass rusher gave us a problem, FU. Know what? We'll trade you to Cleveland, or we'll trade you to some godforsaken place.
Farley Underbrook?
Let's see.
No? I mean, you said FU, Farley Underbrook. I would just no? Okay.
No. Frank Underwood.
Okay. Frank Underwood. Now that makes sense. FU.
Sounds like a country singer.
Ever watch House of Cards?
Yeah, I watched up until the latest season.
Yeah, I've seen the first 3. I haven't seen. I kind of fell off after a little bit.
All right. Well, I like the different ways that they can go here. I mean, there's no doubt that they are rebuilding, and there's still a ton of good talent on the board.
And we're still guessing.
They have good wide receivers. They have good wide receivers, but there's good wide receivers on the board, and I understand it's deep. And I said that wide receivers would drop, but a few of them are going, and there's still only a handful, only a few more that are really good, but they're still there.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're gonna build a team from 3 to 4 years from now, the biggest value you're going to get is going to be from the double up pass rushers. You look at the teams like the San Francisco.
Oh, I agree with you.
They build.
But what's that got to do with the Jaguars front office?
Yeah, that's exactly what they should do.
But I actually like the FU draft thing, which kind of dovetails with what you're saying. I mean, they're looking to replace these people.
Yeah, I mean, it's
the justification draft,
Both these guys are not highly as rated of prospects. I mean, there's no way you can compare C.J. Henderson to a prospect as a Jalen Ramsey or vice versa with someone like a Chason and an Ngakoue, I mean, who was proven a double-digit sack guy.
Right. Well, they already had to slap the franchise tag on their best pass rusher. Okay. And so how long is that relationship going to last? So go ahead.
They went K'Lavon Chaisson, LSU.
LSU boy, K'Lavon Chaisson.
There it is. And neither one of you care, do you? Okay. And why don't you mind?
That's 2.
CD Lamb. Okay, exactly. Right. So you want to break him down for us, man? I mean, I think this is actually a solid pick.
It's a solid choice. He had a good season in 2019, obviously. He's a tackling machine. The guy's a freak. Very strong off the edge, hand in the dirt, fast, explosive off the line. He was fairly ordinary in 2018, actually, but 2019 going forward, this kid is a superstar and will do wonders. Great choice for them. Very happy.
This is the FU draft for the Jaguars. They're like, we lost the cornerback, we lost the edge rusher, so those are our first 2 picks.
Yeah.
So the second round's running back.
Yeah, I think with Chase on, he's done really well with LSU. He was a former basketballer. I just like this kid. Very hungry for the football, knows what he's after, and goes after the man extremely well. He's done really well. So, yeah, a great choice here. But I can't see. He obviously fits into their mold very nicely. Needs to gain some weight. I think he's a bit smaller for his size, 6'3", 254. I'd probably like to see him about 275, 275, 280, but comes off that edge so fast, so explosive, strong with his hands, awesome tackler, very good choice.
Well, here's the thing. They could have easily have gone the other way around. They could have gone wide receiver and tackle, but instead they went cornerback and pass rusher here.
Yeah.
Well, Tom called it.
Yeah.
You know, the FU draft. Okay. All right. Frank Underwood definitely had his claws in this.
Yeah. Right. No, it's me. Well, next we have the Eagles drafting, and they're definitely going to be. Do you think they're going to go best player available, or if you think so, you think it's going to be wide receiver?
No, I don't think that they're going to go best wide receiver available. Is what I think.
You think so? I think they might go best player available. That's just been their MO.
I think we can all agree. We really want them to get that gunner right now.
Yeah, that gunner will make or break.
Well, let's all admit that the best player available right now is a gunner. Okay.
The best player that went was CD Lamb. CD Lamb.
They have Deshaun Jackson, which is a huge upgrade for him. All right. I mean, just hands down, that even at his age, that's an upgrade. Alshon Jeffrey.
Yeah.
No, he's not a plus wide receiver for him. All right.
They need someone who can catch.
Argasia Whiteside. Who knows?
It's going to be.
You want to know something? The Eagles wide receivers, they don't have to be in quarantine because they can't catch anything.
There you go. Ooh, slam. Can we have a snare drum, please? All right.
But I'll tell you this much: they were plus wide receivers when Nick Foles was playing.
Yeah, true, man.
Ooh, chakalaka, All right.
You know,
the Eagles winning the Super Bowl was the worst thing to ever happen in Carson Wentz's career.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on if you're a Carson Wentz fan or not. For the rest of the NFC East, we don't mind.
My opinion is I don't think they win the game if Carson Wentz is starting. I mean, Nick Foles was flawless that game.
No, yeah, because Nick Foles was in a special place.
They kept the wrong quarterback, man. They should have kept Nick Foles. They should have kept Foles.
The Eagles have more defensive needs than wide receiver. Wide receiver is exceedingly deep, so they have that going for them.
I think they take a safety here. I think they're looking at Xavier McKinney or maybe Grant Delpit. The Cowboys.
Delpit would be awesome.
However,
I would really like Delpit because then he would get to Ezekiel Elliott, but he wouldn't tackle him. So that would be okay. You go tag. Where's your flag? Where's your flag? Okay, and that's okay.
You're going to have your LSU flag raised up, but it's going to be for a Philly Eagle.
Yeah, look, I don't mind if it's Delpit, or I also thought they might take Justin Jefferson.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
I think they need backfield guys at the moment, especially with the Cowboys have now got 3 huge offensive weapons.
They need cornerback more than anything because just for the reason that you mentioned right there, because the Cowboys now are bringing the pain. But actually, the Cowboys were last season. When you think about it, they had the 2 wide receivers, and their number 3, he's not chopped liver. He's pulling down millions right now with another team. Okay, so they had this last season.
All I got to say is just imagine what Saquon Barkley can do with a competent left tackle.
He'd whiff on a block.
Good call. Good call. Well, the pick is in for the Eagles. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go defensive back here in one form or another, because I really think they need that pick here.
I think they go.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them go linebacker here.
All right, let's see.
You know who they won't take? CD Lamb.
All right. And that was a smooth move, not giving Nate time to answer, because you knew he had the answer. Okay.
Yeah.
I take what I can get.
Yeah, you do.
That's the old thing. Nate has this thing. If it's not nailed down, it's his.
Wow, Rager.
Right.
Fuck them.
Wide receiver, man. Wide receiver. There you go.
I'll tell you this much. He reminds me so much of the guy they just got rid of. What's the guy's name from SC who went to the Raiders? Not Ngakwe.
Gordon?
No, he was the receiver last year. Dropped a lot of passes for the Eagles.
Narrow it down. I mean,
Nelson Aguilar.
Okay, Aguilar. Okay, yeah.
He reminds me a lot of Aguilar.
Well, I mean, Spinksy, what do you got on him? Break it down, man. I'm sure you had it right there up waiting on it.
I'm actually ready to go. Rieger is quick. He's very fast. I'm not sure exactly what his combine time is. I'm working on that now. But he's a little pocket rocket, runs with intent, and he's all heart. He gets very low to get to evade tackles. He gets away from coverage with ease, and he has solid hands. This guy is a great pickup for the Eagles. If Carson Wentz could throw straight, it'd be perfect. But it's going to be hard for the Cowboys and the Giants and the Redskins going forward, because he is on fire. So 5'10", 206, probably needs to gain some weight, but this guy is fast.
You only took 2 digs at the Eagles. That was very good. I was proud of you. I was
matching them up with Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah.
So they're focused speed, which is the total opposite of what Alshon Jeffrey was delivering them. They definitely want to go down the field, because they've been limited with that, with basically going 2 tight end sets with Ertz and Goddard.
Well, then now also your deep guys, your deep threats, they rarely start the first year. They're used in situations. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that's an advantage here, I believe.
Yeah, I actually liked Rager much better than Jefferson. And a lot of people had Justin Jefferson over Jalen Rager, but I loved Rager, particularly when he can contribute with as a punt returner.
That's the other thing, man. The punt return, the kickoff return in your sort of broken field, Rager is awesome. The step, the little goose step, the side step, the kid's off. And so I think that's going to be an issue for the Giants and the Cowboys going forward, is trying to cover him in open field. I think that's hard.
Well, I think, too, Minnesota can probably take a wide receiver now, too. You know?
It'll be interesting, because they're another team with a ton of needs. I mean, they let a quarterback go. They let a pass rusher go. They traded a wide receiver away, and they also have need at tackle. They could go, I don't know how many different directions.
I see him going Justin Jefferson here. I think makes sense.
Yeah, I if it were me, I would take John Jones right here, and at 25, I would take Denzel Mims from Baylor.
Yeah, nice. Yep.
Because at Baylor, if you look at Mims's highlights, a lot of times he had a lot of contested catches, but he had a limited route tree of what they were running there. So a lot of cornerbacks kind of assumed what route he was going to run, but tore it up at the Senior Bowl. So It showed he had more of a route tree than showed on tape.
It definitely, it's something now you have to look at. There's something they haven't had at this point, was the ability to go over the top consistently. They did not have that.
Well, I think the Vikings take a wide receiver here, probably Justin Jefferson, but I think they need a cornerback. So I wouldn't be surprised if they reach a bit for Jeff Gladney from TCU.
Wouldn't it be fucking hilarious if they took Trayvon Diggs, the brother of the guy they just traded away? Trayvon Diggs.
Dude, I would love that. I would love that. But I mean, come on. After all, when Diggs left, he said nothing but good things. So what could possibly go wrong?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we saw what the Falcons think. Fucking Christ, because otherwise, CD Lamb.
CD Lamb.
But AJ Terrell, if someone asked me before the draft, name one player you absolutely did not want your team to draft, mine was AJ Terrell. He got absolutely smoked by Spinksy's boy, Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this: the Vikings pick is in. Is it time for somebody to go linebacker?
No, they're set at linebacker with Kendricks and Barr.
Yeah.
So if you really want to make a statement here, you're either going to go.
No. CD Lamb's already been drafted.
Yeah. I know that.
Okay.
I know that.
Okay. Never mind. No, I didn't know if you were up on that.
I know. There was not a better pick than CD Lamb at 17. We know. But
this could go down as the best all-time 17 pick in the history of the NFL.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Do you realize that? Do you realize that?
Well, it's funny because there was all times at pick 17 for the Cowboys. They picked Mel Blount, and they've picked Kevin Smith also at 17.
Yeah.
So they've had some decent success out of the 4 years they've picked 17. But here, I think the value is with the Vikings. I think if you're seeing a run on wide receivers, you go Denzel Mims here, or you go cornerback.
Yeah.
Because the way the draft is falling right now, you're not going to get a cornerback value at pick 2.
Yeah.
No, you're not. No.
Wide receiver still deeper, cornerback not so much.
Yeah. So I mean, it depends on what corner do you value. I mean, Fulton. I've heard mixed things about. I've heard him going two a lot, whereas Diggs, I've heard up and down things about. The thing he has going for him, he was a Bama prospect, so he's had some flexibility in the schemes he can run.
Look, we'll talk about that after, but I think that guys who are with Bama get more of an upside. Even if you're not the best, I think you get drafted higher because of the system that you were in. Yeah, that's a conversation for another day. But yeah.
Hey, Nate. Oh, go ahead, Tom. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I think that usually tends to hurt quarterbacks. Where if you get a pro around you at every position, oh, you look great. But if you go to a school where you don't have that, you can stand out that much more.
Yeah.
Because very rarely. Alabama was a top team for 10 years, and even USC before that. Have they had a legitimate guy at quarterback in the NFL?
Yeah.
I can think of maybe Carson Palmer. That's about it.
Yeah. I mean, his window was quite short.
Yeah.
True enough.
But here's the thing. I mean, we haven't had Jordan Love come off the board yet.
Yeah.
Where do you think your guess?
By the way, Spinksy, Nate, I have some bad news for you.
Yeah.
I can tell you for a certainty that this will not be the best number 17 pick, even for the Dallas Cowboys.
They went wide receiver. They went Justin Jefferson.
Because Emmitt Smith was a 17th pick.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah. I just checked. So all right, but he could be the second best ever.
The Vikings have taken LSU wide receiver Justin Jefferson. Jefferson's a bit of a weird one. Look, obviously I spend all of my time watching LSU the last couple of years. Jefferson runs a great route tree. He runs with intent.
But the Chargers just traded the pick.
What?
The Chargers just traded with the Patriots.
Oh, for the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's a lot to like about Jefferson. He's tough in the contest. He always comes down with the football. He always seems to be in the right spot at the right time. The kid runs a nice route tree, which is going to help. It's going to help the Vikings definitely. He's only young. I think he's only 20, so he was got another good good 10 years in him. So going forward, this is a good pickup, and he's the third LSU guy off the board in the top 21. So nice work.
All right. And he's definitely also, like so many of these picks, they're definitely leaning on the need side. Yeah.
Yes. Like they obviously got rid of Diggs in the offseason. Diggs has gone to the Bills, I think. Yes, the Bills.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a good choice to have Jefferson there. This is going to sound weird. I'm not a huge fan. Like I watched every LSU game, every snap of every game for the last 10 years. And I don't rate Jefferson as high as others do. I get the fact he's strong, but personally, if the Cowboys drafted him, I'd be fucking upset. So it's just me. I just don't.
I like his skill set. What I see when I see him, what I hear, and I've been around a lot of them, is coaches, especially if they're in the NFL, they're usually pretty good coaches.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of, and they're different type of coaches. Some coaches are great motivators. Some are great teachers. Some are both. Okay. They're rare. They usually go on to become head coaches. Yeah. But there's a lot of them that are great teachers, and that's because they're really needed. And they think they can coach guys up. They want these diamonds in the rough. And when I see this kid, that's what I see. I see a kid that he's not quite a diamond in the rough because he definitely has some upper level skills for college, but and his production is there. But to me, you've got that raw skill set, right?
I've just looked up his stats, and I'd like to take back everything I said. He's played 15 games in 2019 for 1,540 yards with 18 touchdowns at an average of 14 yards a catch.
Okay. So this just in, Spinksy is hard on his own team. Okay. He's harsh. I mean, for Spinksy to give you a pass at LSU, you got to be the bomb, man. I mean, 1,500 yards. Yeah. Okay. You could do better. I'm going to mark you down.
They got a second round pick and a third round pick. The Patriots, man.
A second and a third? Wow.
Yeah, they got a second and a third for that. Well, then again, the Chargers have already picked, so they're jumping to the early second, and they're getting LA's third.
What are the Chargers doing here? Why have they come so high?
I think
they needing a tackle?
I think they're going to go tackle. They
tackle,
have to
surely.
Josh Jones.
Yeah, Josh Jones. Yeah.
I could definitely see that. Definitely. They have some needs, but out of all the needs, I think offensive line is definitely, especially once you draft a QB, man, you want to start going after that protection.
Maybe it's Ezra Cleveland.
Yeah, well, you look at
I could see that.
The Chargers have done. They traded for Trey Turner. And they got their guard taken care of. They signed Brian Bulaga in free agency. So they want to get their left bookend here. That's definitely got to be Josh Jones.
Which offensive lineman is it that's like 6'7", 6'8", 360 pounds? Okay, that was Mekhi. Yeah,
Buster Jones is huge too.
Okay, those guys are always going to go high, man. Because every coach, just what we were talking about earlier, Tom. These coaches see that and go like, "Oh, I could turn him into a god,"
They definitely wanted to get ahead of Minnesota here because Minnesota was right in line for an offensive tackle at 25. Let's see what the selection is.
Well, their pick is in, and then the Saints are up next, and man, do they have some needs.
Oh, shit. They went Kenneth Murray.
See, I told you linebacker. Yeah. Murray was there, and you got to look at talent. Eventually, you're going like, he's there? Shit, he's good.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to leapfrog New Orleans right there because they probably would have went Queen.
And they traded up for him. Man, I respect that. Go ahead and bust him out there for us, Spinksy, would you? Or do you need some time to bring him up?
No, man, I'm all good. I'm all good. I just want to say sorry to my brother who's watching, who's a Packers fan. I know he was so keen on Kenneth Murray to go to the Packers, and he's probably crying at the moment.
Well, you know who he doesn't have to worry about losing?
CD Lamb.
CD Lamb. CD. Okay. All right. Tom goes, not again. Not again. Okay.
That should be the drinking game.
Tom. Cover them fellas. You can't.
Kenneth Murray has the most tackles in FBS history. Did you guys know that? Yeah. There you go. 325 in total the last 3 years. In 2018, he had 155 tackles and 4.5 sacks. This guy is...
That's men and boys, people. That's men and boys.
Men and boys. He's exactly right, man. He's a tackling monster. So, yeah, look, what have we got here? 155 tackles in 2018. He is ready now, and he will be a superstar going forward. There's nothing this guy can't do. He's hungry for the football, and great choice here. I'm surprised he fell this far, actually. But, yeah, great choice.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they went him over tackle.
Yeah.
It's just talent level, man. It's a matter of like, it's like when Emmitt Smith went and he saw him and like, wow, this kid's dropping. I got to trade back in and get him. And then, I think the Chargers were looking and going, I can't believe Kenneth Murray is dropping. Let's grab him.
Yeah, I knew a lot of teams had literally zero wrong with him. From what I saw on tape, I mean, when he was on, he was on. And what I mean by that is basically when he picked the hole correctly, he was all over it and he smashed the play behind the line of scrimmage. And when he didn't, he looked like a fool.
Well, okay, I'll give you that. Yeah. But I still have him as a top 15 guy.
Okay. Yeah. And that was another thing. That was the rumor about the Cowboys is they were possibly in line for Kenneth Murray if a certain wide receiver prospect by the name of
CD Lamb. Yes.
That was a great straight line, dude. I mean, you owned it. You owned it. That was awesome. That was awesome.
By the way,
Tom, how would you give that? Would you give that, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the straight line?
How do I rate what again?
His straight line, his lead up. I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, like a 3, a 6, 7. I mean, what?
I'd say maybe a 6.5.
A 6.5, dude. That was good because this is late in the game. That's a 6.5 this late in the game.
Man, hey. Is
all
that
right? Anyhow,
on the amount of touchdowns?
Nollins is on the clock. They have lots of needs, of course. I really thought Nollins was a perfect place for Murray. I'm disappointed that he didn't land there.
You have to remember, they're a team with a 1-year window. They're trying to win right now with Drew Brees.
I think wide receiver is where the talent and where the pick is right now, and I think it's where their need is right now. I think that they need some wide receiver help.
Yeah, they wanted speed, but I don't see the speed necessarily available. Actually, you know what? With that being said, they could go Denzel Mims here. Perfect complement to Michael Thomas, a speed guy, ran in the 4.3s and the 40, or they could go with my man Spinksy's man, Patrick Queen at linebacker.
Well, they need linebacker in my estimation, and all right, that would fit. I can see them doing that. I can also see them going offensive line here, though, man.
Yeah, well, they got both tackles taken care of and so
Terran Armstead and who's the other one? Ryan
Ramczyk.
Yeah, Ramczyk.
And then they have a guy at Pete who plays a good guard position. So I think they're in good position on the offensive line. I think if they're going to make a splash, it would be at wide receiver. If not, they're playing it safe. They would go best.
Well, they wouldn't do that because they could no longer draft who?
CD Lamb. But anyway, I think if they're playing it safe, they go Patrick Queen here. Great off-ball linebacker.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I could definitely see that. I like it, as a pick. I really like him as a player. I mean, he's a linebacker, He's got that.
And that's the thing the league is finding out. You don't have to pick these guys in the top 15 to get great value.
No. And he would be a value pick No doubt about that. Now, what about, their back seven, cornerback? I know that, they could use some help there because they had, what's his name, right, Tom? Eli Apple.
Oh, yes. Good old the rotten apple.
I realize you probably put him out of your mind, and I understand why.
Well, the thing with Eli Apple, the ironic thing is, right before the Giants were going to trade him, he started to play pretty decent.
Right.
And it's just he never lived up to the first round potential. They had a lot of issues off the field with him. It seems like New Orleans was a good fit. And I think that's where Janoris Jenkins went, ironically enough, when the Giants released him. So, I guess the New Orleans Saints is the haven for the Giants cornerbackers who were sent off, to say the least. But,
all right. Well, the pick is in for the Saints. And while the pick is in for the Saints, let's not forget to go ahead, if you haven't already, and if you have, thank you so much, hit that subscribe button down below. This is YouTube. We love you. We do it for you. We're a growing channel here at Sports Talkline. These are some of our best right before you. Ooh, maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
I was on a roll right up till then. Sorry, Rado. Okay. But yeah, please hit the subscribe and that notify bell so you know when we put out fresh content, which we do. We have a lot of original content and the best damn highlights on the web. Our highlights are better than theirs. I don't care who they are. We are that good. We give out we do great highlight. There you go. And then also we have great analysts and insight. We're beholden to no one. The agents don't run us. The teams don't run us. The players don't run us. As you can tell, nobody runs Nate. All right.
Other than me, motherfucker.
There is that. So again, please hit that subscribe, hit that little notify. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And leave a comment. Tell us how we're doing. Give an opinion on the picks so far, whether you agree or don't agree with us, or more importantly, Nate. Okay. And, who doesn't, not agree with Nate? I mean, that's what I meant to say. Agree with Nate, not disagree.
Like
yeah. Yeah. That's the
ticket. How you could fit his penis into the YouTube channel.
or about an NFL draft pick, whichever, one of those two.
All right.
All right.
Pick is in.
The Saints pick is in. Tom, set it up. And what do we got?
All right. So it looks like, all right, they already handed the hat to someone. Oh wait, now the mom's taking the hat away. Looks like there's a few hats going around. Cesar Ruiz.
What?
I told you, offensive line guys. Am I the only one seeing that?
That's a reach. That is a reach.
I wanted him on the Giants in the second round.
Oh, he's got a great name, man.
Yeah, you draft someone on their name. You don't draft someone on their name unless you CD Lamb.
Know what they didn't?
Oh, good call.
They did not make the pick official. It's just little hints on the TV. Like they started to do that. The guy was crying. He's already wearing the Saints hat.
I think it's pretty much a done deal.
Yeah, it looks like Cesar Ruiz to the Saints.
Once the kid puts on the hat and starts crying, I mean, unless his name is Eli Manning, that's the team he's going to be on.
Well, Eli.
That's right. I worked that in. Okay.
Eli demanded a trade. He's like, you know what? This isn't my future. You let go of Drew Brees.
He was crying for a different reason, but that's okay. All right. I'm just saying.
Little surprised at this. I thought this would have been a great second round pick. I was kind of eyeing him up for the Giants. I'd hope he would fall to him at center, but hey, they're making a run at offensive lineman.
All right. The Packers are on the clock, and they've done quite well, at least insofar as going after what they want. They've obviously targeted things and got what they wanted. I'm curious what any of you think they want right now, because there's great talent on the board. Again, offensive line is not a bad place for them to spend their money. Their draft currency, is it?
Yeah, I honestly thought they might go linebacker, to be honest with you.
What about safety? You still got Xavier McKinney on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at him as kind of a borderline of 1 or 2. Right now, I think the value could be with the Vikings. You definitely have to be looking at left tackle. He's probably the last person you're going to be able to draft for maybe a round to where that value is not going to make sense.
Are we talking Vikings or Packers?
The Vikings,
Vikings.
like they're picking right now. I don't know what Van is talking about.
Yeah. The Packers aren't picking to a 30. This is the Vikings pick here.
Yeah, they're at
25.
The Vikings need a cornerback or an edge rusher. If we're going cornerback, we're going Jeff Gladney. This is my boy, TCU's Jeff Gladney.
That's a good pick for them, and it depends. Like I've seen a lot of people not quite sure about the cornerback rankings. It looked like you get guys like Trayvon Diggs, you get guys like AJ Terrell, you get guys like Fulton. Guys
Apparently,
like
there's a
Gladney,
trade.
like Johnson, they're all ranked pretty much.
Vikings are trading the pick.
The 49ers, okay.
Oh, 49ers have come back in again. So what's that for? They're 30th as well.
Receiver. They're going to go Denzel Mims, I have a feeling.
I got a fucking
Or they go
fly.
quarterback.
Sweater going on here. I'm gonna fly.
Would they go for Love?
No,
Get some love.
I think they go wide receiver here, but if not, they're going corner for sure.
The Vikings have moved
I like
up.
what you're saying about wide receiver because again, they have Godwin. They're, he wants out. They're talking about trade, whether they do it before or after the draft. He wants out. So I think they're looking to replace, and also upgrade the position. So they replaced him. Now they need to add.
Nah. I think if this is the 49ers right here, I think they're going running back.
Running back.
I think they've come in to go running back.
I would hold running back for 31st.
DeAndre Swift.
Well, the pick is in, and I hope you guys remember in the mock draft, I had them take a running back because that's what moves that offense. Everybody wants to look at the quarterback, and now the quarterback does great off the play action. The play action only works when I get that running game going. I think DeAndre Swift would be a great fit for them. I saw them, getting it at the bottom of the first somehow. I would not be surprised at that.
Fucking pick.
We're going to find out here in a minute regardless. They could also, this could be Jordan Love coming off, man. They could be deciding to move on.
Well, no, I think it's going to be wide receiver. I think it's definitely going to be wide receiver. I think they're going to go speed with Denzel Mims. I'm going to laugh my dick off if it is Love.
Tom, don't be stressed. It's not going to be long snapper. You still got a shot in the second round. Okay.
Don't tease me.
All right, let's see.
Drum roll, please. Sound effect. We're ready. All right. They're purposely dragging this out.
They go get the receiver from Arizona State.
Brandon Ayuk. Man, there's a run on wide receivers.
So again, what we were thinking, wide receiver, they knew that they had to upgrade the position. They also knew that they had to replace some guys because Godwin wants to go, et cetera. They lost Sanders, right? Okay, so they needed to add a lot of talent at the position. They really, really did. It definitely, the passing game is what stopped them in the Super Bowl. So it's either the quarterback or the wide receivers, right? So, but anyhow, why don't you break this guy down for us, Spinksy?
Look, I'd really like to, but I don't actually have anything about him. I didn't do it. I covered 375 guys and did not cover this guy.
So he's undrafted, and San Francisco traded back up for him.
Okay. Oops, missed it by that much. Okay.
Through the cracks. I missed a couple of guys, but this guy's fallen through the cracks. I know he's got an 81-inch wingspan,
Wow.
the longest of any guy under 6 foot at the combine this year. So that's a stat for you. He's from Sierra College. He transferred to Arizona State after 2 seasons. So I believe Sierra College is in California. So he's from out your way.
I played against him.
Played against him. They played against him. Owned him too. I'm sure you did. Owned him, mate. 5'11", 205. This kid looks like he can fly. Very unsure why they moved up to take this kid on. To be honest with you, they obviously see something in him that no one else does. Of the almost 400 guys I covered, he was not on my draft board at all.
It's a really interesting weapon for them because they've got the other guy at wide receiver that they drafted.
That lip-wristed fuck. Look at
the
him.
The really physical guy that they drafted last year. Who is it?
The pink shirt. Look at that fucker.
Nate.
Highlight. Look at that highlight reel of the front.
Hey, Nate, the wide receiver San Francisco drafted last year, very physical guy.
Oh, Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, Deebo. So they got Deebo, who they play a lot from the slot, has running back skills. Then they have this guy who also plays from the slot. Then on the outside, go ahead.
I think the 49ers have fucked this up. Like, they drafted Javon Kinlaw too early, and now they've drafted this guy way too early. I think they're probably the laughing stock of the draft at the moment. I'm watching footage of John Lynch just laughing, but they've come back in to pick a guy that no one's ever heard of. Even his family's like, holy shit, you went first round. Even his family didn't think it. What the fuck?
Hey, usually that's Gruden picking an offensive tackle that does that, you know? You're going like, okay.
Well, I feel like San Francisco's just going out getting their replacements.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. They're going athlete straight up. Yeah, they're going athlete. I mean, Javon Kinlaw, he got flagged for several medical concerns, but when left alone, freak athlete. You look at this guy Ayuk, freak athlete in the open space. So they're looking for athletes in the open space.
But there's just been so much other better talent on the out there. Like, they've left guys on the field like Patrick Queen, and there's still wide receivers and running backs and guys I think they actually need. And they've drafted a guy I've never actually heard of. So,
yeah, no, I heard of him, but I mean, I didn't have him in the top 7 receivers.
No, I didn't have him on my top 400.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But, now you got Miami picking again. Is this where we have a running back pick?
Swift's got to go here, surely.
Oh, shit. You have Denzel Mims still on the board. Do you go
Mims still there,
receiver with a 4.3 speed?
Yeah.
I personally go receiver here. You get the running back early in round 2.
Who else have the Dolphins taken so far?
They took Austin Jackson and Tua.
Austin Jackson and Tua. So you got your tackle. You got your tackle to cover Tua. You want a wide receiver here, or you're running back. Like, if they can take Swift here, their draft is over. They are done. They've done exceptionally well. But
would have filled in, skill positions. For the next several years, they are rebuilding. If Swift is going to go in the first, I could see this be a landing spot for him.
Sure it is, yeah. If we're going to have a running back go first round, it's definitely him. And
the Chiefs. The Chiefs could go running back also with the last pick.
Yeah. I mean, I'm one of those guys who, unless you're otherworldly, you're not going in the first round for me. I mean, I just don't value the position.
No.
Well, I think most of the running backs that have gone number 1 in the last.
Oh, excuse me. What position did you play?
I played wide receiver.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Didn't play running back. That's my point. Okay.
Well, I think though too. Usually, the running backs that have gone number 1 were those phenomenal freaks that have made at least an impact in one season.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see someone like Swift making the impact of like a Todd Gurley.
No, not at all. I agree with that. Does not have Todd Gurley level talent.
But I think
does not.
I think also too, if you look at a team that has 3 first-round picks, you know, you can kind of it's more understandable if they make that pick.
Yeah, here's this. What if they went DeAndre Swift here and they went in the beginning of the second round, they went someone with like KJ Hamler, with someone with a lot of speed on the outside? Man, that would be, you basically have your offense covered in the draft.
Yeah, it definitely gives you some options, you know, and I hear what you're saying, Tom, and that unfortunately is the truth of it insofar as a lot of fans, they'll go, okay, look what we got. But in reality, you need to look at every first-round pick as your only first-round pick. You need to come away with winners in the first round at each time you spend the currency. I mean, as Jerry Jones hopefully is finding out, it's the later rounds where you take chances, not the early rounds.
Well, his round to take a chance is number 2.
Dolphins trade the pick to the Packers.
Okay. It's funny. I think they have to go. Do you think they're going quarterback here or they're going receiver?
I could see them doing either because quarterback, I think they could have just set right there. In front of them, they had Seattle, Baltimore, Tennessee, Miami, and none of them were probably going to take a first-round pick on a quarterback right there. All right, so chances are this is for wide receiver, trying to get Aaron Rodgers some weapons, which he sorely needed. They ran out of weapons last year for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, they just weren't healthy, and it's funny, under a different general managership, that this team values free agency much more than they did before, because under Mike McCarthy, they hated free agency. They
Correct.
relied on the draft solely.
Well, they got Devontae Adams, which, you know, that definitely is a talent. Valdez Scantling Marquez. Marquis, he's got the wheels, but, you know, can't stay on the field, right?
Yeah, none of those guys stayed on the field last year. But if you're really going to improve this team, they got two pass rushers from the year before in free agency. Right now, I think they're going to have to go after someone on the outside, or they can go with someone like a Cesar. Not Cesar Ruiz. I'm sorry. They can go with someone either on the outside, or they're going to go offensive tackle or something.
I mean, they really need upgrades in so many positions. If it's a skill position, I think they go wide receiver. If not, I mean, it's open across the board, but obviously you have to see somebody you really like in order to trade up.
Yeah, I mean, oh shit, looks like it's Jordan Love is the pick.
Wow.
Okay. So yeah, they went up for the quarterback.
I told you that Love would be the QB that somebody would trade up for, man.
What?
All right.
What did I
there
miss?
It is. You made it. All right.
Jordan Love.
All right. This is for your relative there. Okay. All right.
Aaron Rodgers must love this pick.
All right. You getting the love on this pick, right? Break it down.
I just don't understand.
Be excited.
I'm not excited.
Be upbeat.
The Packers have taken Jordan Love as their backup to Aaron Rodgers, which is the strangest choice I've ever seen. They need Patrick Queen, the LSU linebacker. I don't know why they've gone ahead and taken Jordan Love. Everyone knows Aaron Rodgers will be here until he's 100.
He's going to take most of the snaps. He's going to do in practice and in the game. And
the Packers work on a theory where they draft their QB early. And that they did the same thing with Rodgers behind Favre.
Correct.
And so
they developed him.
And develop him. I don't think Jordan Love is the future. I really think I would have taken Hurts over Love. I think Love is a talent. I thought he might have gone to the Patriots. Obviously, a lot of people see something in him, but I don't actually see it. So this is a strange choice. And as a part-time Packers fan, I find it difficult to take this pick, and I'm getting messages as we speak. So my brother-in-law is going to be fucking pissed.
He's going to set up a QB.
Okay, you've got to share some of those messages with him.
You look like
I can't.
Okay.
Now,
Like the Monopoly Man reproduced with the Milkman.
now let me ask you this question though: is this setting up a quarterback controversy in Green Bay now?
It probably is, I reckon. Yeah.
Not
I'm
even
not sure what happened.
Because there's no secret that coach was not a big Aaron Rodgers fan.
Well, no, that was McCarthy, who was not a big Aaron Rodgers fan. I think they're looking to the future, 3 to 4 years from now. Do they think this guy could take over for Aaron Rodgers?
They must. Like, it must be the thing. I don't think he's the man to go forward though. Like, they must see something in him that I don't. I know Love's got skills. He was great with you, Tatar. I just don't think he is the man to go forward. And I'm very shocked that they moved up to take him. They obviously might have thought someone else was going to take him there. And
now let me ask you this though: he might not be the person right now, but if he sits on the sideline for 2 years and picks up the game, do you think he'll be ready then?
Yes, I think he is. However, if you're not going to use the guy for 2 to 3 to 4 years, you've got the option of 50 other quarterbacks to come out of the draft in the next 3 years. Why would you move up to take a guy in the first round?
Well, actually,
Jordan Love.
I can answer that. It's really pretty simple math. If you're going to spend enough currency to trade up and draft a QB that's ready to come in and start, that really is going to be at that level, you've got to spend a couple first round draft picks, maybe some more than that to get into the top 2 or 3 in order to be able to get that guy. Or you can take a guy right now, train him up for a couple of years, and then you're all good.
Yeah, I get that too. I just don't think
it worked out when they took Aaron Rodgers.
It did as well, and he sat. And there's no one better to sit there and watch than Aaron Rodgers. I think he's the kind of guy who'd be nice enough.
He's a connoisseur.
Connoisseur of the game, yeah. And you're going to have the help of Favre if you.
But he doesn't help QBs under him. He's famous for that. He just like.
He's a massive.
Like no way. But just being able to watch him up close, that's come on. You really watch not by talking and asking questions, by keeping your mouth shut and paying attention.
Well, here's the thing. What do you think Seattle does here? I mean, do you think?
Let's move on. Okay.
You think they go pass rusher here? I mean, probably a good spot for Yetur Gross-Matos.
Well, I don't think they're going to go wide receiver. Okay.
Gross-Matos.
And why? Is because who's not available?
CD Lamb. Well, here's
That's
the thing.
right.
Seattle could also go left. They could go tackle here. They made the tackle for Dwayne Thomas, but they could easily go Josh Jones.
They always need offensive line. And even though they signed some in free agency, I believe, that would be a good thing. But hey, man, linebacker.
Yeah,
Patrick Queen.
Yeah, they could go best player available if they went Patrick Queen, pair him alongside Bobby Wagner.
That's what I'm saying. That makes a lot of sense to me right there. Why not make something that's okay, make it into a strength? And that seems like an awesome option.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to have a strength, I'd rather have it at offensive tackle than I would linebacker.
But when you got Wilson, you can get away with it. It's the Tony Romo, the Tony Romo effect.
Right.
That's why they had a crappy offensive line for so long, because they said, Romo will get away from him. That's okay. And they do the same thing with Wilson.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the thing. And I mean, if you look at what's going to elevate Seattle at this point, what's going to make them overtake San Francisco next year?
They need to be able to match their defensive prowess. That means they need to work on that front seven.
Well, they're most likely not going to have Jadeveon Clowney coming back. So they are going to need to be able to rush the passer.
True.
First and foremost.
They've got Clark, right?
Well, no, they traded him to Kansas City the year before. But anyway, yeah, I mean, if they wanted to match up with San Francisco, they either have to be able to rush the passer or they're going to have to bulk up on the offensive line.
I mean, I could definitely see them going that way, on either of those. What you're saying, going in the pit in the first round, especially late in the first round, is never a bad move. There's a lot of good players that get drafted right there. Travis Frederick for the Cowboys not that long ago, late in the first, and everybody's going, who, what? And then, man, look at him, all pro, all pro, all pro.
Yeah, well, Seattle always goes unconventional, no matter what. I mean,
they tend to think outside the box. Yeah, I'll give you that. Tom, what do you think, man? The pick is in.
Pick is in. They're one of the ones where you got to wonder, where are they in this championship window?
I told you.
Like how close are they? They seem like the team that's not going to go all in.
Right.
But, it's like as long as Russell Wilson's there, I guess they still think they got a chance. When you look at their needs, I think, there hasn't been a real pass rusher taken off the board in a while. You got to wonder if they go AJ Apenza from Iowa or Gross Matos from Penn State. Those are some choices that could pop up.
I just took a phone call from a Packers fan, and he told me that Jordan Love is future Hall of Famer.
From Pakistan.
From Pakistan. Packers fan. Yes. Look.
Even though in Pakistan, it's the right move.
I think Ebenezer is the best of the bunch. However, I think Gross Matos probably comes off the board here. If I can't see my screen, but if they haven't traded back their pick, because it's been a few years since the Seahawks have taken a first-round pick.
Yeah, it has. And their offensive line shows the results of that. That's why I like the offensive line maneuver here. But again, I think the value pick right here is at linebacker.
I think the Seahawks are always about establishing a run game. Whatever the pick is, my Seahawks friends are not very happy.
They could go running back here as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but they've got Penny.
Jordan Brooks, linebacker from Texas Tech.
Linebackers. There you go, man. See? And we were both right, Nate. I was right about linebacker. You were right about they go unconventional. Okay. Okay, Spinksy, do you need some time?
I'm not even going to look. There's definitely no way I've covered this guy at all.
Oh, Spinksy, come on. You did over 300 guys, Spinksy.
Yeah, all right. Two down the first round. Good Lord. Fuck.
Brooks, linebacker. Wow. I can't believe that.
Well, what's his profile say? Let's get a breakdown on him, okay?
367 tackles. He led the team in tackling in 2016, 2018, and 2019. In 2019, he was the second team All-American. He was a Butkus Award finalist. First team All-Big 10 in All Big 12. 6 foot, 240 pounds. Linebacker. These guys obviously see
he fits the profile of what they like on defense, I mean, Wagner's not getting any younger. I like this pick.
It's not a bad pick, actually. I'm just watching highlights on him now. Like, he sees the football really well. The kid's quick. He comes off that left edge, the explosive as.
You're just disappointed he's not from LSU.
Yeah.
A little bit.
A little bit. So what's the LSU count right now?
3 at the moment. Burrow, Chason, and Jefferson. I definitely see Patrick Queen going shortly. And I'll probably see Clyde Edwards-Helaire actually going as well. So that's 5. Possibly.
I could see McQueen being drafted by any of the teams left. I could also see him being the first pick of day 2.
Day 2, yeah. The same as I felt last year about Rocky Sin, the cornerback who went to the Colts. I had Rocky Sin going first round, and he was the first pick of the second round. So,
all right. Well, look, the Ravens are on the clock. Jordan Brooks fits what the Seahawks do. I think they fit what they need. I mean, they have a lot of needs. All the teams do. Okay. especially when you're picking down here, which means, that your team won. That's the way that the league is set up. It's more difficult. I thought they got, a player that fit their need. He's the size, weight, speed combo that they prefer. I'm not that familiar with him at all. I think I've seen his name, but I'm not certain if it was here or if I was looking at an employment form at a fast food restaurant. It could have been either one. Okay. But moving on to the Ravens, they have a lot of needs as well. And their defense was the shit last season. Okay. Nobody really saw this coming, but they've always had a good defense, but they really stepped it up last year. I mean, but they ran into a team that is not going anywhere, the Kansas City Chiefs, and they're going to have to figure out how to get by them on a regular basis. That means they need what? They need help on defense more than offense, in my estimation. What do you guys think?
Well, the value right now is probably going to be at, I think a perfect fit would be someone like a blue collar player like a Zach Bond right now, a flex guy who could do multiple positions. It would be perfect for a team like Baltimore who really stacked up in free agency on the front seven. So they could easily go that possession, that way, or they could go more speed on offense. I think they're going to stack up that front seven, or they possibly go a direction in replacing someone like an Earl Thomas with a McKinley.
Yeah, Xavier McKinney from Alabama. I think they need a linebacker. So again, I'm going to throw in Patrick Queen here.
I like that pick a lot. Harbaugh is a coach that isn't afraid to think outside the box. He's not a guy that's not afraid to take a guy named Jackson and make him his starting QB. He's not afraid to take a Jordan Brooks either. You might be having to do another skip here, Spinksy.
Brooks, yeah.
Tom?
I think the Ravens, historically for the last 15, 20 years, had a very strong defense. And this is the first time where they kind of went away from that structure. So I think they'll put an emphasis on defense. They go with McKinney or Queen.
Yeah, I really like the linebacker pick. They could use the linebacker. I think this kid fits their style. They've got the Ray Lewis, history there. When you come in there, you better know how to play linebacker if you're at the position. And I think this kid does.
Or safety with Ed Reed.
Yeah, well, if you look at someone they lost a year ago, it was Terrell Suggs. I think that's a guy they could make up for at this position with the Zach Bond, a guy who could flex out into coverage while rushing the edge.
I don't know, Spinks. This is late in the draft. You never really know what's going to happen at this point. You might draft a linebacker that you haven't even heard before. You don't really know.
It starts to get a bit more unpredictable as it goes on. Like I think the first 10 or 12 picks of the draft, you could have said those were the picks 6 weeks ago. I think there was no issues there at all. Everyone knew the Dolphins had taken Tua. Everyone knew Herbert was going to go to the Chargers. The first 10 picks were just set. And then things started to get a bit weird with the 49ers. And then it's just gotten a bit weirder ever since. The fact that CD Lamb fell to the Cowboys is a fucking shock. And
who fell?
Sure. Who? It just got weirder and weirder as it was going on. And there's a few picks I'm still unsure of. Like the first 10 or 11, Mekhi Becton went at 11 to the Jets. Henry Ruggs at 12 to the Raiders. Tristan Wirfs, Javon Kinlaw, Jerry Jeudy. Everything was fine up until pick 15. And then the Falcons took AJ Terrell, and that was just weird. Cowboys ended up with CeeDee Lamb, which is exceptional. And then after that, things have got weirder. Justin Jefferson's gone, Jalen Reagor, Calvin Chason. There's just been a lot of strange happenings. And the fact that the Packers traded up in back from 30 to 26 for Jordan Love is just strange. And the Seahawks go and draft a guy from Texas Tech named Jordan Brooks. Like,
Yeah.
what's up with that?
Well,
So we've only got 5 picks left.
Imagine if the Cowboys don't take CeeDee Lamb where he is. There's a great possibility they're playing against him next year if he falls all the way to the Eagles.
Yeah.
And also at the same token, you look at Amari Cooper, who was in negotiations with the Washington Redskins. So you're basically having 2 receivers on your team right now that almost could be looking at division rival.
Yeah. What if Chason goes ahead and gets TJ Watt stats next season?
Patrick Queen to the Ravens.
Okay.
Patrick Queen.
There it is. All right, man. We've been on with the linebacker calls, Spinksy. All right.
4.
Break him down for us, my friend.
Look, very nice to see the 4th LSU guy go in this year's NFL draft. Just going my stats on Patrick Queen right now. I do know, however, that he won the national championship this year. Just in case you guys are interested. So, his spatial awareness is fantastic. He's strong. He's got style. He's got some great qualities. He hunts the football like a tiger. Yeah, he does, and he'll produce good football at the next level. His physicality is unreal. He never shies away from a challenge. He will be front and center when it comes to everything for the Ravens this year. Ravens, yes. He is 6'3", 250. He sees the game unfold in front of him, and I just really like him. He's explosive. He's strong. He sees the ball really well. He was solid with LSU the last couple of years, and I think he was fairly ordinary in 2017, but really shone in that national championship game. Like, really stood up and jumped from. I had him at 17th at a linebacker. He jumped up to 5th, so he did really.
Wow,
well.
that's nice.
Yeah.
Well, look, all right. I love his size. It's prototypical. He could play in a 3-4. He could play in a 4-3. Can he hold down the middle? Or can he cover enough in coverage? Does he have that skill set where he can hold down the weak side and stay on the field for 3 downs?
Yeah, he certainly can. Usually lines up on the left side to start with. He had 85 tackles, 3 sacks, and 4 interceptions in 2019. The kid can play anywhere. I really like him now. So
that's exciting. That's exciting. And now he's on a team with a linebacker history. I love it when fits happen like this, when it comes together and you get something really good happen on draft day. Tom, how do you like that pick?
You know, it makes a lot of sense, and it's playing to the history of the Baltimore Ravens. They've always had strong linebacker play and strong play on defense. They already got their franchise quarterback in Lamar Jackson. He had an MVP season. But also, you know, they're going to be going up for the AFC Championship against Patrick Mahomes. You're going to need someone to go out there and at least neutralize Patrick Mahomes.
All right. Well, hey, before we switch over to the Titans here, who are on the clock, and start analyzing their options as they come up, congratulations to the Ravens. And as a reminder, please don't forget, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe down below, the subscribe button, and the little notify bell when it pops up. We really appreciate it. You'll get coverage like today. We're going to have more live features as sporting events come up more rarely. We're going to be covering it quite differently. And as you see, we have a unique perspective. And then also we have the best damn highlights on the web. So thanks a lot. Please subscribe, hit the notify bell. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock. They have quite a few needs. What do you got there, Spinks?
We've actually got 4 picks. Sorry, Nate, just 1 second, man. We got there's 4 picks left in this year's NFL draft first round. We've got 4 guys out of LSU and 4 guys out of Alabama. I want to take a bet on who has more guys go first round, Bama, LSU.
I say Bama.
So you think there'll be at least one more from?
Yeah, I think Diggs goes before Fulton.
McKinney maybe as well.
Yeah, possibly McKinney. Yeah, I think. I mean, because look at the last LSU player that could possibly go.
Probably, yeah. I think we're kind of down to the crumbs of LSU for first round. Yeah.
Okay, and then how much do I win when I say neither one of them is going to get another pick in the first round?
Ooh, it'd be nice if I got one more. Because all my friends are Bama fans.
No, actually, I love both schools. The talent level, I prefer LSU. I just like their attitude a little bit better. I like the style of ball they play a little bit better. It's a little more wide open, a little more in your face.
And there's no Nick Saban.
No, yeah. There you go. There's that.
Yeah.
But Titans here, Titans. Their pick is in. They have a whole lot of ways they can go. They actually even need help at running back, but again, not that kind of help. Offensive line here, is that where they're going to go, or are they going to just stick on the defensive side of the ball, which is where they need the most help?
I think they go edge and they go Gross Matos.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, they could go someone like an Isaiah Wilson right here from Georgia, but he's primarily right tackled, and that'd just be filling in for Jack Conklin's loss. Let's not forget, they could easily go corner here. They could go someone like Trayvon Diggs.
Hey, guys, I'll be right back. I got to go do my battery. Nate, why don't you, Spinksy, why don't you take it over and drive the train?
I really think they're looking at linebacker here, Nate. I agree with what you're saying. It's hard to go. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? There's a lot of choices going forward here for the Titans. Edge rusher, Gross Matos. They could even go Christian Fulton, actually. That's might be where I win my bet.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Hedge your bets, Spinksy. They could go.
Yeah.
They went tackle, Isaiah Wilson.
They went Isaiah Wilson, shit.
Isaiah Wilson?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's interesting.
Well, you know what? They probably want to be like, we had our best season with the ground and pound. We got to replace Conklin.
That ground and pound game. Yeah, man.
Still no running backs tape.
No, yeah.
Well,
we still got Miami at 30. They could go running back.
Yeah, they can go running back and also look at the Chiefs, because you remember how elite that offense was when you had Kareem Hunt.
So there's not a lot of film. There's not a lot of film on this kid Wilson. So he redshirted in 2017. He had a short season in 2018. He started every game at right tackle this year for Georgia. He's a great young talent, solid anchor, great footwork, good initial speed off the line. His violent hands, good arm length, is ready, beaten on the outside, and slides well. So I think this is probably a good choice here. I like it.
Yeah, I mean they lost Jack Conklin. So they definitely, I mean, if you're noticing a trend in round one, it seems the people who dumped a certain position or traded it away are making up for it.
Yeah. I think that, and also I feel like there's more right tackles picked than left tackles.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if that makes it easier to make the move, but it's just the way things are going.
This guy is 6'7", 340 pound. That is a fucking animal.
That's a large man.
That is a large human.
Yeah, it is.
Jesus Christ.
I don't think I've seen bears that large.
I haven't seen a bear that big.
Yeah, right. Well,
Isaiah Wilson. Choice.
You might be able to see a run at cornerback late here.
As we go further through, yeah. Look at the size of him. Jesus Christ, he's a big man.
Yeah, it is.
That is one big man. I agree.
What's with the two kids in the war room for the Titans? The kid with the Joe Exotic mullet.
All right, the Dolphins are on the clock again, gentlemen. I don't think there's any doubt that the pick definitely fit that they just made there on the offensive line. That guy is huge. With Jackson in that running game, keying everything. I mean, what's not to like about it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they lost the right tackle in the offseason, so that's just a plug-and-play guy. It's not a guy who you're projecting to be a left tackle eventually. I mean, it's what he played in college.
No, he's a road grader, man. I mean, that's what he is. That's like Womack, out of Bama. I mean, that's
just hold him on the scruff of the neck and just run with him.
That's it.
Well,
provide him, you're laughing.
He's a direction changer. All right.
There's tackles taken in this round. There's still room for another.
There's still, man. Yeah, there's still room.
Well, Tom, set the Dolphins up.
I mean, Dolphins. I got to go back. Who they also got the second round, 7th pick. They already went tackle and QB. I see this is the perfect time to take out a quarterback, Swift from Georgia.
Yes, DeAndre Swift. This is
and man, does he fit a need?
What do you do here? I mean, do you take a wide receiver like a Denzel Mims over a Swift, or what position do you value more?
I think you value your running back because you've taken Tua, you've taken your offensive tackle in Austin Jackson, who blocks so well that if you have a running back right now, you've got the 3. You don't need anyone else.
All right. But running back is one of the most devalued positions out there.
Yeah.
And I think there are 2 safeties on the board right now worth looking at. What about you?
But I'm sure the Dolphins didn't the Dolphins just pick up the Cowboys?
Byron Jones.
Byron Jones, but he's a cornerback, not at safety. But however, they did sign what's his name, the other kid, right?
Yeah, to a huge deal. Yeah, the other guy. Yeah, him. Yeah,
but so anyhow, they need help at safety. Is my point.
Well,
okay.
Did they sign?
Positions. I think safety is one as well.
I'm just looking it up now. I thought the Dolphins were covered in the backfield. I think they need a running back.
Well, I could see that definitely. I mean, and they need help at running back.
The Dolphins have got Byron Jones at cornerback. They've got Xavier Howard.
I mean, yeah, he's a talent. Okay.
And Kyle Van Noy from the Patriots he's on the other side.
And that's the guy that I think is the weak link.
And they've got Taco Charlton. They signed Taco Charlton.
Yeah,
I rest my case there. Okay.
There you go.
So at safety, they're looking at Eric Rowe and Adrian Colbert. Colbert. Okay. Neither of you, get me excited.
Austin Jackson.
So they could definitely use an upgraded safety and,
Austin Jackson.
Oh, wow. There you go.
No, that was the 18th pick. I'm sorry.
That was the 18th pick, yeah. that was
wait a minute. That sounded awfully familiar, man. Awfully familiar.
Yeah.
All right. And then again, Zach Bond is there. I see that as being an option still. I'm surprised that he's still on the board.
I was surprised he's still there. Yeah.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Do you try to address something on defense and hope Swift is back? Because Swift is going to be the first running back off the board. So you got to wonder if
we say that, but I think it's actually team specific. He has the best talent set, but not every team wants that talent set.
The Dolphins need to score points. They need to score points.
Yes.
So they need a Swift. They need Swift. Swift is the best.
I don't disagree with your logic. I don't disagree with your logic.
I think already having a quarterback and an offensive tackle, you use your quarterback to give your running back the football who runs right behind you to tackle.
And it would give you a 5th-year option on him.
Yeah.
I go the direction of a Denzel Mims right here. I think you double him up with someone like a Devontae Parker, and you've invested in Tua, you've invested in the left tackle. Let's double up that wide receiver core. You could find a round 2 with a Jonathan Taylor in round 2 easily. I say you double up and you get a wide receiver here.
No, I think it's DeAndre Swift. You want to know how? I think every time they say the pick is in, they always show a video of the guy who's going to be selected. That's the first guy they go to. So I'm going to go with DeAndre Swift.
There it is. See, it's sort of like figuring out the whodunit on television shows. You know, who's the biggest star that's not on the show? Okay, that's the person who did it. Okay.
They are showing different running backs. That's the thing. So I think they are going running back.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense at running back. I like Spinksy's logic about it. I just am not 100% certain that Swift is the guy that they're going to go after.
I would.
Go ahead.
I thought they just signed Jordan Howard from the Eagles.
I believe so, but again, he is not an every down back.
Yeah.
No, he's not. But if you've signed Howard, you're not going to waste the first round draft pick on a Swift, are you?
They are the Dolphins.
Yeah.
The Dolphins. They can't take CD Lamb, can they?
All right, they can't take CD Lamb. Not happening. That's going to be a tattoo. Definitely a meme. Okay.
Right here. CD.
All right. Yeah.
Right here.
Cannot be CD Lamb. All right. Yeah. All right. I'm excited about what they're going to do here. Is they are shaping up with their picks, even though people might not agree with them. They definitely had a vision and are taking care of that vision, and I respect that.
Yeah, it looks like I think they're going to go running back here, but it still looks like they're unsure about what the actual decision is going to be.
It can't be anyone else. You can't take a running back and not take Swift. Like if Swift is there, he's your man. If they turn around and take a Jonathan Taylor, I'm done. I'm leaving. This is my last show. I'm done.
All right, well, hey, I want to give a shout out to all the viewers that have been checking in on us and watching it. Over 1,000 strong out there on our live show. So thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Please don't forget to hit that subscribe button down there and the notify bell. This has been a heck of a draft so far. We're waiting on the Dolphins pick.
Okay.
They've been doing well so far, but Tom's got that look on his face. Tom.
Noah Igbenoghu from
the tight end. The tight end.
No, cornerback.
They did it. Okay.
The quarterback. Sorry, right? The quarterback, Noah. Wow.
That would be hilarious.
I thought it was a tight end. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
All right. Well, the fact that you didn't really know, that kind of like says everything that I need to know. All right.
I've covered him. I've covered.
They need help at cornerback. I mean, I get the positional pick. All right. This guy, as I recall, and because of his name, he was fast, wasn't he?
Yeah. I've got him as my tight end number 6. So, sorry,
I was going to say the 6th rated tight end. All right. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. All right.
He's my 6th rated cornerback. His leverage is awesome. He stays ahead of the game and knows what is coming next. Great vision and poise. Big things are coming for this kid. He's strong, upper body. He's great in the air. He sees the football well. Faces a lot of tough competition with the SEC, and will adapt to the NFL extremely well. So,
do you think he'll be able to perform in the slot?
I find it hard. I can't see how he will go back to being.
See, I don't either. I see him as a replacement for Kyle Van Noy, who I think is the weak link. And that, sure, they signed him, but I mean, they wouldn't mind an upgrade. And this kid doesn't have to start right away.
I have him as an early second rounder.
Okay.
So not too bad. 5'11", 200 pounds.
They are the Dolphins.
Lean and thin. I don't mind it. Ran a 4.48 40.
Yeah, I remember he was fast. I remember his name, and it was fast. Yeah. Okay. The kid had wheels. Yeah, all right, look, the Minnesota Vikings are up next, guy. And Nate, I'm going to drop to you and set this up for what they're looking at. As I understand it, the pick is in. They're not dorking around, which is, after they got passed up like in 2 NFL drafts, maybe they finally learned their lesson. And I have to ask you, are they going to go back? Is this linebacker again here? Or perhaps defensive line? Or are they going to double down at wide receiver?
Down.
They could go a number of different directions here, but I think the fact that they traded back shows you that they're not all in on an offensive tackle. I think they're going to go in a direction of a pass rusher or a cornerback here. They could either go a Trayvon Diggs, a Fulton, or they can go pass rusher with Gross Matos here. I don't think they're going to go offensive tackle. Otherwise, I don't think they would have traded back.
Yeah, I can definitely see cornerback. They definitely need help there. I mean, it's a passing lead. Everybody needs help there, I think, except the Patriots. But that possibly be the one team that's like so deep there it doesn't matter. It's a need pick and also a value pick because of the cornerbacks available right now. This is not a bad place to be taking them. You know, here, the top of the second, the value is there. But man, defensive tackle, I really like right here, but they're not particularly needy there at all.
No, I mean, well, let's take a look at the pick. Okay, Jeff Gladney, they went cornerback.
See, that makes the most sense. Yeah, you called it. I mean, cornerback is definitely where they need some help in that regard. Who'd they get, by the way?
Jeff Gladney from TCU.
From TCU, not an LSU guy, so I don't know if Spinksy will have scouted him or not. You know,
well, still the Chiefs can go that direction with pick 32.
All right. Well, I mean, when you look at their cornerback, when you look at their back, their DB set, almost anywhere is some place where they could have used, you know, some talent added. It's definitely a position they needed to address. And today's league, especially in the transition from college to the pros, I don't really get too hard about them reaching for DBs and stuff because it's really strange. I mean, they're not necessarily asking this guy to come in and be a starter. He's going to have time to come in and transition and be in the rotation. And I think that's invaluable. They're going to bring him in slowly. Do you agree with that, Tom?
I think cornerback is one of the positions where you're going to need, you know, if you can't get pass rushers, and it's going to be something where it has a high burnout rate. So, you know, remember when Josh Norman was the #1 cornerback in the league?
Yeah, not that long ago.
Yeah, remember when Richard Sherman was? You know, Richard Sherman's still in the league, but he's not at that elite level. Same with Darrell Revis.
Yeah, the turnover at the top is a harsh animal.
So you're going to have to keep on bringing them in, especially if you got teams that use 3 wide receiver sets. You're going to need to have that nickel back in there too. So you can bring someone in as a #3 cornerback and have them ease up into a #1 cornerback.
Well, as I understand it, at least this kid is a bit of a ball hawk. So, you know, he's got that going for him. You know, once you can get your hands on the ball, that's halfway decent.
He had the lowest passer rating in 2018 and 2019. So of all the footballs that get thrown his way, he stops more than anyone else.
Now, do you think also cornerback could be a very difficult position to evaluate? Because if you are a good cornerback, they won't even throw the ball on your side of the field.
So you don't really hear about him. It's not like a big name. And absolutely correct.
Had 13 pass breakups in 2018 and 15 pass breakups in 2019. There's rumors around that he ran a closed door 40-yard dash and ran a 4.31.
So he's got wheels, he's got size, he's got wingspan. It sounds like a good pick. I mean, it really does. And he definitely feels a need for them for most teams.
Definitely. Yeah.
All right. Well, look, we're coming up on the last pick of the draft, the Kansas City Chiefs. I already predicted that they were going to go for speed. They were going to go for running back, the fastest running back in the draft. Spinksy's smiling. Okay. I really think that they need that help there. There are still some Blazers at wide receiver, but of course they could also use help at cornerback and of course at getting pressure. You know, who doesn't need help at there? Another big need, linebacker, offensive line. I think I covered all the positions, right?
Yeah.
I think they take Jalen Hurts.
I can see that. I mean, backup QB. I mean, he's a guy that may get hurt again because he plays with abandon.
Be like, know what, Mahomes, you already got your MVP, you got your Super Bowl, it's time to retire.
Yeah. I think it's either going to go running back here or cornerback. I think they can have value with Jalen Johnson at cornerback from Utah, or they can go with a variety of different running backs right now. They get to go Dobbins from Ohio State.
That's what I'm thinking. Running back, man.
Swift from Georgia.
And by the way, if I'm Mahomes right now, what I do is get an early new contract and cash in. I don't retire. No, that's what I do, baby. Okay.
Did anyone see who drafted 31?
Pardon?
Who went 31?
That was Minnesota with Jeff Gladney, cornerback.
Oh, that's right. Gladney went 31. Okay, I thought it was 30 for a second.
Yeah. Noah and back-to-back cornerbacks. Minnesota got Gladney, and then Noah went there. So now we got Kansas City on the clock.
Fucking Andrew Reid with a Hawaiian shirt on draft day.
And it is. I'm getting notification over here that Kansas City is working the phones hard. So.
You know what?
Or the text messaging as it be.
Yeah.
I've had
Andy Reid looks pretty intense. I think he might be ordering a midnight snack.
Yeah, no kidding. He's ordering a double Big Mac.
Yeah.
I guarantee you he has a sandwich named after him.
I've had the wonderful day. I got CD Lamb. I got to chat with you guys all day. I've had a great day. The only thing that would top it off even better is if the last pick of the first round, they took Clyde Edwards-Helaire, running back sensation from LSU, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. That would
help.
I would flip this table over and give you over. Be done.
I'd like to point out that right now I'm the guy that's winning the bet.
You are. You're even. What LSU got? Just one more, please.
You said no more.
All right. Well, all right. The pick is in for the Chiefs. Tom, set this up for us, man.
All right. The Kansas City Chiefs with the 32nd pick. The pick is in, but ESPN, they gotta.
That's all right. We're hanging on here. They're gonna milk it. All right.
Yeah.
All right. As he walks to the podium, it's virtual, man. Okay. Just tell us the freaking pick. Okay.
No, Andy Reid's upset because they did not put extra anchovies on his hamburger. So he's going to let someone know, he's Andy Reid. That's what he did.
Anchovies on a burger. Now, wait a minute. That sounds good. It all depends on what you've been imbibing, during the draft, as to how good that sounds. All right.
Andy Reid finally won the big one.
Hey, and I tell you what, with somebody like Belichick who can change his complete game plan from week to week, Andy Reid has pretty much always run the same offense his whole career. And finally, the league caught up the rules and stuff to where his offense is the offense to run. The rules are perfect for his offense. He's always had guys with tremendous speed at the running back and wide receiver position, not a power running game whatsoever, and always could put up a crap load of points in a hurry.
Edwards-Helaire.
Yes, I told you.
Oh man, I'm not worthy. Edwards-Helaire
dances to the outside into the end zone. It's a 4-yard touchdown. Georgia second for the day. 44 total yards. Edwards-Helaire underneath.
And more importantly,
he is right.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, my God. Told you. They got my 5 in the first round. Well done. He ran for 1,414 yards and 16 touchdowns in 2019. This kid's a freak. He's also a receiver. Had 55 receptions for 450 yards at 9.2 average.
He catches the ball down the field too, doesn't he?
He does too. He's not just, and he can block. He blocks as well. What's not to
remember?
like?
We talked about that. That's what I said. Kansas City was looking for. It was another weapon for Mahomes, man. That's what is important here.
Edwards-Helaire.
And you don't care as long as it's LSU. It's perfect, right?
Yeah.
So for those of you at home taking record, Alabama had 4 go in the first round. LSU had 5.
Oh, that's another dub.
Yes.
All right, congratulations to LSU. Yeah. More importantly, congratulations to the Chiefs. I think that was a hell of a draft pick at the end of the draft. Let's go around the room here, but real quick. Tom, we're going to go first with you. 2 things. Tell us about the Giants, how you think they did. The next, tell us which team kind of stood out to you in the draft, one way or the other, good or bad.
I would say the New York Giants, they drafted offensive tackle. I think a few weeks ago, the speculation was the Giants would trade down, get multiple picks, but that didn't happen. And I think the way the draft shook out, they wouldn't be able to acquire what they wanted. But I think one thing that stood out, I guess, is, the Miami Dolphins going with Tua and then drafting Jones as tackle. This is somewhere I think they took a risk with Tua.
Right.
And they reached with Jones. So you got to see if that plans out, or, they could be going for another quarterback in the near future.
You know who they didn't get?
I hope the Giants draft someone named iPod Shuffle next year, who's a quarterback who locks down CD Lamb. Just totally makes CD obsolete.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Nate. Okay. How did the Cowboys do? And next, out of the whole draft, was there one pick that stood out?
Man, if there was a flashback to the 90s, brother, I tell you, I pluck a little CD into the vault. If we're going to play music the way it should be played, it should be back in the 90s with a CD.
Lamb. All right. Spinksy, same question. The Cowboys, break down theirs, and did any pick or team stand out in the draft to you?
Yeah, I think it was pretty predictable as we went forward. The first 15 picks or so was fairly ordinary. Like everyone sort of thought that would happen. I wasn't a fan of the 49ers. I thought they reached a few times. For a team who went to the Super Bowl last year, I think they tried a bit too hard. The fact LSU had 5 guys go in the first round, and the fact that CeeDee Lamb went to the Cowboys is just I'm so happy. I swear to God, I'm so happy. It's so good. We got CeeDee Lamb.
All right. Well, for me, I'm not going to belabor the. What was the pick? That was it. The CeeDee Lamb pick. Okay, yeah. I'm not going to belabor that. There's actually 2 teams that stood out to me. One was the Jacksonville with the Frank Underwood approach. I think you called it there, Tom. That was spot on. I give you total credit on that. They just said, screw it. We're going to replace these guys that left, and now we're all good. And it's like, okay.
They got their replacements before they traded them.
Yeah. You should have thought that through. All right. And then the next team that stood out to me, strangely enough, they drafted a guy from that school. Where is it? It's behind Spinksy there. LSU. All right. And I think Kansas City hit a freaking home run at the end of the draft. I mean, a grand freaking slam. They nailed it. Look,
I'm so happy.
Down in the comments, tell us who you think nailed it, hit the home run, who you think was questionable, what was the best pick in the draft, what was the worst pick in the draft. Hit it down below. All right. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Be sure and hit that subscribe if you've not. All right. Hit that notify. Again, we do the best damn highlights in the business. Plus, we're putting out a ton of original content as we go around and say goodnight. Tom McAllister, you find him on Twitter at defends_com. Tom, thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome.
All right. Nate, No Remorse Dowdy. You find him on Twitter at No Remorse Sports, right? I nailed it?
Fuck off.
There you go. I must have nailed it. And of course, on Twitter at Spinksy NFL, we got the man, Spinksy, the man who breaks down almost all of the guys that get drafted in the first round. Spinksy, thanks so much for being here. And more importantly, to everybody watching, we appreciate you for being here. And remember, till next time, watch like you play with intensity.